Show, presented by Motorsport.com. Fly Racing and Decal Works. Coming to you live from Las Vegas, right outside the Lion's Den, with your host, Steve Matthes. And now strap in and get ready. It's showtime.
I just don't like the guy. The guy's just a douchebag.
Yeah, welcome everybody to the PulpMX Show, presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing and Decal Works. Coming at you! It's Monday, February 24th, 5 p.m. Pacific. Let's talk Dallas Supercross and more tonight. Wow, Triple Crown fever. A lot happened. Looking forward to having a great show tonight. We got a great co-host in studio. We also have Coty Schock calling in. First podium for him in 250 class for the PulpMX guys. Justin Hill, qualified quickest. 5th overall on the night. Justin Hill will call in. Ryan Villopoto had himself a time in Dallas. His son won the KJSC, and we're looking forward to having RV on to talk about that and more when it comes to Dallas. Lots to get into when it comes to RV, of course, right? Like, because of all of the guys that are out there, you got to know that this was probably really, really awesome for him. Our resident grump, Phil Nicoletti, he will call in as well. And, lots to talk about when it comes to Dallas here on the PulpMX Show, 702-586-7857. Give us a call. And, looking forward to talking to you guys. We have a Works Connection Pro Launch Start device in honor of all of the riders sweeping the podiums this week on a Works Connection Pro Launch Start device. We'll tell you how to win that more. Live shows coming up, Indy, Seattle, Vegas SMX. We'll tell you where to get tickets from. LCQ standings as well. We're doing that again in Denver. Raffle ticket, $30. You can win a YZ 450. All the money goes to privateers. We'll talk about that tonight as well. We'll have another edition of I Don't Know Man coming up. Motorsport.com, tweet at Tits, tweet at Tallon, I should say, Race Tech Rant, and as well as the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs, all coming up here tonight on the show. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Michelin Motorcycle Tires, Renthal, Race Tech Suspension and Engines at Cherubies, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, OGO Power Sports, Renegade Race Fuels, Pro Filter, Cardo Systems, Guts Racing, Atlas Neck Brace. Check out their new boot they got going on. It's an entry-level one. It's like $200. AtlasBrace.com for more information. The Noof taking the boot to victory somewhere in some godforsaken arena cross in Alberta. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Works Connection, Get Data, WUSA, Fox Factory Vehicles, Weisco Piston, MTX Braking, Troll Training, Ethica, Luxon, Factory Chassis Parts, all on board with us tonight, as are you. Thank you for watching on YouTube. Thank you for listening on the podcast form. Thank you for calling in, 702-586-7857. And my co-host tonight, from the NBC Sports Supercross TV show, Racer X, GNCC TV, it's probably some quad racing. If you're paying, he's saying, the Jason Weigandt. What's up, Weege?
Yeah.
Thanks for coming in.
It's been a long time since I've done this show.
Has it?
Yes, I believe it has.
Okay.
I only do it once or twice a year.
I think maybe the last time was December before the preview videos.
Yeah, but that would have been December of the previous season.
23.
No, there's no way I didn't do any in the entire
24
calendar
okay.
year.
Well, it's been a while.
It's been so long that when I mentioned to my wife that I had to leave the same day I got home, I flew home from Dallas, got home Sunday morning, and then 12 hours later I had to go back to the airport.
Yeah.
She was confused as to what I was doing. And I'm like, the Monday night show. He has a Monday night show.
Yeah.
It had been so long that she forgot what this was.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for that, Elisa. Really appreciate that.
Well, what I do is I just book it.
Yeah.
I don't ask.
Yeah.
I just do.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Lots to talk to you with you tonight about the race
broadcasting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Race Tech Rant. You have one.
Yes.
My wife has one against you.
Yeah, we have serious heat downstairs.
We do.
She's very upset. She's shook. She's shook.
Coty Schock, Justin Hill, Phil Nicoletti, Ryan Villopoto, all calling in. So it's a good show.
Yep.
Lots to get into when it comes to that. Working the cameras over there, holding things down. The substitute for Travis Marks coming in. The Nick Powers. What's up, buddy? How are you?
What's up, boys? How you doing?
Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
Yep,
Excited
no
to be
problem.
here.
Have you met Weege before?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, at the retirement, Phil's retirement party?
One of the many.
We go way back.
One of the many
which
retirement parties.
Phil's retirement party? Was it 1, 2, or 3?
Yeah.
So thanks, Nick. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. And, check it out on YouTube. Nick's working the cameras. And thanks to the folks watching. Appreciate it as well. Jason Weigandt brought to you by DecalMX.com. Aaron Plessinger, Juju Beaumer, Chase Sexton using Decal Works for their graphics. Husqvarna off-road team as well. From the mile to the wild. They'll design it for you. They'll put your numbers on it the way you want, the fonts, the sponsor logos. You get PulpMX logos on there if you want. And the best part is PulpMX 25 saves with DecalMX.com. They're bringing you Jason Weigandt tonight. Official
I use them
graphics.
as well.
You use them as well.
I use them as well.
They were so disgusted by your attempt on the YZ.
Someone will feel bad enough for me to help me.
Right.
Yes. Someone will feel bad enough for me to help me.
Right.
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Yep.
Fair enough. Taking your phone calls over there, holding things down as usual. Working the motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment. The Tallon Taylor. What's up, Tallon?
What's up, Steve?
Thanks for coming in, buddy.
Yep, thanks for having me.
Dallas Triple Crown.
It was good racing. Good racing.
Let's just start with that. Let's just start with the new segment that we debuted last week, and we'll just start with that. I don't know, man. 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 I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. All right, it's the I don't know, man segment. It's the hit segment. It's taking off everywhere. Weege, what is I don't know, man, to you?
If anyone disagrees with this, if this is not universal, if this is not first ballot, 100% across the board, I don't know, man. Chase Sexton.
Yeah, that was mine too.
It better be. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Like what?
I don't know, man. He was crash. He crashed into Coop. He was crashing anyways. Then he hit Coop. He had the win, and he said he knew he had the win.
He wasn't crashing. He was crashing because Coop was there. He would not have crashed if that.
I don't know. His front end was
You don't think it was because there was a Yamaha going 2 miles an hour and cutting down? That led to him getting on the brakes and saying,
Yeah, but if let's say if Coop just say he locks up the brakes and freaks out, but Coop just gasses it and squeezes by.
Yeah.
Does he save it?
If Cooper Webb is not in that corner, he doesn't crash.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes,
that's correct.
So if he stays about a second behind Cooper,
he
does
doesn't
he
crash. He does not crash.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Okay. So
Also, second race.
Yeah.
Did he need to go after Justin Cooper
right away? Probably not.
But whatever. Some stuff happens in racing.
Yeah.
That one is like, that's racing.
Now,
this one, we all knew. And he knew. You're good. That final
he
one,
said he knew he had the win.
He knew.
Yep.
He was going for the win, which is honorable. Here's my worry. If his intent was, my goal is to, everyone knows that Cooper Webb is awesome in Arlington.
Mm-hmm.
If he wants to pull a Cooper Webb on Cooper Webb in Arlington and pass him on the last lap like Cooper Webb has done over and over, and he's done it there, the famous Roxon win in 2019. If that is your goal, you have to realize the scenario is I have more to lose than him, and he's really good at playing this game. I would not want to if the plan is I got 2 turns, and there's a good chance I'm going to be next to him in one of these turns, and I am holding the overall, and he is not. I feel like you're playing with fire. Cooper Webb is really good in that type of situation. He crashed, but I'm still not sure if he doesn't crash in that corner, if it's going to work out.
Yeah, you don't know. Yeah, you don't know. Obviously, he was lining him up for the whoops, right?
Yeah, and if he gets him in the whoops, then there's no contact and there's nothing Cooper can do about it, for sure.
Yeah.
But I just feel like you're playing with fire
against
that guy.
Why?
Just to show him what's up. And does that even affect Cooper Webb?
He said at Glendale he didn't win any of the Triple Crowns in Glendale.
Yeah.
And he knew he had the overall.
Yeah.
And he didn't care.
No, he said he wanted to win, and he was mad that he messed up a rhythm and let Eli get him. But also, take it further. Let's say he does blow by Webb in the whoops, even gives him the finger guns over the finish. Let's say he does all that. Does it affect Cooper Webb?
No.
Does Cooper Webb go to the rest of the season down into the dumps? I don't think it would have. I don't think that the mind games, I do not believe you will ever beat Cooper Webb in that department. So I don't know what you would have gained by doing it. And the risk you had to take, as seen, even if he doesn't crash, to pass him, still risky. Or you got to send it through the whoops.
Still risky.
Didn't he have
a
moment in the whoops?
Oh, yeah,
earlier?
He had a few.
Yeah, man, it's
Roxon had almost everyone.
Those whoops were nasty.
Yeah, they were nasty.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yep. Now, Chase Sexton's awesome, and there's a very good chance this gets discussed to death, and he still wins a bunch of races and even wins a title.
Yeah, on the review show, JT was really thinking it might affect him going forward. I do not think so.
No.
He has done this before. He's thrown away many points. He's thrown away races.
Bounced right back.
So I think he'll be fine.
Yep.
But you look at Tampa, where he just could have took a second and just cruised it, and I really believe Malcolm catching him was the impetus that led towards his crash in the whoops. He knew Malcolm was coming, thinking about it, rattled. He could have took a second there.
Yeah. I don't have a problem. We discussed it on the review for that. I don't have a problem with Tampa because I feel like if you're Chase Sexton, Eli Tomac, Jet Lawrence, those three guys, Cooper's a little more situational. I don't feel like if they hole shot, I don't feel like they have take the second built in. I just don't think they have that gear.
Okay.
I don't. I think it's like I'm in the lead. If a dude is catching me, I have to do something.
Yeah.
I should win. I'm going to change my line. He crashed. That's the way it goes.
Okay.
But in this situation, he had the win already. He had the overall.
And he knew it.
And he knew it.
Which that was a bit of a topic, but he knew it.
He knew it. So I don't know, man.
He went from being 5 up to 5 down.
Yeah, but I think it's bigger than that because if you're Webb,
10-point swing.
It's bigger than that because I feel like if you're Webb, you're trying to suss out how am I going to engineer this. Webb, we all know, isn't such a physical beast that he's just like, I'm going to go so fast no one can beat me.
Yeah, no.
He's got to win in other ways. And his suspicion is probably, hey, the only guy left in this, maybe Kenny a little bit, but it's probably Chase. Eli and Jet are out. I got to see if Chase still makes the mistakes to open the door up for me. And the last 3 weeks, if you're Webb, you're like, yep.
Still making them.
He's still making them.
Yeah.
The amount of pressure I feel like it's taking off of Cooper and the amount of stress that it's taking off of Cooper and the amount of confidence it's giving him to be like, yeah, he's still making those mistakes. I got this. To me, that's way bigger than just 5 points.
Yeah, maybe.
Yep. Chase can be, again, if Chase blows by him in the whoops and gives him finger guns, I still don't think Webb is worried. Because of things like this, because of getting stuck in the gate last week, he's just like, I know that if I'm just pretty good, he's going to beat himself enough where I can still win the title anyway. Mm-hmm. And Chase isn't giving him any reason to not think that. And to me, that's bigger than 5 points.
It's so many points the last few weeks. Now, look, he was as positive for someone who hit the gate and then crashed and then got back to third. Yeah. He was really positive after Detroit.
Yes.
He did not really want to talk about, whatever, shit happens, kind of he moved on.
It was more of a hero ride than it was a disappointment.
Yeah. This one hurt, though.
This one hurt.
This one hurt.
But do you not think that Webb left Detroit thinking, see?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Great hero ride, bro. Last
cool,
to third.
Man.
Well.
Yeah.
But
great work. I got 5 points on you.
That's the whole problem. It's who you're dealing with. Cooper sees all this, knows all this. We can talk about it all we want.
Yeah.
Our opinion does not matter.
Yeah.
But I can guarantee you Cooper Webb is thinking the same things.
Yeah.
And that's the problem.
The good thing is if you're on the Sexton ship, if you're a captain of it, if you're one of those people.
I don't know anyone in particular.
I don't know anyone either. But if you're incredibly biased and on the Sexton ship and rolling along, you're like, look, we have the most speed.
Yep.
And that is inarguable. Yep. He is the fastest guy. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
That usually works, but you could look at Stewart/James. It doesn't always work.
Eli,
yeah.
I said in the review pod, Webb's won 2 Supercross titles. You might argue that he wasn't the fastest guy in either of those years. He's already proven he can do it this way.
Yeah.
So it does sometimes work.
Yeah.
But sometimes it does not.
No, that's, again, if you're on this ship and you just jumped on it, and you're, you're just walking around, you would be like, hey, we're the fastest guy, and we got it. So that's a positive. Like, it's not that him and Webb are the same speed. Chase is faster.
Yeah.
So
he showed it in that last main.
Yeah. So there's no doubt that's your thing you're hanging on to. But holy shit, I don't know, man.
I was still shook. Like, I was going to the airport Sunday morning, and I was like, I cannot believe this happened. I cannot believe it happened.
And also, like, I go back to Glendale. He didn't win any of the mains, and I asked him about that. He said he didn't care. He said he knew he had the overall. And maybe he was upset that he clanked the rhythm and he got away from him.
Yeah.
But he was I got the win, man. And, like, that's always a revisionist history after a race, and you say the right things. I get it. I'm the media. You say that whatever you need to. But Chase does do a pretty honest interview. So
He does.
I just took him at face value, like, hey, this dude didn't care about winning any of the mains.
Yeah.
And you knew he had the overall.
Yeah.
And I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got 25 points and the $100,000 from KTM, and you're good. And so all of a sudden, 3 weeks later, it changes to I knew I had the overall, but I want to win? Like, that's the point where I'm like, wait. I don't get that.
Yeah, and honestly, I could see that early in the year, Glendale, a few weeks earlier. I mean, we saw those qualifying sessions. They were a real measuring contest between Chase, Eli, and Jet to see who really had the upper hand. I could almost see more the benefit then of being like, hey, I got to show Eli. It's only round 3 or 4.
Yeah.
I got to show him.
Yeah.
He can't beat me straight up.
Right.
But again, I don't think it matters with Webb. I don't think it proves anything, even if you did beat him.
Yeah. No,
Is Webb not rolling to Daytona? Does he feel any different?
No.
You could probably call Webb right now and say, is Chase faster than you? You'd be like, yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm not. That proved nothing to me.
Man, I'll tell you what, too, with Coop. He is a salty guy on race day, generally.
Yeah.
He's very focused. He's got his race face on. The last couple weeks, man, on track walk, he has been jokey McJoke and loose. And I made a joke about him. I thought you hurt your hand on track walk there. He just made a big joke about it and then said, yeah, bro, I was quadding, which he wasn't. And he is as loose and probably as confident because he looks around and goes, that guy's going to beat himself. And I just got to be there.
Webb believes in himself. I'm sure he's like, I know that Eli and Chase and Jet are going to be tough. I believe I can figure out a way to do it. But there's no doubt he literally said it. When Jet goes out, no one else is going to admit it. But he actually admitted, of course it makes the situation better for me. So, he's in a great mood.
Yeah, and honestly, his mood to me, I don't check in with him every single week, but his mood since Jet went out has been different because I think he's like, I got these dudes.
Yeah.
I got this. I got
Eli,
Ken Roxon, who I've literally had the upper hand in 84 straight times, or 84 of the last 85 times.
Yeah.
And then I got Sexton, who is going to beat himself.
Yeah. And I will say this. We thought maybe that was over. We thought maybe Chase was done with that.
I came on this show and said, I think he's different.
And I agree. But unfortunately, these weeks are not helping that case. Now, the one good thing for Chase is, I always say this, he falls down, but man, does he always get up.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a broken leg like Tomac or a torn ACL or a labrum tear like Hunter and Prado. So, again, it could be way worse than this.
Listen, I want to ask you about Daytona later in the show, but it's huge. I think this is huge.
Yeah.
I think this is he can't lose more points because then you start pushing even more, and I just think he's got to get this thing back. And even if he gets second and Coop gets third, and he just gets 2 points, or you know what I mean, however way, and Kenny wins, or somebody else, some shocking guy, he's got to get this thing back on the rails. And normally, if you look at his Honda days, he had multiple weeks of mistakes. It seemed like they compounded, and then he turned it around, and he started, and he got a hold of it. You know, so he's had this in the past where he just goes, "I'm stopping it." These mistake-filled crashes / races stop at some point for him, Chase, in the past.
Yes, nothing is over.
Yeah.
Nothing is ruined.
Nothing is over.
No, nothing.
Right.
He could easily fix this. He could still be the champ. I don't want anyone to keep receipts here and say, you guys said he blew it. We are not saying he can't win the title.
No.
But it does make the path tougher.
He's the fastest guy. So there is that.
Yeah. I will say, it does make it exciting.
Yeah.
It's made quite a bit of drama the last couple of weeks.
Yeah. You weren't yelling as much, you know?
I did back it down a little bit compared to Detroit.
Yeah.
I did. But I will say, if Mookie doesn't win Tampa, is it as exciting? If Mookie puts in a great ride and gets to second, but just can't get Sexton, is it as exciting?
No.
If Chase just checks out in Detroit, is it as exciting?
No.
If Chase just checks up in second place and just takes the overall, is it as exciting?
No.
So thanks, in a way.
Listen, there was a point in 03, I always come back to that season, where it was just Chad beating Ricky and then Ernie 10 seconds back, and everyone kind of knew their place. Well, we have a ton of injuries, and this thing is still rolling along like the greatest soap opera ever.
It is.
Yeah.
We haven't had a dull 5 minutes.
No, it's been good. There's been a lot of races with a lot of things to talk about. And I guess if you're Feld, that's a great thing to do. I mean, you're going to take out obstacles before whoops now.
Oh, jeez.
You're also going to do that.
Yes.
Apparently, that's the new edict.
That's what we've heard.
No obstacles, no jumps before whoops.
Yeah, the track map flipped it this
Yeah,
week, right?
yeah,
There was a triple before the whoops, and
Yeah,
it ended up being after.
I don't know why, but
Yeah.
so I don't know, man. It's a great hit, and it's Chase Sexton for week 2. Again,
Yeah, how long can it go?
I don't know.
Can
I
he
don't
be
know,
on
man.
Oman? If he's on an Oman after Daytona, then I really don't know. Man.
Yeah,
Please,
I'm with
please,
you.
Chase.
I'm with you. All right, okay, so 702-586-7857. Phil Nicoletti coming up here shortly. We had a dinner with Phil on Friday night. We're going to get into that a little bit. And then we got the Race Tech Rant, of course, X-Brown Goggle Tear-Offs, and more. Tonight, let's get some phone calls here. We got Anthony on 3. Anthony, what's up, man?
What's up, Steve?
What up?
What's up, Jason?
Hey.
I don't know if I called twice. I think Jason was on the last time,
All right.
and Wes from Verb was on the last time. Steve, do you remember when you said you were going to give me some media passes?
No. What?
Okay, hold on. This is real life. So I was talking to you and Wes, and I had to send in some photos, and y'all were going to judge them, and then y'all were going to give me some media passes to I think Iron Man last year.
I never got any photos. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea. I'm
Maybe
not saying I'm not
the
denying this. I'm not denying
No.
this, but yeah.
I totally get it. So my question is, I want to be the new dark side. I want to go up. I want Steve to bring me up in life and up in the media, right? So, I mean, I don't have the ponytail, but what do I got to do
Well,
to get a media pass? I do not want one to Supercross at all.
yeah.
Oh, you're hardcore like that.
I am hardcore, but I don't want one to Supercross just because.
No, that's what I mean. You're like, no, I want the 30 minutes heat, the dust. I don't want to be in a press box. I want to be trackside. I want it real.
Yeah, I want to be trackside. I want to be in the pits. I mean, granted, I can do it myself if I just stand in the grass.
Well, do you have so Anthony, Mr. Side, as I'm sure you're aware, he had business cards and a pony pod already established before we get the haircut and the bike and everything else. Like, do you have any experience with motocross media?
Yeah, I used to race. I took a shit ton of photos. And they were.
Did you ever get them published anywhere? Did you ever submit them to anyone?
He said he submitted them to you.
I know. I know. I have to look. I know Barsha commented on one of them.
All right.
Okay. Did you ever send these photos to me?
Nothing published. No.
Okay.
I'll give
I
you.
can send them to you though.
Well, you said that you with Wes, you were saying that you were going to.
Yeah. No, I sent them to Wes. I just never heard anything back.
Well, there's a long legacy of Wes. He has a giant desk. He has 50 monitors behind the desk. He has a giant leather chair with a cat in his lap, and he just watches all this footage and all these photos that come in from all these people that want to be Wes Williams, and he just looks at the footage and pets his cat and just goes, ha 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 ha. They think I will help them. I am the gatekeeper. Ha ha ha.
Okay, so
that's what you're up against with Wes. A lot of people have hit up Wes hoping to become the next Wes. I do have one piece of advice.
Okay.
What's that?
A not told enough part of Mr. Side was Sean from Feld said, look, man, just because you're doing a podcast, that's kind of legit, but all you're really doing is calling someone on the phone and asking them questions. If you really want to prove that you're real media, I want to see if you can write. So Mr. Side started interviewing privateers and just sending them to us at Racer X. And I'm like, why are you sending this to us? And he's like, because Sean from Feld said I need to prove I'm legit. I need to interview people, write stories. And he did a good job. He didn't even charge us for him, which I appreciate. And apparently that legitimized him in the eyes of the press pass people. So, I don't know. There's some advice.
I'm totally with it. So Steve once said, to get into this moto industry, you're not going to get paid in the beginning.
In the beginning, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, for sure.
I'm all for it.
Yep.
I'm all for it. If I got to travel, I got to travel. I think I got Ed Bud, Millville, and Iron Man, like all within a 5-hour mark.
But don't just shoot photos. Don't just shoot photos.
Write. Yeah, you got to write.
Don't just shoot photos.
Oh, I can write.
Okay.
I can totally write.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
100%.
listen, when those races come around, Anthony, shoot me an email. Use the contact form on Pulp. Shoot me an email, and then let me know what you're going to do, what you want to do. Give me some ideas, some original thoughts, some a rider you want to talk to, or two riders, or some sort of, idea you have, and if it works out, we can get you a pass for an outdoor national.
Oh, that works for me.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Suit
So
you. Yep.
so remember that when it comes up to those races you want to go to.
Not just photos, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dime a dozen
Yeah.
guys that want to shoot pics. And a lot of times they want to shoot pics just to be cool. We got it. You got to.
Oh, I'm not.
Yeah.
No, I'm not
Okay.
trying.
Yeah,
All right.
there
Sounds
you go.
good. Well, send us an email when that time comes, buddy. All right.
All right, cool.
All right. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Lee's on too. What's up, Lee?
Hey, Steve.
What up?
Reach.
Hey, Lee.
Good to talk to you.
Yeah.
Right on.
Hey, I've got, I guess you can call it a race tech rant.
Sure.
I was a little frustrated during the military appreciation night. The fact that all the equipment, the uniforms, the weapons, the aircraft were Russian equipment.
Oh, yeah, you said this on Twitter, right? You're on Twitter saying this?
I did. I was frustrated, and
then you-
as a vet, I did.
And then I
put it
made a
up
joke,
there.
and then I made a joke, and then I got dragged
Oh,
into
it
it.
went to
so,
hell,
yeah,
didn't it?
yeah.
Yeah, I'm not trying to go that direction with this.
But
I'm
so
just-
I don't know
guess
anything about like that stuff. Like I have no clue. Maybe Weege on the TV show.
Yeah, I don't know where they get
Yeah.
stock footage from.
Right.
If we go to Arlington or New Jersey race, there'll be drone footage of the Statue of Liberty. Obviously, the Supercross people didn't go to the Statue of Liberty
Right,
with a helicopter. So I don't know where they get this. We don't have a full-time staff member to oversee.
No, he's
the-
just saying
No.
somebody, anybody.
Oh, just by,
yeah,
well,
just-
if there was, then
right.
yeah.
no. But for the most part, these people are people that have been working this job their whole life. Like they were TV people.
Sure.
Yeah, but now Lee,
Yeah.
in Top Gun, they jumped in that Russian jet
Oh God.
at the end of Top Gun, and they flew that thing.
No, that was when the end of Top Gun. That was an F-14, an American plane.
Wait, no, it had
That's
Russian.
jumped into.
No, it had Russian stuff on the. They knew how to fly it. It was.
Well, I think they were indicating like we sold F-14s to Iran, and they got into one that was sold to someone that's now in Abbott territory. But that was an F-14
Oh, okay.
Tomcat, the same plane that he flew in the original Top Gun.
Oh, so I
But
okay,
I'm
I
going
thought him and
full
Miles
military
Teller were
nerd
figuring
now.
out a Russian jet and against the big. Yeah, okay, all right, never mind.
Anyway, this is a big assumption on my part. I'm assuming there's, for example, if you want photos, there's a thing called iStock. You pay a subscription, and
Now-
you can just type in the search any basic type of photo, and it will
Now,
provide
Lee,
it.
you tweeted again and said they pulled that right from the replay or something.
They did.
Okay.
I think that even more validated because I wanted to. I didn't think at the time to just make my stream back and record it, and by the time I went to do it,
Well,
I couldn't go back that far, and
I
the
mean,
replay was gone.
with me retweeting it, somebody from Supercross may have saw your complaint and said we got to pull that. Like, who knows? I
Yeah,
mean,
I've
people
not
see my
heard that,
Twitter.
but maybe.
Yeah. I don't know.
Anyway, I'm saying
Yeah,
I bet
yeah.
you there's a database thing that they subscribe to where you can type in Statue of Liberty B-roll. That'll be $1,000
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
for the footage. Thank you.
Yeah,
Disneyland
yeah,
next to Anaheim,
yeah.
$1,000 if you need that 30-second
is-
clip, and then you type in military jet.
It is weird
And
though.
they gave
like,
them that.
like Lee saying, like it wasn't just one. It was all Russian stuff. Like, right?
But there
Lee?
were footage
yeah,
of
yeah. The
soldiers. There
the
was
only
more
thing
Russians.
American
right?
was the
soldiers.
only thing American was the flag at the end.
What about the soldiers?
Literally, well, at the very end, the soldier with an American patch, fortunately facing the right direction, and the American flag. But through it, the first soldier they showed was carrying the AK. Then it went up to even a Russian destroyer. They had Soviet
Wow,
SUs.
really?
Yeah, yeah. It was. Look.
So Lee, are you
set
with me? Are you with
set
me on my rant about the American flag last year and all that? Like about not about Deegan and all that. I'm not getting into that. But like people don't understand. Like we're defacing the flag. We got American flag underwear, American flag bras. Like there's a way to represent the flag, and we have just bastardized that. Lee, are you with me on that?
I see your point on that one.
Okay,
But
yeah.
I've also, in my active duty days, I had a nice one night with a girl that had her panties were American flags. So
Okay, all right.
And you're okay with that?
yeah.
You saluted it.
Yeah.
No. I totally get where he's coming from on that one. And even at home, I fold up my flags the proper way.
There you go.
And come up.
Yeah, like
so,
this nation,
yeah.
this nation's things, like when the American, like they are just the flags every which way, the stars are which way, the stripes are one way. Like it's not proper on what we do for these and I'm just like, wait, because we had at Yamaha, we ran it the right way. We had to like when we went as those nations in 03, like there was like rules on what we could do with the
Oh,
flag.
you mean the graphics
Yeah,
are
the
not-
graphics.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and we
Now
were like,
they're not.
No.
Oh, wow.
Now they're all over the place.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Anyway,
all over. It's getting out of control. I
It
agree
is.
with that one.
I will apologize. It had nothing to do with me. I don't know how it happened, but I will apologize on behalf. That certainly wasn't the intent.
Yeah.
You're good. Yep.
Oh, I wasn't blaming you in any bit.
No, I know.
only went
Just
for
no one
3
else
years.
is
If you
gonna
knew
say it,
There
so-
was a veteran that was working for the firm, doing something, whether he was working on film
as a
or something
coincidence,
else.
that could be possible, but the majority of our crew has essentially worked sports their entire life. They're sports TV people.
I mean,
Yeah.
it is odd to have Russian
That is
stuff.
bizarre.
Right.
And there's no one else that's going to apologize to you, so I will do it. But let me say this. You mentioned the girl you were with. I think we need a nationwide ban. Anytime a girl wears a bikini with the American flag, you mentioned the bras, Lee, you mentioned underwear. Could we just have a stop on people saying, "Oh, I'm very patriotic"? The cheese ball line needs to go. It's been used enough. It's over. Don't use that line anymore, guys. Okay?
Yeah, it's not ideal.
I agree with that one.
All right.
Over.
Thanks,
if you
Lee.
have to say you're patriotic, there's a problem. Hey, thank you, Steve.
I agree.
Thank you,
Thanks, man. I appreciate the call. Thank you.
You're allowed to say you're patriotic.
Yeah.
But we've heard it a million times when a girl is wearing an American flag bikini.
Yeah.
It's over. The joke is played out.
What's up, Coty?
Hey, Stevie, are you there?
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Weege, I just want to let you know, Steve Matthes told me this at Dallas Supercross, and he told me to tell you, Weege, your show fucking sucks, man.
Yep.
Are you the same guy that was in the
I'm
pits
that
or no?
guy.
Yeah.
Oh, same guy.
Same guy.
In the pitch.
The same guy who said your
dude,
show sucks, but also said I want to be in the show.
Yeah. Well, no.
I just wanted to.
Okay.
I wanted to call out. We're talking about riders. We're talking about everything like that. This isn't going to sound super kiss ass, but I just wanted to let the entire moto industry know how lucky we are to have both you guys. Steve, people give you shit, man. I've given you shit in the past. You literally in person are one of the coolest fucking dudes I've ever met.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
You came down to business. Weege, you still fucking suck, but man, you know you're my hero. You still haven't wished me a happy birthday for the past 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
But we found out about the Facebook thing. But, man, I just wanted to tell you guys thank you for being what you are. You guys elevate the sport, and I appreciate you guys. That's all I was calling about.
All right, cool. Thanks, Coty. Appreciate it. We elevate the sport, Weege. That's what we do.
I can't
Hey,
tell.
and also-
He's telling me that I
also,
suck
one more
and
thing.
he loves me at the same time. I'm still confused, Cody.
One more thing.
Yeah.
I have one more thing. Chase Sexton is a fucking choke artist. I told you that, Steve, 2 years ago. I was right.
Dude, he's got championships, though. It's hard to be a choke artist when you win championships.
Cool. Well, he's
right.
a choke artist.
Okay.
We all know that.
All right. Okay, Cody.
I love you, though, Steve.
All right.
Love you, boys.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, 702-586. The calls are hot.
Hot takes by
The
Cody.
calls are hot.
Wow. Yeah. And that Cody, I will say, was just like that to my face.
He was.
It was very impressive.
Yeah. Well, he told me before you came up, he said, I love the Weed Show. And I was like, yeah, the Weed Show fucking sucks. Like, just what I would do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he said to me, your show sucks, but then said it was his dream to be on it. So I was confused as to where he stood.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. All right, everybody. Let's welcome our first guest of the night. Brought to you by Renegade Fuels. If you go to Renegade Fuels, they deliver it right to your door, which is something new for those guys. RenegadeRaceFuel.com, right to your door. MX4, SX4. Check it out. Code PulpMX25. PulpMX25 is the code to save. Will Hahn won championships with Renegade Race Fuels. You know who else did?
Justin Brayton
did as well.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. So Renegade Race Fuels bringing you our first guest of the evening, all the way from New York, the Phil Nicoletti. What's up, Philip?
Steven, how are we?
Phil's on the show tonight, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Fans want to hear him.
At least you admit it.
He was in Dallas. He has thoughts.
Phil, I talked to you about this on Track Walk. You're reverse snowbirding it, bro. Why do you keep going to New York in February? What are you doing? You have a house in the South. Go to New York in the summer.
Well, I'm finally getting to do winter activities that I've never got to do, weeds, in the wintertime.
Like
I grew up snowmobiling, skiing,
Really?
doing all this stuff. I never got to do any of it the past 18 fucking years because I was traveling the stupid supercrosses. So now I get to finally do it, so I'm doing it.
Okay, so you're embracing it.
A couple things stood out from our Friday night dinner with Phil, and we'll get into it here just to start, and then we'll talk to you a little bit about Dallas, Phil. But the one is, so Brad and Andy from FXR were there. Great guys, FXRRacing.com. They're sponsor of my FXR 101 podcast. And Phil, it's no secret you're looking for a schedule. You're going to wear FXR. They're going to pay you. You're going to do some races, represent FXR. And we talked to Andy and Brad about your deal at dinner, and they said 4 to 5 races is what they want you to do the year for your exorbitant amount of money that you're going to get. And then you kept telling them which races you were not going to do. And then you only said the only one you're going to do is Fox Hill, Vet Des Nations. I've never seen contract negotiations where people are trying to give you money and then you are saying no to all of that. I will tell you what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
And it was only 1 out of 5 things that you actually said you would do.
No, that's not how it was.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, I'm trying to negotiate the best thing. If I don't have to race and I can still make the money, why the fuck won't I do that?
But they
It's
said
just a very ballsy way to go about
yeah,
it.
it is. They said we need 4 to 5 events, and you just said 1.
Yeah, but I like how this is happening. Okay, last year, again, I went to 4 extra rounds that I didn't have to do, which again, I don't.
What
even
did
care.
you go? Where did you do? 4
I
extra.
did the GNCC. I did the Vet World Championships. I did Abu Dhabi. I did Melbourne, Australia. Like, those are all add-ons for whatever. I didn't have to go do those. I went above and beyond any contracts that I was supposed to do.
So they owe you 4 races.
100%. That just rolls over. It's like
It rolls
fucking-
over?
It's like, yeah, it's like fucking cell phone minutes, man.
Okay.
It
All
rolls-
right.
The
I didn't-
vacation time he didn't
Look,
use, he keeps the next year.
I mean, fair.
It rolls over.
Weege, I hate to say it.
It's solid.
I hate to side with our friend
Yep,
Phil, but
yep.
fair. Yeah,
Yep,
rolls
he
over.
Rolls over. If you had done 8 races last year, you wouldn't have to do anything this year at all.
Yeah, because from what I know, I mean, contracts run October to October. I did 4 extra events already this year.
Okay,
All
well,
right.
yeah,
Post
all right.
October 1.
There we go, folks.
Beautiful.
All right, move on. Well, Andy and Brad are lucky
I'm
to
done.
have you.
So
Yeah.
Technically, I don't have, I don't have to do any racing this year. I'm good.
You did.
I've already capped out.
It's phenomenal.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
It's phenomenal.
Yeah, if I have one more person ask me when I'm going to start riding, I'm like, dude, like, I'm retired. I don't have to like ride right now. Can I not have like, I don't know, 60 days to myself to like get my fucking marbles?
Yeah,
in a row?
you have it. Beginning of December was the last World Supercross, and that's all December, all January.
Okay.
February's over. That's 3 months,
Okay.
sir. 90 days you've had.
Oh, 90 days now. Now there's a set limit to a retired guy when they have to start riding. And
Well,
and
you just
training
said
and stuff
60,
again.
and I'm telling you got 90. You got to get busy.
Okay. Okay, well, I need an extension. All right?
All right.
Okay.
Still a little burnt out.
Yeah.
Still a little
Okay.
burnt out.
All right. The second part was I was at the far end of the table, so I'm not quite sure how it got started, but you said you would not go do Paris Supercross for 10 grand. You would nope,
Yeah,
that is
wow.
not enough money.
Yeah, I'm not going to Paris for 10 grand.
That's ridiculous.
What do you mean that's ridiculous?
10 grand is a
nights
good
of
amount of
racing.
money. Why would you not want it?
Why aren't you doing Daytona, Weege? It's a good money.
Because they pay me about 1/10 of the 10 grand.
Okay.
If they
and
want to
you're
give me
just
10 grand, I'm there.
And you're just talking. You don't have to do 6 main events
$10,000, I'd do a lot. I would
for
do a
2
lot.
nights. No, I'm out. Keep it. Send some French guy there.
It started with Phil was mad about some of the guys that do get to do it,
Mm-hmm.
that he feels may be inferior to him.
Yep.
And then somebody, probably the great Justin Brayton, is like, well, how much you think they're making? And he's like, 10 grand. And then we're like, well, would you do it for 10 grand? And then Phil said no. And then we're like, well, how could you be mad at them? They took an offer you wouldn't take.
Yeah.
You said, what,
I
25?
know what people are making. I know what people are making for rolling around at that race. I'm not going for 10 grand.
Well, that
I'm
was
out.
your point. The
Send
100
somebody
grand that other guys make, right?
Well, and you want to know the best part is I'm 36, I'm retired, and I'm never going to race Paris anyway. Didn't do it in my prime. Certainly, as fuck not going to do it when I'm retired. So,
Oh, man, that 10 grand would go even further when you're retired.
Yeah.
Actually,
No,
one
I'm
of your
good.
hooks was if I get hurt at Paris and it screws me up for Anaheim, that's where I make
Well,
the majority of my money. That's not a problem anymore.
Well,
Get laid out in
exactly,
Paris. Take the 10 grand.
I
Get laid
get-
out.
Okay, but I wasn't invited to Paris in 2024. Maybe 2025 would be different. But in the past, I'm not risking going to Paris for 10 grand when I make way more money than that in Supercross and Outdoors and SMX. Why would I go risk it in Paris? Jam a risk or get jacked up for 10 grand.
I think
Fuck that.
I think we figured it out, Steve. It's open season. Phil's open for business. This is the year. He doesn't have to worry about Anaheim 2026.
Yep.
2025 Paris. Get Eric
All right,
Bernard
Eric.
on and let's
No,
make this happen.
I have a lot of good races coming up here soon that are good money for me to go do.
Oh.
And they're fun races. I don't have to go get smashed by a French dude at Paris Supercross.
So we've added some races other than Fox Hill?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, I didn't know
I don't
this.
have to tell the media everything.
Okay. All right. Well, you are in the media.
I know I am in the media, but I don't have to tell my other colleagues in the media what I'm doing.
Okay. Well, speaking of that, you never came to the press box this weekend in Dallas. Lewis was up there. Dark was up there. They were waiting. Lewis needs to talk to you about this beef you guys have. He wants to mend the fence. Nothing.
Wow. I'm sure the press box was great, and the shit talking on the riders, on what they should be doing, on how easy the track looks like, I'm sure it was all time, you know?
You had time to find Galdi.
I did have time. Galdi did buy me a beer. Of course
Okay.
I'm going to go find Galdi. Beer's not allowed in the press box.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's fair.
Fair,
actually.
fair,
Yes.
yeah.
Did Galdi go to the press box or even
No.
watch the race?
No,
Did he
who
watch
knows?
the race?
Yeah, he was there, but he could have been blacked out drunk. Nobody
No,
knows.
he was well on his way. So we had just got done with the LCQs.
Yeah, he texted me. He texted me and said that you told him that he ruined Canadian motocross.
He did.
Okay, all right.
He did. He ruined it. He hates guys like me going to Canada.
Yeah.
I'm like, guys like me make your Canadian series better. What are you talking about?
I agree.
He goes, no, you cost too much money. I'm like, what is too much money? What are you talking about? You know, he's like, teams can't afford you guys. I'm like, Jesus, you pay two of your best guys up there good money. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, well, yeah, that's all. That's how Galdi's report was. I saw Phil. He told me I ruined Canadian moto, and then
He did ruin.
Yeah.
He ruined me, and he tried to throw me out of his country.
Yeah, he did.
For me-
Phil
for me
Nicoletti here
threatening
on the
somebody.
show, brought to you by Renegade Race Fuels. Please PulpMX 25 to save. What do you think of Enzo's performance?
Enzo did good.
Yeah.
I mean,
Rode well.
you know, I mean, is there where Enzo should finish? In my book, in my eyes, no. But for where he was and where, you know, obviously he went back to Brazil after Glendale for 2 weeks, and he only had two days on the bike before.
He
and
really likes Brazil. Jesus.
yeah, I mean, he went 9, 6, 8. You know, I mean, I don't know. You can only put so much effort into something and expect that in return. You know, so
Okay.
that's where it was at. But yeah, it's
Okay.
what it is. It was still a good building day, I guess.
Chase Sexton, Phil, go ahead.
I don't know, man.
There it is. Well done.
That's
Good
our
answer.
segment. That was our segment. I don't know, man.
I don't know, man. Like I had plenty of talks with people. Weeds knows one of them, and we're saying there's no way Sexton does this 3 times in a row. And somebody else said for sure he's going to do it a third time, and there it is. For the third time he did it, and I was just like, why?
Oh, like three,
or
like
how?
three, like Tampa, Detroit. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
right.
Tampa,
Got it.
Detroit.
Yeah.
This weekend, you know, and I was just like, what? And I was sitting there in the suite with Mr. Tom and Andy White, and you know, Chase is going after Coop, and I'm like, what? Why? It doesn't matter. You know, why is he like going balls to the wall to try and do this? And then sure as shit that happened, and I'm like, wow, you know. Yeah, I couldn't imagine the feeling that Chase was, you know, and the mental shit that he was going through when he got done, because
He was in a deep place, as you like to say, Phil. He was in a deep, dark place.
Yeah,
he was in a deep, dark place, wondering what the hell just happened. Yeah, I don't know the thought process on that. And I did talk to somebody on the team, and they said, you know, they kind of ran through the scenarios on, you know, who he had to beat, and Coop wasn't one of the people that he had to beat for the overall, you know, so he knew that. It just, I don't know, yeah, I don't, I don't know, man. Fuck.
But having said that, we were talking about this on the review show. I don't believe it affects him in Daytona. I think he's as badass as ever in Daytona, and he could very possibly win the thing by 10 seconds.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
I mean,
yeah.
like, he was a badass, you know, Saturday night after he stole his bike and he got going. It's just like, dude, when he's up and going, dude, there's no stopping him. He's on rails, you know. He has that like JS7, you know, just fucking put it in boost mode, you know. But at that point, like, shit happens fast, and his crash was, whether Coop cut down or not, or Mitchell Harrison was not there, like he had a very small room for error. Like, he was tucked in the front anyway, you know. I mean, the front end took off, and I think he was going to high side up into the tough blocks. But yeah, what's that?
Well, you add in the crash with Cooper in the second main, which was kind of dorky. What are you doing?
Like,
You're trying to turn left. He's there. and then add in the stall, which Chase has said, I got to stop doing that 100 times now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you're just like, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, and he had to get pretty Kenny kind of got by him. He had to get pretty loose to get Kenny.
Yeah.
You're just with each one of these, then you have to take more of a risk to make up for it.
Yeah.
Which then leads to more risk of another problem and compounds.
And again, in Glendale, he just took it easy, didn't win a main event, and then told us how he didn't care. He got the main event. He got the 25 points.
Like I don't know. I would have been totally fine. Like, you know, you asked me after Glendale, like, if you're Chase, would you care if you didn't win a main event? Fuck no. I won the race. I won the money. I got the total amount of points. I'm telling you, right now he would have been happy with doing that same thing after Dallas. Like, fuck, okay, yeah, I didn't beat Coop, but I got the overall and I got max points. That's what it takes to win a championship. Now he's down in points and no red plate. It's like, fuck. Granted, you know, it could swing this weekend, but it shows every year that Coop is not someone you want to, you know, kind of fuck with when you get around these areas, because Coop's worst finish will be fourth place, you know?
Weege was talking
talking
about this earlier. You're obviously, you and Chase are friends, but you and Coop go way back. He's rubbing his hands together right now.
Yeah. Like, and the room for error for Coop is a lot smaller on a Saturday night than it is for Chase. That's just statistically proven. You know, I mean, Coop doesn't make those mistakes, and he'll just sit there and wait. You know, so Coop is probably sitting there rubbing his hands together. You know.
Also, I was going to say, if Sexton is going for it on that final race, I guess we know that he knew the situation. He didn't have to do it, but I guess he wanted to. We can only presume he wants to just beat Coop straight up for whatever message that sends. But do you think, knowing Coop as well as you do you think that really, even if he had pulled it off, does that mess with Coop that much?
No, it doesn't. Coop's in it for 17 rounds. He doesn't care about a main event and a Triple Crown.
Yeah. I mean, even Weege said that Sexton could give him the guns over the finish, and Webb doesn't care.
I don't think it would affect him one bit.
No, I mean, you think, you know, 5 years down the road, do you think people are thinking about Dallas Triple Crown third main event, or are they thinking about the 2025 Supercross champion?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, I mean, that's what Coop looks at, you know, and I think Chase needs to think that same way, you know. It's a different mentality, but Coop's just going to sit there, and Coop's he's on point.
At the other night, he goes 6-1-1, and he was maybe the third fastest guy, maybe the fourth. I don't know. Like, I
don't know about that. To me, you know, I think he is the second fastest guy. Maybe, Kenny's got I mean, Kenny's saying he's not as fast as those guys.
I know,
which is BS. I mean, Kenny's fucking unreal, you know? But
Kenny's leaning into the, I don't know if I'll win a championship. Maybe my days are over. I'm not as fast. Kenny's really leaning into
that. Meanwhile, Kenny's the most explosive guy in the first 3 laps of outdoors and Supercross in history. So I don't know if I really believe any of that, but I mean, I think Coop's the best all-around racer at this point in time when it comes to, you know, setting out a plan and sticking with it on a race day, you know. So
Phil Nicoletti here, brought to you by Renegade Race Fuels. PulpMX 25 is a code to save. What'd you think of Barsha and Anderson? This is great. It was great. I said in the press box. I was really pissed off at myself because I'm up there, you know, with the great media members that we have, some of the smartest men in the sport, and I'm up there.
Great riders too.
Great riders, all of us, all of us. And I'm up there, and I'm like, oh, Barsha and Anderson, watch this. But this was maybe a lap before that, and I was watching them. I was locked on, and I'm like, this is going to be great. And, dude, I don't know. I fucking turned away and watched something else on the track. And then the next thing I know, they're picking up their bikes. I was so mad at myself because I knew it was coming. I was fucking RV rubbing my hands together, and then I looked away. I was bummed.
It's like it's like a pit bull. It's just like, oh yeah, you pet it, it's all good. And then all of a sudden you turn your head away and it fucking snaps you.
Yeah,
you know.
Dude.
I'm not saying all pit bulls are like that, but it's fucking. I mean, Bam and Anderson are 2 pit bulls. You know. I don't know. It's just that's them. And I mean, Anderson was on one all day, obviously.
Yeah,
you know?
He got into it with Coop. Wait, that was last week.
No, that was
This week.
qualifying.
I mean, for me watching, I'm just like, okay, yeah. I mean, it brings entertainment. You know?
yeah.
I mean, I would fucking lose my mind, but
I guarantee you, Barsha they were both fine with that. I guarantee you. Yeah. Good racing.
Just good racing.
Good racing.
Just good racing. I also let's not forget the insult to injury. So Sexton crashes it away. I'm sure he's
Bam smashed it.
yeah. And then just to put salt on the wound, he gets smashed in the last corner because Barsha's never seen an inside that's open that he's not going to take.
No.
I don't know if it had any effect on overall or anything.
No, it actually didn't. I looked. It
did not.
changed nothing. Yeah.
He does not care.
No.
Somebody's on the outside.
Yep.
I'm going for it.
And you know Sexton's fuming, upset,
And then he gets ran.
just like, shit. Yeah.
Just gets blasted by Bam in the last fucking
So good,
corner.
dude.
Just like, fuck.
This is an interesting thing, too, I was going to bring up. So Anderson, Malcolm, and Barsha's contracts are all up for next year. Assuming they're the same price. APs too. Okay.
And Chases.
Yeah.
I was going with these three guys because I think APs probably comes back and I think Chase goes back. But anyways, which would you sign if they were all the same price? Anderson, Barsha, Mookie. Just say same budget, same price.
Fuck.
Because look, Anderson outdoors doesn't give you really anything.
He got podiums last year.
Last
Mookie?
year? Mookie got a podium at Budds Creek.
I think Anderson's still better than Mookie outdoors.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Bam?
I think.
Bam maybe a little better outdoors, but I honestly feel like for the most part, Anderson.
You got to go Anderson.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so. Supercross, he does. I mean, you could probably look at the results. He's probably a little better.
Supercross, yeah. I would say, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to go. I think you got to go Anderson. You know, I mean Mookie and Bam. Yeah, they did really good outdoors last year. Well, Bam struggled because he was hurt, but
yeah.
I mean, does a Supercross win trump anything else? I mean, I don't know how you don't hire back a Supercross winner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
In the bank.
Do we think Anderson gets one this year? I kind of said yeah before the year, but now I'm thinking no. Like, I don't know. We're 7 rounds down. We got 10 to go, and these 3 guys seem...
Yeah, I mean, not the way Coop and Chase have been riding at the moment.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. I find it hard, but yeah, I'd like to say yes that Jason gets one. You know, because I do like Jason and I want him to get one, but I just don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
It surprised me. It told me a lot at Detroit when Chase got stuck in the gate. I did not think he would get to Anderson.
Yeah,
I thought,
yeah.
I didn't think Coop and Kenny, of course not.
I told Pookie he's going to get 4th or 5th.
Yes,
Yeah.
I didn't think he'd get to 3rd. That told me a lot. Because now it's like, wow, that's a pretty big difference.
And I mean, Jason just really rolled over and gave it to him. It's like I love how there's sort of an etiquette with riders, especially the top level guys. When you get lapped, you move over and go super slow. When someone catches you from way back, you kind of let them go.
Yes, but no,
Nope.
I'll disagree with you on this.
Okay.
It was for a podium.
Yep, it was. Yeah, that's 25.
You know, if it was for 4th or 5th, it'd be like, all right, Jason, what the fuck you doing, dude? Move. But it's like it was for 25, 30K, whatever it is. Like that's something to stuff somebody for and be like, hey man, sorry, you're not going by that easy. At least try.
Yeah.
You know. So I can't not. As much as I want to say, yeah, he caught you from way back, but at the same time, it's for a podium, so it is what it is.
But I think Anderson's Cowie contract is only top 2.
Oh,
really?
Yeah, I can't tell you how I know that, but I think it's only top 2.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I will give
because you can roll over. You can say, hey, how about putting more in the top 2, and yeah.
I will give Anderson credit. When we had the lap rider gate at Tampa with Kenny, they asked Coop and Anderson to weigh in on it. And Anderson said, I don't want to say too much because I could have an off night and I could be a lapper. And I was trying to think, what is the scenario where he's a lap rider? But he actually was in one of these Triple Crowns. And, dude, he went 2 miles an hour on the right side of the track and could not have made it easier.
I even watched Oldenburg. I had him in fantasy one week, and I'm like, Mitch, come on, man. Mitch is like, dude, I'm going 3 miles an hour rolling this jump to let everybody
to make
by.
it easy on them.
Right.
Yeah.
Phil Nicoletti here on the show. We got the X Brown Goggle Tear-Offs, right? We got them? All right, let's do that. X Brown Goggle Tear-Off segment.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire
Rapid fire. X-Brand Goggles, the choice of champions everywhere. Freddie Noren, Kyle Chisholm. So many riders wearing X-Brand goggles, and we got a lot of privateers out there as well, crushing it with X-Brand. Pulp Show 25 is the code to say with the Lucid goggle.
Can we
Check
just say
them
something
out.
about Freddie real quick?
Yeah.
Phil.
Oh, Fred.
We did a re-raceable show on Unadilla 2014. We interviewed Trey Kennard, who won a fantastic second moto. And then we looked at the results, and there's you and Freddie battling it out.
10 years ago.
And if you go to 2024, there's you and Freddie battling it out.
Yep.
Yeah, we were in a. I said to we were talking about the results. I think me, JB, Shorty, and Freddie were like 5, 6, 7, 8,
Yeah.
and then we went 7, 8, 9, 10. The second motos, So yeah, I've had some battles with Fred over the fucking years, especially outdoors.
And
when
he-
he
yes.
was Happy Honey was good.
Dude, and he's like, well, you are too, Phil, but he is a determined little guy. Like he is. He is not letting someone go. You know,
No.
You know, you're the same way, but like two guys that are just like, I'm not letting you go.
No, Freddie's a digger, man.
Yeah, he is.
He's and he's a tough son of a bitch too. Like I said, he can hit a concrete wall and get up and dust it off and keep on trucking.
Yeah.
You know, and
Wow.
he proved it again in the LCQ this weekend. Cartwheeled in the whoop
Yep.
and bounced up.
And never
you know?
forget the one lap in Houston COVID cross.
Oh, I will never.
Someone's
ever
got that on
forget
video.
that.
Like either A-Ray or Jericho. I've seen it, and I watched it, and I watched it back. If someone's listening to this, it's my friend that showed me the lap. Send it again. It's phenomenal. It's just,
Please put that video out there so my Kawasaki test track could be put to shame. Please, because
Jay got you
this one
again.
lap of yeah, fuck Jade. But dude, Freddie's one lap in practice at Houston
picks it up.
will go down is one of the gnarliest laps I've ever seen.
Picks it up, dies, gets up, triples, dies, picks it up,
Gets up, endos off a Supercross triple,
and then
dies.
rides off.
Yeah. After the first one, I'm heading back to the pits. It took him 3 times to be like, all right, this ain't my practice. I'm going
It's my
back.
time to go home. Someone's got that. If someone listens, please send it to me because I've seen it. All right. These questions are submitted by Corey Moser. Weege, are you familiar?
No, do not know him.
Okay. All right.
No.
Here we go. 30 seconds on the clock.
All right. First question for Steve. How do you fix Sexton, and what do you think is the underlying problem?
Well, I thought he was fixed because he's older and but KTM looks better. So now I'm just going to go with, I don't know, man.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. For Phil, do you find yourself being cheaper now that you are quasi-retired, and what's an unexpected expense of retired life?
Unexpected expense. Well, I still pay for a trainer at the moment, so that's kind of where I'm at. That's my unexpected expense. I didn't think I'd be paying for a trainer still, but I am.
Why are you?
Because I still enjoy training, and
Yeah, but you know
I
what
like
you're
to have
doing. You know what you're doing.
No, I don't, but it's still it's just good to have reassurance, and it's cool to have different workouts and stuff. Yeah, I do know what I'm doing, but I mean,
If only you had a
I
friend that started an online training business where they could switch up programs for you, and you could follow these programs based on things, and you had it on your computer and Training Peaks. If only you had anybody like that.
Maybe you even gave it the nickname that became the name of the company.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Maybe.
I don't trust him.
Okay.
He'll overtrain me or something.
Did you see his skiing he did? He averaged
Yes.
160 heart rate for 4 hours.
Yeah, which is not that bad for him. You
Really?
know?
Okay. Jesus.
Yeah, I mean when he compared to his marathon times, but he was definitely full body fatigue because he did Berkey, but where he was at, long story short, they haven't had snow up in Millville, so he hasn't been able to cross country ski. So he pretty much went and did that cold turkey, which he did an awesome job.
Well,
he really did.
I know Phil said he wouldn't trust him, but trolltraining.com, everybody on board with the show. Will Hahn, Wessling, Alex Martin, they'll train you right. Don't listen to Phil about not trusting them. Trust them. All right, next question.
All right, for Weege, do you prefer to announce a Triple Crown or a traditional Supercross?
Oh, Triple Crown all the way. I've said this before. If Triple Crown was the normal Supercross format we had seen for decades, and someone suggested, I have a new idea. We're going to have one race at the end of the night. At the beginning, we'll have 2 races that count for nothing. Let's try that. People would say that sounds like the dumbest thing ever.
Okay, fair enough. Hey, you're gonna go up for 9 laps or 8 laps, and
Gonna
you're
risk it.
You're gonna
Is there anything on the line? Nope. Points? Nope. It's for gate pick.
gate pick.
Alrighty, for Steve. Weege is a sneaky good athlete, but what's something else most people don't know about him?
He's really
Wait,
cheap.
what?
We just sneaky good cardio, Phil.
Hmm.
Like he can run, he can bike. He's got cardio now. Kevin Kelly's online said you can't.
That is based on one incident at a dodgeball game.
Okay.
That is unfair.
Okay.
That is a small sample size.
All right, and we know about your dirt bike riding,
Yeah, it's pretty atrocious.
right?
Yeah.
But athletically, because I've known like he used to go running in the mornings before some of his supercrosses, and he would just like sneaky good.
All right, for Phil, what's your biggest win bonus?
My biggest win bonus that I've ever had gotten? I didn't win anything, or just in general.
I think
Triple Crown, bro. But Canada Triple Crown, man.
Yeah, I guess, but that was a full series,
Oh,
though.
okay. Okay.
You know.
Well, what was
I mean,
it?
I mean,
What was in your contract? Like biggest win, even in your if you had one, 50K.
my the Husky one I want to say was 70.
Okay.
Because my 450 podium at Unadilla was 25.
All right.
All right.
So yeah, I think it was 70 or 75.
Alrighty, for Weege, what's the most you'd be willing to pay for a concert at the Sphere, and who you watching?
You know, someone that was friends with RC was in the booth with us this weekend. They were asking about the Sphere, and I'm like, no, I don't want to hear Sphere talk because I'm going to get all of it on Monday. And they said something about the tickets were like $800.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. The only way I'm going is if I can badmouth it enough for Steve to say, I will buy you a ticket just to prove it to you. So that's what we're going to go with.
What would you max spend for a concert? I don't know your
Because this
favorite
Sphere
music.
is life-changing,
Yep, it is.
I suppose I could go into the triple digits. I might even spend $250.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
But it's worked before. My friend Phil,
Yeah.
I don't know if you know him.
Yep.
I got free tickets, my wife and I, to go to see Morgan Wallen in concert, and Phil paid for it.
I don't know how that ever happened, but yeah,
I don't get
I
it
did
either.
hear about that.
I even said, "What's your PayPal?" And he said, "Don't worry about it."
Yeah.
God bless.
I don't know what.
We're just gonna make up for it on the back end some
Okay.
way.
All right.
Well,
Some
who are
way.
you seeing, too, by the way, Weege?
Huh?
Who are you seeing? That's part 2 of the
For
question.
$250, yeah.
Not really into concerts.
Dude.
Yeah.
Once you went to the Sphere, though,
What do you do at a concert? What do you do? Sing? Do you dance? What do you do? What do you do
you
at a
sing.
concert?
Yeah, you sing.
You do sing along?
Nothing. It's a waste of fucking time.
Yeah, I don't know what you do at a concert.
Well, you stand there and you sing.
nod your head
Yep,
and
yeah. It's
you nod your
music.
head.
Live music's great. Yeah.
I mean, you can hear it for free, like out of speakers. You can nod your head.
Okay.
It's kind of weird.
Okay.
What do you do?
I think I got my race tech rant for later.
Okay.
Phil, what's the most you would
That
pay
might-
for the Sphere?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm not going to the Sphere.
Thank
Like-
you.
No matter what?
No, I have. I mean, would it be cool to go check it out? But I don't need to go there and like watch a concert there. I'd rather maybe just go.
Okay,
yeah,
so
check
they
it
have a
out.
movie. They show a movie there.
Yeah.
Cheapest ticket, I believe. It's sort of like Postcards from the Earth. It's called. So it's really built for the Sphere.
Yeah.
I think the cheapest ticket's like $125.
Oh my God, are you
Are
serious?
we going?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That thing is over $100.
Yeah.
For a movie thing.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Are you going,
No.
Phil?
No, I'm out.
Wow. Okay.
All right, for Steve, has the sweet life at Daytona helped reduce your complaining? Does buying media work?
Yeah, absolutely. It's great up there. I'm taking advantage again. My friend Frank. It's gonna be great. Ice cream. They got ice cream machine. They got shrimp cocktail. They had tri-tip. They got great seats. You can see the whole track. Like in front of you. Yeah, it's great.
It's unbelievable.
If only people knew how much you harass JB
The great Justin Brayton
About-
made this happen.
about Frank.
Daytona 500 ends, and the president of Daytona had a to-do list for like Monday. All right, we're moving to Supercross, and you were on the top of it.
Thank you,
ridiculous.
JB. Thank you, JB.
Jeez.
All right, Phil, biggest celebrity crush?
Biggest celebrity crush? I don't fucking know. There's a lot of them. No idea. Well, I'm gonna go. You want to know what? I'll stick with the hot, like how we were ranking hot chicks or whatever, I'll go Rachel McAdams.
All right, okay.
Alrighty, last question for Weege. What's the most amount of jobs you've had at any given time, or most number of 1099s you've gotten?
Yeah, easily in the double digits. Easily in the double digits. It's a little less now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say 15.
Okay.
Let's go 15 in a year.
All
yeah.
right. That's not bad. X-Brand Goggles, choice of champions everywhere. All right, Philip, we're going to get Coty Schock on right now. And obviously, podium guy, man, for your old team. So did a good job.
Yeah, awesome. No, he deserves it. It's cool.
All right, anything else for Phil?
We interviewed Coty, and Coty actually said he knew that the team could take another level. He had seen the results of guys like Marchbanks and Nicoletti.
He said that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And named it as like, this team could take me to another level.
Yeah. Well, look, Phil got the team a lot of exposure. Yep. Marchbank's got some podiums. Phil got whole shots.
He might have said Enzo, too, I think, to be fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, buddy.
Remind Coty, he had 2 chances last year to beat me.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And he couldn't do it.
I got over him.
I like it.
But these are the showdowns? Are we talking? Showdowns?
Yeah. Just the showdowns.
You beat him?
Yeah.
You beat him in both?
Yeah, but he's got a Supercross podium, so it don't matter.
Still, that's good, though. Your record is 2-0.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on. Well, we can. He's coming on right now, so we'll grab him. And we got Brad on the line too. Brad is a vet who exchanged a jersey with Jordan Smith, and so we'll grab Brad's call here too. Well, actually, let's do this real quick. Brad, you there? Brad. Yep.
Bye, Brad.
Okay. Ryan. No, is this Ryan?
Oh, yeah, Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan. Sorry,
Ryan.
buddy. What's up, man?
Yeah, not Brad.
Sorry. What's up?
I exchanged a jersey with Justin Cooper on press day.
We hung out.
Yeah. Hey,
He said Jordan Smith here. My guy
Jason.
said Jordan Smith. So good job, Tallon. Okay. Justin Cooper.
Yeah, no, my name is Ryan Smith.
Okay. All right.
Now it's making a little more sense. There we go.
Last name Smith. Yeah.
Yep.
No, I was calling in to show my appreciation for all the guys in the media and everybody that kind of put the veterans up front and willing to talk to us. All the guys, all the riders, they were super cool on Friday. That whole experience was next level.
Oh, that's cool.
I wish it was more open to the public like that because as many Supercrosses I've ever been to, it just doesn't do it justice without being down on the floor.
Yeah, no. Once you do that, you do get a new level. Like when people walk the track, they're like, "Holy shit!"
Yeah,
I
think there were about 75 in the group, something like that. 75 veterans, I think, they were there on Friday, something along those lines. Right?
Quite a few actually, and again, it was quite the thing for all of us to be able to go do that for sure. There's a lot all the jersey swaps that we did that day. Plus a whole bunch of other stuff is getting auctioned, and everything goes back to the Veteran MX Foundation to help support, veterans and the championship that we do every year in September and all that. So all the support is it's phenomenal. The whole military appreciation thing was, that's the second year there in Dallas that we've been able to do that, and it gets better every year now, so it's awesome.
Cool. Awesome, man. Good to hear. I'm glad you had fun, and good props to Cooper.
And Jason, it was good talking with you, even though we had to yell at each other there during press day.
Yeah, the bikes were on the track, but it was great stuff that you
Yeah.
have going there, so that was cool. It was no problem to chat. You guys do a lot, so we appreciate it too.
Yeah.
Yep.
No,
Ryan, did you get to walk the track?
Yeah, we walked most of it. Yeah, we started on the whoop section, and every single one of us was like, "How do you guys do this?" Because we all ride dirt bikes. We understand how hard it is, but we've never been down there. And we got to walk probably half of it, a little bit more.
Ryan, in the press box, it's easy. Like in the press box, it's fine. It's not an issue.
Yeah, from the stands, it even looks like
it looks easy.
Not a general Joe could get out there and do it, but it does not. It just doesn't do it justice without standing on that stuff.
Right. So I'm going to ask. Okay, since you're an average Joe that rides dirt bikes, how much to hit the finish line? How much money? You get 2 runs at it,
dude. I don't know. I'm recovering from my third ACL and I've broken my back, so
I'd probably do it for about $100.
Wow.
$100?
Huh?
Yeah, I mean it's just a Supercross triple, just seat bounce it, third gear, right?
I mean,
gear.
yeah, third would
No?
get you over it.
Third might put you out of the stadium.
It'd probably take a lot more than that, to be honest with you, because even standing on that triple was just like, yeah, it's ridiculous.
Cool, man. Well, hey, thanks for the call, Ryan.
So-
Appreciate it, man. Thank
Hey,
you.
thanks. Yeah, thanks for taking it.
Yeah, no worries.
Long time listener, first time caller.
Awesome. Thanks, man. Thanks for
Thanks,
listening.
Ryan.
Appreciate it. Thank
Yep.
you.
Yeah, have a good show.
Thank you. Renegade Race Fuels bringing you Phil Nicoletti, and let's bring in our next guest here, the gentleman's first career podium brought to you by Luxon Clamps from Delaware, hotspot of moto, Coty Schock. What's up, buddy?
Hey, man.
Congrats.
Thanks.
Hey, so Phil, go ahead and tell Coty though, like again, what you told us before.
No, hey, Cody, you got a Supercross podium on me, but remember last year.
I never beat Phil. God damn it.
No, it happens, man. It happens to the best of them. Never beating Phil.
Yeah.
I told him I'd take that Supercross podium trophy over not beating me any fucking day of the week, though.
Yeah.
So don't worry about it.
And while I'm at it, though, can we talk about these trophies? Like, come on, man. I mean, look, they're bigger than the iPhones they were during COVID.
Yeah.
You know, they're more, but like, dude.
That thing's heavy.
Think how hard it is that you work to get a podium in a Supercross. Think how gnarly that is, how incredible of a rider you are. And it's a plaque about the size of this Starbucks cup.
Did it have the right event and date on it?
It did. But the best part is I was handed the wrong champagne bottle, so I was actually holding Deegan's bottle when
Yeah.
Ah,
nice.
Fucking winner.
Yeah, there we go.
Hey, I won, right? I was the first loser, so I won.
Yeah, there you go.
God,
that's the way
Coty.
to put it. There we go.
God.
All right, Philip, anything else for Coty before we let you go?
No, I actually texted Cody earlier. I said, awesome job. So
Yeah.
it's cool to have an underdog, get a podium. And,
Yeah.
It's always good when someone's not expected to do it or not like a up-and-comer to make it to that point, So it's like I felt like I was one of those. Obviously, Cody was able to achieve something I wasn't able to, which is it's badass. So hopefully, I told him hopefully the next one tastes just as sweet as this one. So it's pretty cool. So
Yeah.
and also for the club guys as well. So it's,
Yeah.
they're still like family and stuff, and they all deserve it.
Awesome. All right, Philip, thanks for calling, buddy.
All right.
Thank you.
See you, fellas.
All right,
Bye.
see ya. Coty Schock, everybody, brought to you by Luxon Clamps, the same clamps on his PulpMX bike. Pulp 2025, the code to save. All orders, $100 or more, ship free. If you're looking for some clamps that Coty Schock, Freddie Norn, and many others use out there, they make the best parts you can buy. They use advanced engineering techniques to develop products that are unlike the rest, lighter and stronger with optimized stiffness to improve your riding comfort and handling. Coty, what about just the off-track excursion there and the jumping back on? That was unique, man. Good job on that.
At club, we are allowed to play ride every once in a while, so yeah, that's where it came in.
Yeah, no, I like that. That was a strong move.
Oh, it's like K-Dub transfer. You were just working on a transfer.
Yeah.
Yeah, but just don't put K-Dub and I in the same sentence because that's disrespect to him.
Hey, it is funny, though, that when K-Dub retired, there was a lot of talk of, like, who's going to take the transfer?
Yeah.
No one wants it.
Yeah.
Out of respect, it's like, nope, that's his.
They were getting pretty dumb by the end.
Oh, yeah, they were out of control.
Yeah, they were not great. Hey, good starts. Fantastic starts. Fought hard all three main events. It's your first podium. I almost think in a way like it's no one can take it away from you, regular main or triple crown main, but dude, to put it together 3 times with the starts, with all the laps, like I don't know, I feel like this was just way more legit than even a regular main in my ways because somebody like yourself can get a 4th or a 3rd in one of the triple crowns. You get a good start. It's a short race. You hold on. But, dude, to do it through all 3, it was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I agree. People could say that. I mean, for me, I wish I could have done a little better, as in like gone maybe a 2-4-3 or 2-4-2. Just be up there a little bit more consistently to get second. But at the end of the day, like I did what I had to do, and having 3 mains like that, it's chaos. I mean, it's 3 short races, and you have to get good starts. And I completely turned my Triple Crown day around from Glendale to Arlington. I struggled bad in Glendale with starts and just kind of my overall riding. So, you can't take this one away from me. There's, at the end of the day, you got to be in it to get the results. And it was straight up. It was awesome.
You made some bike changes for starts to help you on the starts a little bit?
I did.
Yeah.
I did. So, all season, I was finding myself wanting to go stiffer clutch springs for that hit. And it was definitely helping me in the whoops, just less slippage, more traction. But when we went into the stadiums, I had a lot of bite, and it was causing me to not connect my exits of the corners, and it was hard for me not to double clutch coming off the gate, and I was almost getting too much traction through the whoops. So. The off season, I asked a lot out of the bike, and then I pretty much have detuned it to control it more. So I am now on my last year's clutch spring setup, and I actually went down a tooth on the rear sprocket. It's not like we're reinventing the wheel, but just trying to get me to shift a little less on a 250, kind of ride it like a 450, because I tend to do well on the 450s, and I just like how the power rolls on. So we kind of got the 250 feeling like a 450 in a way, and the bike's damn good. There's no hiding it. And we definitely proved it this past weekend that the bike can consistently start up front. So that's our goal, start up front and finish up front. So we did that, and it was pretty killer.
Yeah, no, good job for the PulpMX guys, and on the podium, Marchbanks got him on the box. Phil led some laps.
Leader lights.
He did choke that one time away. He choked that podium away, but Coty actually got it done. It's funny though, Coty, Lewis and I were up in the press box, and I said, "Hey, I'm like, Schock's got a podium before," and he's like, "I don't think so," and I'm like, "Nah, I think he got one." And just between the heat race wins and then of course Birmingham with Deegs, I don't know. I guess I somehow thought you had gotten a podium before, Coty. And I was like, oh, shit, they said it. So as soon as you kind of got off, within 2 minutes, JB or somebody was like, that's his first career podium. But I thought you got one. So I guess I was just.
I was able to add another heat race win to my name.
Yep.
And I was like, dang, okay, that's pretty cool. We're getting somewhere. And then, this happened. And I was like, it wasn't just like I got third. It was like I got second, and it's like, dang, that's even better. So, it still really hasn't sunk in, right? Nothing really changes. I go back to work tomorrow at club, and we're gonna train as usual, and nothing changes. Only other than I get a crisp high five from everybody, and we move forward. So we want to win, and I want to back it up. So. Yeah, the work doesn't stop. If anything, it just kind of I proved to myself right, that I can do it, and it felt good, and I want more of it. So let's just keep going.
Regis is a guy who was, kind of got screwed over by Phoenix. Club picked him up last year. Nobody really thought he was sort of like him and Cullen Park going at it for 9th and 10th, but the year before, and then gets on the club bike and signs a new 3-year deal soon after that, wins a heat race. It's a really cool story. It's
third in points.
Third in points. You are 2 points out of third right now, actually. Third in points last year. 2 points out of third right now. This is really unbelievable, kind of. You and Club and the guys have meshed. You're both, ascending together. It's a really cool story.
For me, I think I just needed structure in my life, and Club brings that structure. And there's no excuses, and their motto is winners find ways, and for me, I agree with that. And honestly, I don't want to find excuses. I want to find reasons. So they have given me all the tools to be successful, and now it's up to me, and that's what I want. And at the end of the day, I never want to blame on the motorcycle. Because at the end of the day, it's all on me, and I think that's what's best for me. So it's pretty cool, just having everything. It's surreal, and I'm living the dream that I have always dreamed about, but I'm exceeding that. So now it's like, okay, let me just start making more boxes because I've gotten this far.
Yeah. You had to battle Deegs in every race, I believe.
Yep.
What was that like? And where do you think he was really good at? Like, he rode great this weekend, and he came through.
Deegs is good. There's no hiding it.
Yeah.
It's not, dude, he's just good at finding, like, those little angles.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we watch film a lot, and we compare Deegs and I, and he'll just carve and just shave off distance on the track, and it's like, how?
He'll downside everything, right? He downsides everything.
He will, and it's just he has that, like, extra little bit of aggression in the turns, and it just there's, like, extra little bit of sendiness, and there's no hiding. The kid's good.
Yep.
It's cool to see. I definitely have learned a lot from him, watching him and racing with him, and I mean, he's definitely changing the sport, and it's good for everyone. I mean, the kid rips. There's no hiding it.
One thing I notice about you is, so we just talked about Deegs, and I don't think, like, on a skill level you're the same as Hayden, but what I notice about you is you do make mistakes out there. It's a mistake of aggression a lot of times because you're pushing so hard. But man, you don't, like, what I notice. You're an older guy now, but what I notice a lot with kids, 250 kids, is you make a mistake, and then you get in your head and you make another one, and then you blow another turn 3 turns later because you're like, oh, I gotta go because I just screwed this up. I've noticed you, Coty, you make a mistake, you screw up a corner or you case a rhythm, and, like, you don't get rattled. You just get right back into your groove and get right back on the guy. And, like, I've noticed you catching somebody, making a mistake, and then I look up and you're right back on the guy. And, like, you just, I think maybe because you're older, you've been around a little bit, but you don't let anything kind of rattle you. I think your ability on the track is for mentally strong is really good,
Yeah, and that did not come easy. Because, dude, I can show you this video where I made a mistake and I framed this triple so bad in 2021 that I ejected myself off the bike. And I used to be that guy. And I feel like now I've really had to mentally change my ways, as in, like, not caring as much. Yes, I truly do care about the race, right?
Yeah.
I care about that position, but I've really been trying to be better about not caring so much and just letting it brush off, but moving forward and not, dwelling on the past. And that's where I felt like Worlds really, really helped me. Having those short races with Shane, Shane was a beast during Worlds. And if I wanted to beat him, which I did twice, I had to be on it and no mistakes. And he was breathing down my neck every time. And it really forced me to, like, dial myself in and just continue to move forward and not focus on the past. So, I would say, yes, my age is definitely helping me, being more mature and just moving forward. But yeah, I mean, I was definitely that kid at one point. That was, I'd just click it in the gear and hold it wide and hope for the best.
Yeah.
Well, it's perfect. It goes to my next question. I joked with you about this Saturday after the race. The whoop skills back in the day at Salt Lake City were just, it was a exciting thing to watch. I'll just say that. It was exciting to watch.
Was this Cowie? Was this Cowie? What was
I
it?
don't even remember.
What was
Honda?
this?
Honda?
Okay,
Honda
okay,
yes.
yeah.
Whoops
Dual
are
exhaust too, which was not good because I bent both sides.
Double. Okay. Whoops seem like the kind of thing where it's hard to get 1% better in them. It's like you have to make a huge jump. So explain to someone how you can go from really struggling in whoops to being able to handle whoops. What is the process? Because it's like you have to make a 20% gain to be able to get to the next level. You can't just go 1 inch further. So how did you do that?
Dude, okay, I'll be completely open and honest. There was one day I was at Mumford's,
Uh-huh.
and I was with Tony Archer at the time on my Chaparral bike, and Tony was trying to get me to go through a set of whoops, and he pulls me over and he's like, "Dude, it's either you click fourth and you commit, or we're loading up, and we're going home." And I was like, "Okay," and I clicked fourth, I committed, and I went through the whoops, and I was going so fast, I hit an edge, I just kept going, and there comes a telephone pole, and I came so close to hitting that pole. But you know what? I committed. And then ever since then, it just kind of came together, and it's just like, the more effort that the more I commit into the whoops, the better the outcome.
Yep.
And then I started to slowly figure it out, right? Bike setup matters too, and I didn't really know what I was doing.
Yeah.
But this particular off season, JD came down the club just to hang out.
Oh, here we go. We just gonna really like this story.
Of course,
Yep.
the great Justin Brayton. Continue, please.
Yep. JD came down the club and he was watching, and he gave me kudos, right? I was riding well for myself.
Yep.
And he just gave me a few little tips, and then it just clicked even more. And then I just started focusing on the beginning part of the whoops, not focusing about the whole set, just the beginning.
Yeah.
And as long as I get the beginning fine, the rest is history. And yeah, I mean, I was the fastest in 2 out of 3 mains in the whoops in Glendale. And then I was the fastest in the whoops, I think one of the mains for Arlington. So it's like, we're getting somewhere with it. And I always told myself I want to be a solid rider, right?
Yeah.
And where was JB solid?
Solid in the whoops, baby.
Exactly. So if I can, continue this path, I want to be like JB Jr. I want to be good in the whoops. Like, if there's going to be a gnarly set, Schock's going to nail it.
Well, and then there's rumors that JB might be helping out Justin Cooper in the whoops.
Yeah,
Cooper may or may not have reached out to the great Justin Brayton to help him out. So
you can endorse this.
Yeah, Coty can endorse this.
You can endorse this, Coty.
Yeah.
That he knows what he's doing. Yeah. I'm just saying, that's exactly what I thought, because that's the thing about whoops. You literally had to get like 50% better in one day. You can't. It's not like corners where you're like, I could probably drive it in a little bit more. I could probably go. I could get that run. And they said the whoops. You literally had to go 40% more in one day to finally get it done.
Yeah. That didn't do that.
That's
Let
crazy.
me tell you, the amount of cojones that you need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Man.
it's a lot. I'm with you. Yeah.
That is, we keep making the joke that, if someone had said 5 years ago that you would be on the podium, that would have been shocking. But honestly, just as much, if someone had said someday you'll have the fastest segment time in the whoops, that's an amazing feat that you've come that far.
Well, we would be questioning if I was connected with them.
Yeah, you could do it once. Yeah. Just keep the transponder on the bike as long as it doesn't come flying off.
Coty Schock brought to you by the folks at Luxon MX. We do have a question for you from Luke. Luke, go ahead. What's your question to Coty Schock?
Yeah, Coty, congrats on the podium, mate. He's going to hate me for doing this, but one of my really good friends is actually working with you guys at the moment, Ty Rayfield, ZipFix.
Oh, yeah.
I see he was the first one to give you the big hug on the weekend, mate. You got any stories for us?
Stories about him?
Yeah.
Yeah, how's he going for you?
Oh, he is my favorite foreigner. I've been trying to work on my Aussie accent with him, and I'm not going to do it on the show because I'll sound like a fool. But Ty is the man, literally the man. That man, he's really changed how I perceive suspension, and he's proven to me that you don't need all this special stuff to, make it happen. As long as you truly know what your equipment is capable of, anything is possible. And he's a beast. He's literally a suspension wizard, and I am more appreciative of that man than he'll ever know. So
Yeah, that's awesome. He's Steve. He's got a really, really cool story. If you ever get a chance to do a podcast with him, he'd be worth grabbing for sure.
Okay, yeah, I'll definitely think about it. I know Bonacci will remind me of this. So,
I'd be glad to.
Mike B will tell you.
Mike B will tell me. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for the call, Luke. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Appreciate it. All right, Coty. Well, hey, man, congrats on the podium. It's really cool. Good things happen to good people. And I think everybody in the pits was happy for you. Like, yeah, you're a good guy. Did you sell your sweet O2 CR yet?
No, not yet. Not yet.
All right.
Yes, if somebody wants it, just hit me up.
Yeah,
but,
go to his Instagram. He's got a really nice Honda.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to, build a Yamaha and do some cool things with that. So I need to make room in the garage. Fiance doesn't really want me to do it, but you know what? It'll be all right.
I'll tell the story again. I was building a project bike, a 1990 bike, and I couldn't find a pipe that wasn't plated for the bike.
Yeah, I hooked you up.
And I saw Coty on his Instagram took a plated pipe and turned it into like a raw pipe.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "How do you do that, Coty?" And he told me, and I was like, "That sounds like a lot of work. I don't want to do that." Coty said, "Send it here. I'll do it for you."
What?
I sent my YZ125 pipe to Coty. He sent it back looking awesome.
You did it yourself, Coty.
Yep. And I said, "How much do I pay you?" He said, "Just give me the money for shipping." It was $20 shipping or whatever. Coty Schock.
Wow.
Just did it for free out of kindness of his heart and dialed me in.
I put Steve Matthes on the program. And the program is a Help a Brother Out program.
Yeah,
right?
it was awesome. And then this year at the PulpMX Ride Day at Lakewood, there's Coty Schock hanging out.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Bachelor party days.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, what are you doing?
Around a motocross track.
Yep, he's at Lakewood, hanging out.
Did you go to Denver or what? Like, why were you there for the bachelor party?
Yeah. I went to Denver.
Okay.
Yeah.
We were golfing.
Yep, golfing. And then they came out to Lakewood to watch us idiots.
You did not ride though.
No.
Okay, that would have been.
No. I didn't want Steve to show me up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
You didn't want that smoke. Daytona. Can we ask you about Daytona?
Yeah, sorry.
You're doing this?
Before we let
You're
you
doing
go.
this?
Yeah.
Tell everybody about what you're doing.
So I'm taking my 250 that I raced Saturday night, and I'm entering the 450 class.
That's awesome.
It's great.
Just don't want to miss Daytona?
No, I love Daytona.
Right.
There's nothing better than opening ceremonies and being on the line, looking up, seeing Daytona International Speedway lit up.
Yep.
Packed full of fans.
Yep.
And the place is just iconic. So I want to line up. I want to race with the big dogs, and
that's awesome.
In a way, I've raced with them before, so it's almost like a hello, you know?
Oh, outdoors for years, you've raced these same guys.
Yeah.
Do you even have a goal results-wise? I don't even think the 250s are really a disadvantage.
Result-wise, I think, I'll probably get crap for saying this, but I'd like to be 15th.
That's not crazy.
Like,
yeah,
that's not crazy.
No.
I mean, the 450 boys, they're good. There's no question about it, and you can't doubt anyone because it's filled with champions, and they're just good. So just to make the main event will be killer, and then I'm a racer. I'm not a practicer. So, line me up. But I would love to somehow get a killer start, like maybe top 5.
Okay.
And get the right-hand turn, so it's fair game.
I would settle down on that on a 250F, but that's, I mean, you gotta have goals.
Dude.
You gotta have goals.
No, because we practice starts down at club, and I can yank a 450. So
okay, are you next to Chase Sexton at club or Cooper Webb or? These guys, or
I
Ken
hold
Roxon?
Kenny in Worlds.
Okay, fair.
Oh, that's right. Super final, or is that what they call it?
Yeah, super final.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
That's
You
a good
have
point.
raced them.
I forgot about that too. Yep.
Yeah,
all right, Coty.
that's
Well,
true.
you sure showed us then. Hey man, that's gonna be cool. I'm looking forward to that. Thanks for the time tonight, Coty. Congrats on the podium, and we'll see you this weekend in Daytona.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Thank you so
All
much.
right. Thanks, buddy. See ya.
Yep,
Coty Schock, everybody. Podium guy from Dallas. Fantastic. Good job for him, the club guys. Right into our next guy here on the show tonight, brought to you by Renthal. A couple of millimeters, it all counts in the world of Renthal. Please check out Renthal Works Fit Tool. Check out their inventory locator on their website. Lock-on grips available now from Renthal, and no modifications needed for those bad boys that slip on any kind of handlebar. Available in all the different textures. and colors and all of that. And this gentleman uses Renthal bars on his Tedder Racing KTM. It's Justin Hill. What's up, man? How are you?
Hey, good ad, Steve. I too use Renthal.
You also support Renthal. Yeah, thanks for coming on. Appreciate
I
it.
do. Yeah, no worries, man.
I want to talk about the qualifying time or the overall. I got a lot to talk about. Thanks for the time tonight. So, fastest qualifier this weekend. So someone told me you did the quad. No one I know has seen it. Did you do it during the race on Saturday?
No, I never did it.
Okay, all right, okay, yeah.
They kind of they just made it. They didn't make it impossible, but what they did is they made it just to where if you didn't get it, you didn't have the right height, like you didn't have the right arc.
Yeah.
So I think if you would have cased it, you'd have been in some severe trouble.
Yeah, they told me they told me after press day, they're like, "Oh, we fixed it. It's not going to be done anymore." And then someone was like, "Dude, I think Hill did the quad." I'm like, I don't know.
Honestly, I think that it's hilarious because like they did make it less enticing because you just didn't want to case it. And to me though, if one person I just would have done it immediately. I wanted to do it. I just wasn't going to be the first guy.
Yeah.
Because. Well, for a multitude of reasons. First of all, after setting pole and feeling really good, I just didn't really have a whole lot of like extra risk taking on my mind, to be fair.
Yeah.
But 100%, you could have still done it. It's just, dude, I did not want to case that fucking thing.
No.
It was really scary. Look, because you were laid it down, so you'd be coming at it, and if you framed it, you would be going super fast and forward, and just probably wouldn't release very good.
Now, Weege, you saw Justin's heater through the whoops?
I saw your heater lap. You had I can't remember, you either jumped and then skimmed or skimmed and then jumped, but it was a thing of beauty. It was a work of art. So tell me about that whoop pass on that lap.
It was an accident. The skim was good in the first one. Skim was better, and then I felt like after watching some of I watched Cole Davies' lap.
Yeah.
Saw him do a couple sweet things, and then I saw that a couple guys, I couldn't tell which guy was which, but I saw a couple, actually might have been your guy you just had on doing it, it might have been Coty doing the kind of jump and then kind of blitz out.
Yeah.
And I saw some of that, so I just went and like, to be fair, going into that set after like greasing the sand and just like hitting everything really good, and I'm like, oh dude, I'm kind of on a heater. I was like, I'm just going to jump into these things, keep the front kind of light when I come down, and tape the thing. And it's just, I'm going to come out either really sweet and straight and killer and fast, or I'm going to sacrifice a lap. That's kind of where I was at.
Okay.
And not like in a scary way, just like I'm making my mind up to kind of do something gnarly here, which typically I never do. But it's different with Triple Crown. Like with Triple Crown, you have to get after it to get that gate pick. Whereas obviously, in any given day on a regular format, you could be 8th and you're lining up for the heat race 4th. Like it's really not the end of the world.
Yeah.
So all these big risks you take during the day, just the way I formulate it, like the big risks you would take during the day, the only thing you really get out of it, I feel like, is just kind of like that confidence against the other guys. But other than that, not much. So it's like the risk doesn't feel as necessary. Whereas the Triple Crown's like, dude, you got to kind of send it and be in.
Yeah.
First of all, you have to put in a good lap early so you're safe. Like it, because we've seen it before. Triple Crowns, guys that are really good, they crash, screw up a whole practice, making mistakes, and then go out for the second one and have a bike problem, or something stupid.
Yeah.
So the focus is always get a good one in that is going to hold, and then play with it. And so I just did that, and then on that one where I got way down there, it was just hit everything perfect. And
did you think it was?
Honestly, I had 20 in my mind. Like I remembered watching my lap from 20 in Dallas, and just how like I just diced the track. I watched my lap from Dallas in 20.
Wow.
Not that long ago, and I was like, dude, who's that guy? That looks sick. And I'm like, I'm gonna try to do that shit again.
Did you know? Like you knew it was a good one, like you said. Any idea like it was the fastest? Were you like, Were you surprised or no?
I was pretty confident that it was, to be honest with you. It's definitely the very best lap that I'd put together so far this year. Especially like sending it, because I just like I say, I don't normally get like all sendy like that on a regular format. So for me, it was like when I did that and I hit everything just right and I caught, you know when you grease stuff, it's like you can feel it. And I did, and I was just like, I think that's good. I didn't know if it'd hold, but then when I saw like a bunch of different guys, like from Kenny to Justin Cooper to, I think Anderson to Chase to everybody, like trying their asses off, and they just kept winding up below me. Second, and then just new names in second all the time. I'm like, oh, okay, that one was pretty sweet. I think it's gonna hold.
I said this on the review show again. Like Justin's a privateer. Like he's a privateer guy. There's no factory bikes. When's the last time a privateer qualified quickest? Like, can we just go through the?
I got a better question for you.
Okay.
When was the last time a privateer had it as cushy and good as I do? That's the real question.
Having a golf simulator?
It's so far from. Dude, the header deal is so far from privateer. Like it is. Because we're private and we make our own decisions. And it's not, But first of all, we have tons of help from KTM. And it's like I've got everything. There's nothing I'm like minus. I think that we're about to get a different. Well, we're working with those guys to just get a couple other things that we've just been kind of deciding if we feel like it was worth trying to get or not. But it's all development based. Like I've rarely run into a situation where I'm like, oh, I want this, but I can't get it, kind of thing. That just like rarely happens.
So do you have an ECU?
But anyway,
go ahead.
Do
you have an ECU transmission? Do you have that kind of stuff, or is it what you have? You're happy with?
The transmission is the transmission is the only thing that I currently am not. Well, so here's the thing: we have a transmission that is it's fiddled with, it's tumbled, it's checked for neutral. It's got it's got the little must-haves for racing. It's just not longer in any specific gear. That's the one that we're kind of looking at working with them on getting. But that hasn't, honestly, the stock transmission for the KTM is so long. Like it doesn't feel like you need it that bad. Where certain bikes have just insanely long poles on certain gears. Like the Honda in 20 was the MCR bike was like the second gear was literally you could go to the next county in. Like second gear was so long. And then just certain bikes have it, and like the KTM has a really long already kind of feeling first. That being said, it's like I'm just gonna I'm not shutting down anything anymore. Like the thing that I've learned in the last few years is just try it all. If you don't like it, you're only out the time it took you to figure out you don't like it.
I mean, look, Roxon just talked about how he got finally a factory transmission from Suzuki this year, and I couldn't believe it that a guy like Kenny, because I was a mechanic for a while, and like taller first gear, taller second gear, it's generally just money for guys like you. And Kenny was like, yeah, it's great. And I'm like, you haven't had this? He's like, no. It makes a difference. Like KTM, like you said, it's a long anyways, but generally speaking,
right. I would argue that they're even closer to kind of the factory than obviously without Suzuki having their own specific, OEM effort. That kind of is factory. I would assume most of the resources are going to them. So I would that's surprising to me too. Honestly, I figured he'd have
You've
it.
got the KYB stuff on there. Obviously, Ross is the man. Did you try WP at one point and didn't like it, or just Ross and KYB is a great combo. We've seen the chase obviously and all that. But did you ever try the WP stuff I know you've always been a Ross guy, so was it just, hey, can we do this?
I just, I trust Ross hugely, and I trust my brother when it comes to setups hugely, and Josh and me and Dakota just basically made it. And I take it back. I did ride some of the WP stuff, but it was not my setting. It was just like a setting. I think it was Benny's, and it was just like, so yes, I rode it. No, I didn't find out if it was like comparable or anything. We pretty much made up our minds that we were going to start with Ross's stuff and go from there. And if we ran into a situation where we needed to keep reaching, we would. But Ross takes care of us, and he's a genius. So we didn't need it. Like so far, we haven't needed it. Of course, I've got a ton of people that I trust in suspension and chassis world that I would call and go to and whatever. But Ross is the guy that we trusted.
Yeah.
I would say collectively the most, and he's been great to us. Honestly, this whole time, and in the preseason this year, it's kind of funny. Like, I tried a bunch of stuff this year and was super open-minded, but the more I tried of everything else and made selections and educated decisions, the less I needed Ross to change anything. We had a really good setting. I just needed to open my mind to other things to make it work better. And when we did that, we realized how close we truly were in the first place, which is, a roundabout saying that that I was chasing my own tail in my head, which is easy to do.
Yeah, I love Ross because he's literally one of the smartest guys in the industry. And at times you ask him something and he'll be like, I don't know what that'll do, or I don't know why this works. Like, he doesn't pretend, he doesn't act like he's smart enough to know that he doesn't know everything. But yet I just like that about him. He's just a genius for sure.
That's a good one. He doesn't bullshit me or himself.
No, not at all. Some guys are like, I want to show you I'm the smartest guy in the room. Ross is literally the smartest guy in the room and doesn't care.
And that's a suspension tech syndrome, by the way. That's very, very fierce in that field. People like to feel that way, and might be the coolest dudes in the entire world outside of their suspension job, but that's something in that job gives them a little spot to puff the chest out on. Anyway,
it is weird. No, it is weird. You're right. Renthal bringing you Justin Hill on the show. So you've had a good season. Obviously, you did some interviews before the season and talked about, look, I'm taking this seriously. I'm working a little harder than I have in the past. We've always known your skill and your talent has been there. You had some great years in the sport, all that. But it does, you're taking a little more serious, and the results are showing. You're having fun, I'm guessing, too. And the atmosphere of Tedder, you taking it a little more seriously, combined with your obvious skill, things are good for you right now, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's and that is kind of sounds, coming from me a little conceited, coming into the season how I was talking about it, but it's true. I do think that I have the skill. I think that even on my most disappointing public image times of my career, even you would agree that I had the ability the whole time, and it's just a matter of doing it, and it's cool. I'm in a great spot mentally, and I've grown up so much in the last 2 years. It's weird, just all around. And I think that for just the season and kind of my mindset, it's like an accumulative change. Once I made my mind up to start the change, it's only gotten easier to, it's a major snowball effect. It's only gotten easier to just keep doing more good things when you see so much movement. You see the needle move so much for each little change that you continue to commit to. So for me, first it was the diet and literally just changing how I ate and just drop 20 pounds in a scary amount of time. And I was always it's weird. No matter what I eat, I'm 185 pounds. I always said that, and I literally was 185 pounds for so long. And it wasn't necessarily about what I ate. It's just dude, maybe eat a little less. Just try some other shit. Be a little bit, take a little bit more responsibility for that, and see what happens. And here comes one of those other things that Ryan Dungey told me that I should have listened to. Right, the diet literally has changed everything. It changed my mood. It changed how I feel about going to the track when I wake up. It feels completely different than it ever has. When I was 20 years old, I can remember waking up, having the most badass bike on the track, the best test track that was available at the time, probably one of the higher paid guys, the coolest gym to go to, a killer crotch rocket that I'm riding to the track. I had it made, and I was just didn't want to go to the track. That's how I felt.
Yep.
But that's because I'm, going to bed on fucking Nerds Clusters. Like, not, you know what I mean? Like, not taking responsibility for what I'm you know, on the front end to feel better the next day. So it's really neat. Like, I feel really confident that this is just a general life change, not just in the sport, but it's helping me tremendously right now.
Yeah,
so.
it's great.
Yeah, and a couple of interviews, you mentioned you got like 3 different trainers. Like, have you ever quite had this level of pinpoint focus and turning over every rock and stone? I mean, it sounds like you're doing it now.
Yeah, no, not even close. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I've worked hard. I mean, the more frustrating thing in my career was like the kind of the years that I would say I had the most effort were almost sometimes the years that turned out the worst. And it was just like me spinning my wheels and not focusing on how I could take care of every facet. Like, I would just be like, okay, well, the answer is to just like work out harder off the bike, or just do like way more laps or whatever. Like, I wasn't looking at enough of the moving parts.
Yep.
You know, like, I would argue that one of my worst years ever was 19, just because I was going to a bike that I just showed something special on the year before, and like had a lot of expectation for myself and just all around, like, and I don't even think the field at that time could even hold the freaking strap of the field right now.
Yeah, that's how
so
much
it's
better.
like,
yeah.
for me, I look back at that year as like one of the bigger disappointments, because I actually was training hard. Like, dude, I would be in my house with like my treadmill and my spin. I would just be grinding, just like I was training hard all the time. But here's what was with that. I didn't sleep at night. I would be like, I just had so many other garbage habits that made that training almost like turn the barrel back onto me. And it just turned into a garbage year. Like, there was me just not doing it with the right kind of, not the right chain of commands to get it done. Like, so that's kind of the big one with the growing up, like looking at more pieces and, you know, actually taking a step back and going like, what actually can help me? And like being honest with myself on the things that I didn't think mattered, that I just wanted to keep doing because I enjoyed them, like that kind of stuff.
Yep.
And not realizing that I'm like completely sabotaging myself.
Yeah, it's easy to look back now, but I would imagine you think these things make so little difference. Like, you know, you probably didn't think it would matter that much. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's probably that simple.
Well, as a stupid kid, yeah, you don't think so. But then it's like you get older, and then all this stuff becomes like maybe a little bit. It almost maybe it's harder on you to do certain things as you get older, and then you're like, oh, maybe if I change that, I'd feel better. You know, not be you know, having to feel old. You know what I mean? And then when you do that, all of a sudden you feel way better than you ever did. I talked to Brayton a bunch and just about this, and he's like, he told me straight up, best that he's ever felt. 30 to 34 was like he'd never felt as good or as confident racing than he did then. And he was just kind of, you know, telling me that in an encouraging way, like towards my future. And dude, and I agree with him. I feel so just so much more mentally sharp that I can use my ability and my work and my effort to my advantage so much better, that this is just me literally learning this new half of my career. I'm really excited about it.
I have a theory a little bit about you too. We were talking about it in one of our review shows. So Glendale was great for you. This weekend was great for you. You're so talented, and we've seen all this stuff that you can do on a bike. When you show up at some rounds and the track is basic, maybe you don't ride as well because you're just like, I'm not excited. This doesn't do anything for me. I need something to challenge me. I need a quad, a big jump, you know, a tricky section. Are you a little bit like that? Or are you like, you need this track to challenge you?
In a way.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. Like there's certain tracks I roll up to, and I look at them and I go, oh, dude, that doesn't scare me at all.
Yeah.
But I know it's going to scare everybody else.
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, cool, we're good.
Yeah, you're
It's going to
good.
be fun.
Right.
there's definitely those nights. And of course, like I feed off of like the technical side of the sport, so it's like yes, absolutely.
Like Glendale's just made for you. Glendale is just like a Justin Hill track.
Glendale was literally like I was in a dream and I was building a track in my dream, and then I woke up and I'm like, oh dude, they built that? No way. I was just thinking of that. But that being said, it's like there's that way of me of how it is. Just like if I wanted to be like thinking of it like that, as if a track like Glendale would be the only way for me to do good. Yeah, that's how I would look at it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's more so like, you know, these two races. I think the harder part was the first two races where we went east and the tracks were like really tight.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're on a tight floor with traction. You know, I've been doing 1 billion laps since you know, we started this off season, and the biggest difference is like West Coast, you get a good amount of wheel spin, and you get to kind of keep your speed around the whole track. That's what I became accustomed to, you know, drilled myself on. So like the Anaheim rounds, not too bad. San Diego, I rode really good at San Diego. We just had some nonsense happen. That should have been a very good race. So like I felt super good on all those tracks. Of course, Glendale had some speed built up, some wheel spin. That was killer. Then I go to those tight floors with traction, and dude, it was like I showed up to Tampa particularly, and I was like, dude, I forgot how to ride. Like, what is happening?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just my cornering, my and you know, all that stuff. So it took me Tampa riding like absolute garbage, and then Detroit riding again kind of like absolute I'm just like, Tampa's a fluke, whatever. You know, the track was so weird in Tampa. It was just like I couldn't explain it, but they built it different than every other round, but it was just so tight. Everything was so tight. I felt like I was riding my clutch the whole race.
Mm-hmm.
And that's I don't like that. I like to let the clutch be just and not touch it.
Right.
But some tracks are harder to do that than others. So after Tampa, I'm like, yeah, that's just a fluke, whatever. I just tried to get it out of my head and just like move forward without really addressing what it was. But I just didn't really know the problem at the time. Then after Detroit, I'm not kidding you, I was on the flight back from Detroit. I caught literally the flight after the race. Like, you know, I was home that night.
Yep.
And I'm sitting on the flight. I'm like, dude, I'm like moving my arms around. I'm like, dude, I'm so sore in that little pocket under my arms, like that I remember from like, you know, coming back after not riding for 2 years and like riding. Like, why am I sore there? Like, that sucks.
Mm-hmm.
What did I do?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, truthfully, that I was sore there for a reason. Like, I was just letting the bike get out in front of me and just riding. I was riding off the ass of the bike.
Oh yeah, pulling you, sure. Yeah.
And it was just pulling underneath my right from my armpit. So I'm like, all right, that's a problem. Like, I shouldn't be sore there. I shouldn't. That's just a new thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I watched a bunch of footage. I watched the race back a bunch, and then I just really studied my positioning as opposed to like practice days and just different things. And I'm like, okay, my positioning is kind of the same as it is at, you know, like Hemet or wherever.
Yep.
But looking at the track, looking how I was turning, how I was pivoting, how I was exiting turns, I'm like, okay, my positioning is the same, and it shouldn't be. So like, I just, that's what I made big adjustments before Dallas. You should have seen me. Like, it was almost like I just bungee corded my helmet to my front fender.
To the fender.
Rode around. Like, I was literally riding slower. Like, I wasn't going very fast this week in practice before Dallas. I was kind of riding. I was kind of like
just
like
training
yourself
a little bit.
I just kept reassuring everybody, like, okay, I'm going to kind of look like I suck this week. Like, don't worry about it. Like, I have a plan. This is what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And it worked out. I drilled it into my head, at least, that that's where I needed to be. And then, you know, when it came to Dallas, clearly I was able to get more aggressive with the bike.
Interesting.
Oh, that's impressive. You could change that in a week. I remember, I heard your interview. Oh, we posted on Race Directs with Eric Johnson. You mentioned being sore in certain areas, and now the detail. That is wild that you were able to. But the effort that it took.
Why do I keep doing that? I keep telling everybody what I'm doing. Why do I keep doing
stop
that?
I know. I love it. But I'm saying, like, that level of detail, the level that you could have just shrugged it off. But the level of detail to watch
Yeah.
the footage, to watch that closely, to put those pieces together, and then to actually figure out a way to stop it, it's wild, man. It's a lot of work.
That's hard.
Yeah. A lot of work.
Something that 2019 me definitely wouldn't have been able to do.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
would've went home.
Yeah.
I don't
played my
know.
guitar and done something stupid.
I don't know the structure of the Tedder team and everything else. By the way, can we get a new wrap on the truck? Can
No.
you talk to
No, we
Dakota.
can't.
Okay.
Your name's not even on it.
You're not on the truck. It's the same wrap.
Yeah, it is. I'm in the tailgate. I'm on the tailgate. It's just the trailer's blocking it. Don't
Okay,
worry
you're on the
about
tailgate. Okay.
All right. I just, okay. Tedder's got $8 billion. Can we get a wrap? Okay. All right. Anyways, so I don't know the structure of the team, and I don't know how it works really. I got a lot of questions, but what I do want to ask though, can you stay there, make enough money to do Supercross only, maybe get a WSX ride if you can, and do something like that? Like, and I'm not, Dakota is a good dude and they run a good program, but I'm just saying, like, do you need to look for something else next year to make more money, or can you stay there and be okay?
Yeah. So, I mean,
because I have no idea. If you told me you made $100,000, or you made $60,000, or $200,000,
Or $1 million. We have no idea.
I'd have no idea. I'd say okay. Like, I have no
Right.
idea how much money you would make.
So I guess without, saying literally everything.
I don't want to get you in
some
trouble,
things
so
maybe I
whatever.
shouldn't.
Yeah.
But like, it's definitely a more like, they run it a little bit more like their business kind of, where, I mean, I'm just one of their contractors, another one of their contractors.
Yeah.
And I like that in one way, for sure. And I enjoy these people so much. I would foresee myself, looking around, of course, because I would be a fool not to, of course.
Yeah.
But in a perfect world, I'd like to stay. Like in a perfect world, if it's as long as I can feed my kids and the old lady, I'm staying.
Yeah.
That's how I look at it. And in that sense, I'm able to do that right now. I'm good. The thing is it's just different as far as, we have to be a little bit more strategic about, how we're structuring my deal. And what the trickiest part is that WSX is literally in the time frame wise is terrible. Like for me, I would so much rather run against outdoors. For me, selfishly.
Yeah.
I would so much rather it run against outdoors, because then I can go Supercross, I can do World Supercross, and then I can come back, get my slight off season, regroup for playoffs, and then start the off season, start my season prep like at the playoffs.
Yeah.
But to me, the biggest issue literally is the scheduling, and the scheduling alone. Like, I'm really happy with the deal I have for my worth coming into this year. I'm not underpaid. Like, I'll just say that. I think that they've been very, very good about recognizing where I'm at and just in real time, like adjusting me so that I'm happy. And I think that they don't have, if you want to call it $8 billion, I'm not going to say out loud, but they don't have the amount of money that they have, being not savvy business folks and being able to keep certain people happy.
Yeah.
So it's just it is structured really, really differently.
Yeah.
But the big one for me is just the freedom that I have. The freedom I have with
Well,
the
that's
bike,
worth
the freedom
something.
I have
Absolutely. Yeah, that's worth something.
It's huge worth.
Yep.
Huge worth. The freedom that I have with these guys, and just being able to, not only that, just the attitude that me and that let's just call it the Hill family and the Tedder family have the most in common with each other in this industry, in this sport. We got a lot going, that we agree on, and just we're both just families of racers, and we get it. So it's a lot easier on me to do this program in a lot of ways than it would be like, just, throw out a random team and put me on it.
Yeah.
There's going to be more than likely big portions of that program that are going to be like not my favorite thing to do, and going to be challenging for me, as far as just my setup where I live,
Mm-hmm.
my family, the way that it is, like just the way my life is this makes a ton of sense for me.
Yeah, it does seem to work.
As long as there is obviously somewhere to go from here, as far as like if I can continue to evolve and get on the podium with a bunch of heavy hitters in the class, not really like the 23 where it was kind of just like I probably should have at that point, like because there's so many people missing. Like I want good finishes with a bunch of guys left in the field, and if I'm able to do that and or win, of course I'm going to be hopefully valued differently. And if I am, I just really hope that we can make it work where I am. But you know how that is. It's hard to keep yourself happy where you are without getting kind of other people riled up about getting you. That's kind of the hard part.
It's classic. It's a classic.
Just sponsor wise,
right.
not Matt Tedder. Matt Tedder. I mean, like every single time I have either come to Matt with something or any of this, like he's been my best ally in my return to the sport and has continued to be my best ally. Like he's willing to do what I want to do all the way to this point. And honestly, you know, I was before this year, like kind of going back and forth with him on like what's the future hold for us. And he's like, he was willing to, he wanted to know where my head was at. And we had a really long conversation. He's like, well, I'm going to, bring you to the races and hang out with you because I like you. But like, where are we? Like, what do you think?
It's a little
structure. It's like that. He enjoys this. He doesn't have to do it.
No.
Nobody's making him drive. Nobody's making him do it.
No.
So it's just, it's cool on all sides.
Yeah.
We'll just say that. And I really think the bike's good. And I think that we just have been able to put together. I think we'd have been able to put together a good bike with less.
Yeah.
The fact that we have as much stuff as we have and I've been able to choose as much cool stuff as we have has been a gift. And we've had enormous help from Roger and Ian and Carlos and Frankie and everybody to make the bike as good as we can. And they've stepped up on their end, which I thought was kind of odd timing, just fiscally what's going on.
Yeah. You wouldn't think that.
But
yeah.
They were like, hey, let's hook you up with this, that, and the other. I'm like,
also,
that's odd, but yeah.
And also, it's a black bike, not an orange bike. So you think they'd be like, they're not that they're dicks about it, but you think they would be a little like, hey, we can help you. I've seen this in the past, but you got to make that thing look like a KTM, So
right.
Yeah.
Which that's just a tricky. It's just tricky between the colors and with Monster. So that's really it there. So it's just that's kind of a tough spot to be in just in general. We just have to make both sides happy.
Yeah.
We branded a lot bigger with white lettering and just branded a lot more with KTM. I've got it on all over the gear and I did kind of what I could to help brand as well, and obviously being more active with the engaging with the KTM kind of logo and with social media and that kind of stuff, because I want everybody to be happy. Sometimes it's hard, especially when you have like two, Monster and KTM. It's not like they don't like each other; it's just they don't mix very well. Like as far as just the other kind of relationships that they have in the industry.
For
so
sure. Yeah.
But I love both brands, so it's really hard. But at the same time, I feel like it almost should be a bigger problem than it is. Like it almost is never a problem. And obviously they're not gonna, if they're doing some shoot and it's a Red Bull thing, they're not gonna invite me, obviously. But that's pretty simple to figure out.
We got a golf simulator over there too, by the way. You got a golf simulator. Watson's over there. Kenny Watson's back.
Have you tried to come over? It's $10,000 a hole in one.
I saw that. I was thinking about it at San Diego, but there's like a lot of line there, and I was like, okay, well, I'm not going to wait in this line. But
it's free. It's just your email, bro.
Yeah. No, I know, but there was a bunch of people there, so I was like,
I don't know if
yeah.
you want your email on there or not, but
Yeah,
that's
maybe.
the whole idea.
I know.
No, it's honestly really cool. My truck driver hates it because the setup is insane, but
I bet.
but it's like it makes up for itself. Like when it's a Friday and we're just kind of all standing around, we just did press or whatever.
That's what I need to do. I need to go on a press day. I need to go on a press day.
Hitting balls and
right.
Yeah, me and Jet and Hunter were messing around in San Diego, hitting left-handed shots, and just like everybody around enjoys it. Like it's really neat, and I think that it'll translate to good things in the future. It's tough because we kind of just started it,
right?
But I know Dakota kind of has a master plan with with gathering sponsors through it, and out of industry people to try to bring them in, and I think. In some ways it's genius. In other ways we just need to market it a little bit better as well and just get more. But from my end, I love the golf, and I'm getting I'm like 4 years in, and I'm getting pretty decent. And I have to like push it to the side on purpose because I get too wrapped up in it. If I have a good round, I'll be like, okay, I got to play 3 more times. And that kind of can get so I'm wise to myself on what I can get hooked on pretty easy, and then all that. But dude, it's fun. It's really cool. Our pit atmosphere is definitely the best that I've experienced.
Listen, I was over there with Marty days, Weimer days. It's always fun. The Tedder pits. It's always loose. So
yeah.
I got one more for you.
It fits me really good.
And you and I got way back. I got a million questions I could ask, but there's one I've never asked. That race in Tampa when you first got on a 450, can you describe what the deal was that night? And I'm sure you've run through your head 1,000 times.
There was a huge quad. There was a huge quad.
That helped.
That helped.
But I mean, you were putting it to Marvin Booscan and Eli Tomac, and I'm sure you've run it through your own head of what was different. But what was different that night?
Okay, yeah, this is a fun one, and you're gonna hate the answer so much, but I think that I was just riding okay.
Oh my God! Dude.
I think there was a pretty cool quad, and there's some stuff that I liked, and I think that I was just coming off of I won San Diego on the little bike. The little bike I struggled on the little bike because I'm a lot heavier, and the bike was a little on power, and I struggled really hard up until that point. And I got my dad out in California, and me and him just figured it out. Just figured out how to get my confidence up, and we, got there. I won on it, and then I showed up to Tampa on that bike, and it was just this weird thing where I just was on a bike that I just always felt like I was struggling. I had all the throttle position in the entire world and just never could quite get that feeling and get that push. And then it was like I jump on a 450 and like I feel really sick. But then here's the part that you'll hate and everyone will hate is that I think I was just riding pretty good. Like I think that the field has elevated so insanely. Like watch Eli Tomac. I just watched Eli in 23 at Daytona. I just watched all the Daytonas. Go watch him 2 years ago before he did his Achilles. The dude is so gnarly, and watch him on the Honda in 15. Like there's other years where guys are just on absolute fire and just are insanely fast. And I just don't think I had the best. I don't think I had the best Eli Tomac. I don't think I had the best Marvin. I don't think I had the best anybody on that field on that day in Tampa. I think the field was just not as good as those guys were other times. I think I just caught them with their pants down a little bit.
That is I'm not going to say I hate the answer, but I will say it's the first time I've ever heard a rider say that. Ever. It's always everything's the gnarliest of the gnarly always.
Yeah.
It's the first time I've ever heard someone say, no, it goes up and down.
Yeah.
So I appreciate the
It
candor.
does.
Well, to be fair,
certain riders have years that they're just on fire, and then they have years where they just don't look that great. I mean, and it has a lot to do with mental and bike setup and everything. It's just tough.
To be fair though, and I'll bring the great Timmy Ferry into this. Red Dog is always one of those guys. Those guys are way faster now than we were. Timmy always says that. Timmy's not one of those like Hill.
Oh, he does not say that his day was
right because every old rider is like, dude, my field was so deep, my guys are so stacked. And Red Dog and Justin Hill, those guys back then.
Oh, dude, I'm sitting here like, you know what I said to myself right before I went out in Dallas and set pole was like I was watching Cole Davies ride, and I'm like, dude, that dude's fast. I'm watching him ride, and I'm like, if I could just be as fast as that is Davies, I'm like, I'll probably qualify pretty good.
He's in like his
ride,
fifth
and I'm like,
Supercross race. Yeah.
I know that. So yeah, the new wave of riders is insane. Jet is so generational.
Yeah.
Davies is going to come up and be sick. Hayden, obviously.
Yeah.
And it's just watching the new kids come up is fun. It's fun evolving along with them instead of just like fading into the fading behind the curtain. It's fun to try to get the most out of myself before my time's up. But yeah, definitely. Like what's it going to look like in 10 years?
Yeah.
Like when Cole Davies is my age, looking onto the next generation that's going to come up and take him over, like that kind of stuff.
And bikes will get better.
Creepy in a way.
Right? Bikes will be better too.
Bikes are going to
bikes
keep
get a little
getting
better. Yeah,
dude.
Yeah.
Bikes. I have a weird suspicion because like bikes have almost kind of like in the last, let's just call it, like maybe 2007. You know, when the 450 started to get good, to now. They've gotten better, of course, by a lot, but not like a giant move. I for some reason, I don't know why, I just have this feeling like in 10 years from now, they're going to be a completely different thing.
Yeah, awesome. Hey, man, thank you for the time on the show. I know you haven't always been the biggest fan of mine for things I've probably said and wrote, but I wasn't even sure you'd agree to come on
They
tonight.
were probably all true, but yeah, that's all good.
No, I appreciate. I was like, I wonder if Hill would come on, and you hit me back right away and said no problem. Look, you deserve it, man. You've been riding really well, and again, as for that team and for you, it's really cool to watch. And sometimes in the like this weekend, you set the fastest time, and we were laughing. We're like, dude, he's 0.6 better. Like, you just look at that. We're just like Hill in group texts, you know. So it's enjoyable. Yeah, it's great. And then when we talk about him in the review show, we're just like Justin Hill, and we're
just like, who knows? Man?
Yeah, who knows?
Who knows?
We're just like we just start laughing because it's a really cool story, you know.
Yep.
So yeah, I appreciate the time. So
I appreciate that, Steve. Anytime, man. I'll come back.
Okay, thanks, man. Thank you for the time.
Yep.
All
right. See you guys.
That's Justin Hill, everybody. Brought to you by Renthal. Great interview and interesting guy for sure. Before we go to commercial break, though, let's check in with this gentleman here, Chase Curtis.
Oh,
what's up, Steve and Weege? First off, that was a really good interview with Justin Hill.
Yeah,
that was badass.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. How are you doing?
Crushing it.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I got a little bit of a race tech rant for you though tonight.
Okay.
I know it's probably before the segment, but
go ahead, caller. Yeah.
Steve, what's the point of the nets when they are only half the length of the berm?
Listen, man.
What exactly is the purpose of that?
I don't know what Henry was doing, man.
I don't know if you want to blame this one on Wyndham or.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is Wyndham.
Wyndham's nets were just it's ridiculous,
dude.
Maybe that was Wyndham's net and your nets were the other one.
Look, Henry's awesome. He's having a good year. How do you do that? How do you? You're at a 90-degree angle almost, flying off the.
Incredible,
dude! I saw.
And for those that don't know, the track, if you haven't been on a Supercross track, the track is built up a couple feet from the ground. So
yeah,
I'm not seeing him fly towards me till I see the tough block move.
Yeah,
I did my best, but
no, it's true. And for those that don't know, let's just explain.
Oh yeah,
poor Chase here got
Swap Moto Live.
Got absolutely walloped by a motorcycle this weekend and broke your leg in just atrocious fashion. So that's what we're talking about here. And I agree, man.
Yes.
I spent years not going on the floor because my job didn't ask me to do that. And then when I did start going back, I'm like, I should go back just to watch free practice or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Every photographer tries to puff his chest out. And they're like, I've been around dirt bikes my whole life. This doesn't scare me. BS, man. You're right. Everything's at shoulder and head level. It is scary. Yeah. And unfortunately for you, the thing that could happen all the time happened to happen to you. But, I think you're a fool if you're like, nothing could ever happen.
Yeah.
Nothing could ever happen.
Yeah, well,
Rich Shepherd got nailed a few years ago.
I'm guilty of that.
Yeah.
I'm totally guilty of that because I've been filming A-Ray test bikes at State Fair. For years,
well, that
so
would be,
him. And I'm like, dude, I can dodge a bike, no problem. But even talking to Kellen Brower, he's got a thing against he doesn't really like shooting on the floor, and I kind of was like, what? And I totally get it now. I've come around.
And listen, again, you had A-Ray around, so you've shot A-Ray, so that's If you can dodge
At that
A-Ray, you can
practice.
dodge anybody.
Like a wrench?
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yep.
So one of your problems with you just broke one leg or both legs? I was getting conflicting results.
Yes. Yeah, so I think the confusion was the leg that so I jumped and unfortunately I got my left leg up and not my right leg, and that's where he hit. And this leg's kind of had some problems in the past years. I had a pretty bad break where I shattered my ankle and my heel and my tib and fib a couple years ago, and I had a botched surgery where, to be completely honest, we don't even know who operated on my ankle either surgery. They hospital hid records, and COVID happened, a bunch of crazy stuff. So this is I basically had a fused ankle and a lot of hardware that was kind of janky in there. So unfortunately, that's the leg that Henry hit, and it snapped right above all my hardware. So
and that's an issue, right?
Yeah, kind of just dealing with luckily the hospital in Texas here has been amazing, and the surgeon's been awesome, but he had a plan to go in and take a lot of that old hardware out, and he wasn't really able to do so because there's stripped bolts and bent plates and stuff where there really shouldn't be stuff. So he ended up keeping some hardware that was in there, taking out what he could, and then he drilled basically a tunnel through my tibia and ran a rod inside my tibia. So I got a rod from the ankle to the knee right now.
Damn.
Is this external or no? This is a tunnel. It's internal.
Yeah, luckily, there was a 50-50 chance. Well, there was 3 options. I was going to wake up like I am, which was the best option, in a soft cast, all closed up. Then there was going to be a possible X-fix, and the other option was I was going to wake up with an open wound, which is still something where they're trying to avoid but can happen. There's a lot of trauma on the leg, so they're worried about compartment syndrome. So I'm actually stuck in Texas for a couple of weeks because they want to monitor it and make sure the swelling doesn't increase, so they don't have to cut me open. But
I'm interested. And listen, there's a GoFund. You have insurance, but there's a GoFundMe, so people want to help out Chase.
Yes.
Go ahead and check that out on social and Swap Moto social and all that. Is anything covered by Feld and AMA for that? I mean, obviously, I know you guys. Everyone signs their life away, and it's insurance. But do you get any kind of coverage from that? I don't even know.
I don't think so. From what I've gotten nothing from any of them. Which I mean, I get it. We sign.
I'm not
It's
coming at
their
them either.
fault,
I'm just
right?
wondering. Yeah, I'm wondering. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, I was curious about it too, for sure. But I mean, I woke up from surgery and the GoFundMe was set up. I hate being that guy, and I'm not even trying to pump that up or anything. It's just the second I got to the hospital, before they even set my leg straight, I had to pay $3,000 to a copay. So it's obviously
really?
We don't make a lot of money in the
that
industry.
quick?
And,
They're just
dude. My ankle is my knee straight. My toes are pointing towards my other leg, and they're like, "Hey, can we get your card? It's going to be $2,800 for your copay today." It's like,
wow.
all right.
My buddy from Canada broke his back at my Millville ride day 2 years ago, and they didn't ask him for any money. He had insurance, but I was they're like, it was $50,000, and they were not worried about it. And I was like, that's cool. I had these thoughts of them being like Nazis with the money, and I guess they are in Texas. Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, and it's scary. To be completely honest, I'm still dealing with costs and medical issues from the last surgery at the previous hospital. So it's just, I don't know. It's just it's stressful, but
it's bummer, man.
Absolutely. I wanted to come on and thank really the industry, because it's kind of, I don't know. You think everyone's tight and whatnot, but I've never experienced this amount of love, and the texts I'm getting from people I didn't even know have my number. It's crazy, and it's really one big family for sure, and I'm definitely feeling that over the past couple of days. So
Anton, Michael Lindsay all helped out. It's cool to see that for sure.
Yeah.
They covered some of that. The real winner in all this is Kellen Brower. He's the real winner.
Totally.
He's going to the races now.
Going to the races, but not going to the floor.
Not going to the floor. No.
Yeah. Not on the floor.
The reason it stung because Carmichael and I, we always watch free practice from the floor together. And, I was watching free practice, watching the whoops, and when I saw that happen to you, I'm like, bro, that could be any of us. You did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
You weren't doing anything stupid.
Yeah.
And it's just like, dude, that could be any of us. That's what I think really makes it hit home. There's a lot of people that stand on the floor.
I saw more than a few guys back in the day when I was wrenching and we didn't have mechanics areas for nationals. I saw more than a few guys get hit.
Yeah.
You know.
And when I mean,
Yeah.
I don't even mean there aren't a lot of people actually on the floor at Supercross. They're very restrictive of it. But when you talk about you're at a test with A-Ray, when you think about how many industry people have been next to a Supercross track, practice days, test days, all that, that's when it really starts to hit home.
Yeah.
Yep. Totally.
Well,
Yeah,
bummer, man.
I just,
heal up. Yeah, heal up. I'm sorry to hear about
you.
it. And,
No
absolutely. Keep in touch, man, and see what we can do for you.
Yeah, maybe we can fix the length on those nets. We'll
that's
get on that maybe after the tough luck thing.
We'll add another few panels onto there. Jesus.
Perfect. Perfect.
Thanks, Chase. Glad you're well. As good
All
as
right,
you can
thank
be.
you, guys.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, see you. That's Chase Curtis from Swap Moto Live, and he's check out his GoFundMe if you need some help, like you just mentioned.
And,
so
Dom
appreciate that.
I think, put the link up on his as well. That's his boss over there.
All right, Jason Weigandt here. We got the Race Tech Rant coming up.
It's gonna be a classic.
We got a lot coming on. We got Ryan Villopoto as well. The good kid won in Dallas at the KGSC, so we'll get to the bottom of that and more. So go to commercial break here. We can stay on hold. The people that are on hold, we see you. Stay on hold. We'll be right back after this commercial.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motosport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024 and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at WorksConnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
With over 80 years experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Factory Chassis Parts was founded in 2018 with one goal in mind: to offer the highest quality works level upgrades to the average rider. With the success and popularity of FCP engine mounts, we're excited to announce our latest chassis item, the FCP Race Cups. Offset steering races have been used by top motorcycle professionals to adjust the geometry on race bikes for years. Now, Factory Chassis Parts offers an impressive way for you to experience the same improvements in handling and traction by changing the rake, trail, and wheelbase of your bike. Whether you ride the track or trail, these bolt-on parts drastically improve the comfort, cornering, and experience on your motorcycle. Check out fcpracing.com to view the entire product line and learn how to improve your bike today. PulpMX 25-chassis is the code to save.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferrandis, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp
2025
for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, Visit MichelinMan.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Having traction problems lately? The all-new traction boots from Atlas may be just what you need. Developed as a premium entry-level boot for the masses, they are super lightweight and durable, featuring a modern Velcro-free enclosure, molded sole, and plush memory foam around the ankles for maximum comfort. An incredible value at just $199 in the United States. Atlas traction boots are available in MX and Enduro sole versions to suit the needs of all riders, racers, and weekend warriors. The addition of boots to the Atlas product line is just the start. Head to social media and follow at Atlas Brace so you don't miss all the product announcements that are still to come. To shop now, visit atlasbrace.com.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motosport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit MichelinMan.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at WorksConnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig.
I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher. I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jet Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Diallo. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferranges, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading, built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Factory Chassis Parts was founded in 2018 with one goal in mind: to offer the highest quality works level upgrades to the average rider. With the success and popularity of FCP engine mounts, we're excited to announce our latest chassis item, the FCP Race Cups. Offset steering races have been used by top motorcycle professionals to adjust the geometry on race bikes for years. Now, Factory Chassis Parts offers an impressive way for you to experience the same improvements in handling and traction by changing the rake, trail, and wheelbase of your bike. Whether you ride the track or trail, these bolt-on parts drastically improve the comfort, cornering, and experience on your motorcycle. Check out FCPRacing.com to view the entire product line and learn how to improve your bike today. PulpMX25-chassis is the code to save.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing powersports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other powersports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CV4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross. Driving professional level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp
2025
for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Having traction problems lately? The all-new traction boots from Atlas may be just what you need. Developed as a premium entry-level boot for the masses, they are super lightweight and durable, featuring a modern Velcro-free enclosure, molded sole, and plush memory foam around the ankles for maximum comfort. An incredible value at just $199 in the United States. Atlas traction boots are available in MX and Enduro sole versions to suit the needs of all riders, racers, and weekend warriors. The addition of boots to the Atlas product line is just the start. Head to social media and follow @AtlasBrace so you don't miss all the product announcements that are still to come. To shop now, visit atlasbrace.com.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. PulpMX show presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, and Decal Works. We're not having JT on tonight, but FlyRacing.com, code PulpMX to save. Cooper Webb wearing Fly, points leader, first year in Fly. Jason Weigandt, I mean, not a coincidence.
The Fly Boost.
Yeah.
Got the Fly Boost.
Got the Fly Boost.
Yep.
PulpMX code to save with FlyRacing.com. Go there and check it out. And, use that code to save. Head to toe, they've got you covered. Helmets, goggles, gear, boots, under protectors, all of it, thanks to the folks at Fly Racing. I want to say shout out to Maxima USA and ProFilter, Pulp20 code to save with those two companies. Get a pre-oiled, ready-to-use air and oil filter for your dirt bike, and use the code PulpMX or Pulp20 to save at Maxima and ProFilter. Maxima Oil, SC1, just spray the shit out of your bike with SC1. Everybody will think you're a great mechanic. Worked well for me for years. So thanks to the folks at Maxima and at Cherubies as well, at Cherubies USA on social media. Check out their new website, whether you're simply needing a new fender or you just want to personalize your bike. Cherubies is there for you. Really cool website now where they can punch in your bike, year, make, and model, and then you can punch in the different colors that Cherubies offers for your bike, and you can see it right there, Weech. It's all there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So at Cherubies USA, shout out Tallon Voland, Ultracross legend.
I was going to say, you want to talk custom bikes, you go to Club MX shop.
Yeah.
Dude, they run a lot of different looks.
Mm-hmm.
Some sweet stuff you wouldn't even think could work, like if someone described it until you see it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. And all right, let's get into the show a little bit. We got Ryan Villopoto coming up here as well. Okay. 250s.
Yeah.
Dallas.
Yeah.
Deegs was great. Fantastic.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
I mean, Jordan crashed out. Beaumare hurt his shoulder. And this is the Deegs that we've been waiting for. He was, I mean, even if Jordan's at 100% and even if Juju's at 100%, Deegs probably wins.
Yeah, Jordan was going to probably hold him off to win that first race, but Deegs was going through the pack at an alarming rate. You kind of feel like over the 3 races it would have averaged out.
I agree.
In his direction. I cannot imagine that the going back to the team training with Swanee made that much of a difference. I mean, it probably was
not this quick, right?
You have your blame pie. I mean, I'm sure that was part of it. I mentioned on the review pod on Sunday that I guess there might even be a part of Beaumare. You know, he rode in California the whole offseason. We heard Justin Hill talk about the little bit slicker tracks. Finally got to one that was not tacky. Everybody said how slippery it was, but I still think it was different than Glendale and Anaheim. And so that probably helped Deegs.
Yeah.
It just tilted it more to a guy that rode in Florida. But
and then,
I don't know.
Yeah, Ian Harrison made a mention of Beaumare going to Baker's factory. They knew ruts and softer dirt would be an issue for Beaumare.
Yes.
He went to Baker's factory to help out. Now, he did have that crash and hurt his shoulder.
Right. So we'll never know how good he could have been. But, man, I can't imagine anybody stopping Deegs.
Beaumare wasn't using his shoulder too much of an excuse in interviews and stuff. He's like, hey.
Pretty gnarly how he was not. He was going out of his way to not use it.
And Ian never told me anything about it. I would figure Ian would have said something to me after the race. If he
That's
really
right.
thought
You interviewed Ian, and he didn't even
never mention a shoulder.
Never mentioned the shoulder. The shoulder wasn't mentioned. That was kind of a bummer because, especially with the Triple Crown, we on the TV show are going to show 3 sets of results throughout the night. So it's 3 times to say, point leader, Beaumare, 6th. What is going on?
I mean,
here?
he lacked all of his energy from the other races.
And we had zero info on that. So when I found out after the race, I was pretty bummed because we're misinformed, so we kind of look bad. But also, more importantly, we have no choice but to think he just rode bad, which is bad for him.
That just goes into our sport's long history of hiding injuries for no real reason.
Yeah, I mean, would Deegs really have ridden any different? He would have been intimidated. He would have been scared. Like, I don't know. I mean, I do think there's certain scenarios where guys are pretty evenly matched, or it's right down to the end of the year, and every little percent counts. But I really don't think Deegs would have ridden any different.
No.
If he had found out he was hurt.
Yeah, no, I agree. You would have exactly got what we got, which I think is,
Yeah, and then, I mean, the amount of fans that left there saying, "Oh, it's Beaumare kid. He choked." I would hate to have that tag.
Yeah.
So that's unfortunate. I did hear some people throw out, but what about the sports betting? This stuff has to be out there first. I think most of the official legalized ones don't even have 250 class betting, so technically it doesn't impact that. But I also don't think any of that matters.
No,
the sport's not that big.
Yep.
No one's getting arrested here.
Yep.
Yeah.
I that whole thing. I think Yamaha should have been more transparent on their post about Tomac, but then
they said he was racing.
Yeah, but
what are they supposed to say? He's we anticipate a 14th,
no,
17th.
They should have said, look, he's pretty banged up, but he's gonna race. He's hurting pretty bad, but he's gonna put his best effort in. All of it. But wait. On the flip side, maybe they didn't even get told that.
I did hear that it was like, look, I think there was probably 2 hours, or that was the final practice, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So I heard they were getting pressed. They were being asked, like, you got to give us info here. We have to be transparent. Please tell us.
Yep.
There's not a lot of time. Second of all, the assumption that it's like Eli and Eli's dad, and then the Alpine Stars medics and all this, the assumption that like everybody at Yamaha knows everything that's going on at the same time. There is a bit of probably a chain of communication.
Yeah.
So they're a little behind. But I just say this, bro. In front of everybody on a show you can watch, he rode off the track screaming in pain. If you bet on him to win, you're dumb.
But maybe
it wasn't a hidden thing.
But maybe you don't watch that. Maybe you don't.
But
see that.
Isn't that on you?
I mean, maybe you got.
You're
going to
put up your money.
Know.
You're going to put up your money and just say, "Oh, I didn't realize that watching practice would make me a more informed gambler."
All I wanted was some indication it was going to be a tough night.
You had it. He rode off the track screaming in pain.
Yeah, but I'm saying from a social post saying he was in. That's all. From the announcement that he was in, I would like a little more transparency on like it's going to be a tough one. But again, flip side, maybe they didn't know.
I think the transparency was I feel like the he's going to race came out earlier than it would have normally. And I'm like, okay, that is the upgrade.
Maybe at all.
Maybe at all.
Yeah.
I'm like, that is the upgrade due to the sports betting. We found out an hour before the race he was in where, before it'd be like, is he coming out?
Right. Jake's on too. Jake, what's up, man? Jake, you there?
Fuck, boys.
What's up?
That was a long fucking wait there.
Well, listen, we keep the best for last, so go ahead. What do you got?
God damn. Hey, I don't know. You guys didn't really make anything of it, but the whole Deegan parting ways, if you want to call it that, from Craig. I don't know if you guys watched the post-race interview, but it seems like there's more there than what you guys are leading on. Because when they asked the question in the post-race interview, Mosiman was like geeking out next to Deegan when he was asked the question.
Oh, I did not watch Mosiman. I did not watch Mosiman when Deegan was answering that.
He was like he looked down at the ground. He was smiling. He couldn't hide his.
Oh,
I don't think there's anything there, man. I don't know. I asked around. It was just like Deegan was underwhelming. Bobby Weigandt thought it would be best if he went back to Swanepoel, which he's had some success. Craig's still on the team. Craig's still helping people. And Deegs is switching it up. It's no different than a lot of these guys switching things up. I don't think there's anything nefarious there.
You think Bobby just like called him as back to the Shark Tank?
Yeah, I just think Bobby's like, hey, boy, back to your old trainer. And that's it. I don't think, again, Christian's still on the team. Christian's still friends with him. All of that. I don't think it's a bad
I'm not saying there's any bad blood. Yeah, it just seemed like there was. Yeah. Anyway, and then my second thing I had was, what are the odds that Toru woke up on Sunday morning to a voicemail from Bobby Weigandt trying to get him over to Star? Start mapping work for Deegs.
Be interesting to see. Yeah, Deegs' starts are still a bit of a problem for sure.
Yeah, for sure. You're gonna have to go deep, and get with Toru and ask him.
Well, there's only one man in the industry there's only one man who's interviewed Toru. Only one journalist who went out there and got the scoop from Toru.
This is true.
And it was me in an epic interview.
It was
Toru
of the year.
Deegan's been great. I mean, really, Deegan's starts have been great over the course of his pro career and amateur career. Why do you think, if you had to pinpoint, is it just a mental game that he's just losing right now as far as
I feel like he's been hit and
or do you
miss.
think it's a combination of bikes?
I feel like he's been hit and miss. This isn't completely out of the blue to me. I feel like he's had some bad starts before.
Yeah, think about some of those outdoor motos where he charged from the back and stuff.
Yeah.
God, he's been brutal this Supercross season.
Yeah, they have been bad.
Yeah.
They have been bad.
They were never good
all right,
this
boys.
weekend at all. All right, thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Sorry about the long hold.
All right. Brad says Brad's on 3. He's been on hold for 2 hours.
Oh, my God.
Brad, you've been on hold for 2 hours. You just want to tell us that tough blocks should be triangles?
Yeah. Why do I got to be square? Wouldn't triangles be much safer?
Brad, I've been saying this for 3 fucking years.
Yeah. And you know what? It would also save them tons of space in the semi-hauling.
I've been saying that also.
Wow.
You want to look at you can maybe take a whole rig off the road if you could fit them together like Tetris. Yeah.
Exactly.
And there's
It
more
seems
room
like a
for your foot
no-brainer to
pegs.
me.
Yeah, I know. Brad, I've been saying this on my show, and you waited 3 hours to tell me what I've been saying.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, it just had to be said. I thought about 100 times, and it's like, what the hell are you guys doing?
And
Square?
what about making them inflatable like we see in Europe? So you let the air out, and now you pack them even more in there. You don't even inflate them. What about that?
Yep.
I don't understand. I don't get the tough block. We've redesigned so many things, and those tough blocks are probably the same for 20 years, and we just keep rolling them out. I mean, shit, you look at some of them weeds on track walk, they're ripped. They're stitched together.
Yeah.
The covers are ripped. They're holding on to these fucking things.
Yeah, it reminds me of ATV racing. They don't really make a lot of those.
Yeah.
And everybody's cobbling them together, cobbling them together.
Yeah, no, I'm with
the factory doesn't. The tough block factory's not going anymore.
I guess not.
Yeah.
Thanks, Brad. Thank you, man.
All right, guys.
Thank
Later.
you. Appreciate it. All right. Okay. Jeff's on 4. Jeff, what's up, man? Fireworks?
Hey. Oh, my God. It's a pleasure to talk to you two guys. I love you both.
Oh, thank you.
Steve and Jason. First of all, sorry, if I could, with Phil talking about what would it take for an amateur motocrosser to jump the finish line jump.
Yeah.
It would be $5,000 and hospital bills paid for.
Okay.
No, but and even then you'd have to think 3 or 4 times to even try it.
Well, Phil said I'd give you 2 chances, but I'm like, after the first chance, there's not going to be a second. You either make it or there is no second chance.
Yeah.
The balls it would take would be phenomenal.
Yeah.
Even a BJ from a month ago wouldn't even make it happen. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
Didn't know that was on the table.
Yeah. I didn't know that. Yeah.
I don't think
The reason I called for, sorry,
Yeah.
I'm all flustered. It's very exciting talking to you guys, but I was watching the race at Arlington. Can we get rid of the pyro at the opening ceremonies? I mean, you can't even see the track. You can't see the riders. It's like watching a YouTube video from 1975. I couldn't tell who was who.
Yeah, they seem excessive. I don't know.
Now someone said there was a smoke machine. I did not know that.
I don't know
yesterday.
that either. Yeah.
I've heard there was a smoke machine.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Could they make it any harder to see what's going on? I mean, when they show the little flying saucers that do the thing, it seemed clear. But when they do the videos from the top of the stadium, it's like, man, I can't see it. I can't see a thing.
I'm with you. I was sitting in the press box. It's a high press box in Dallas, and I was like, what the hell? What's going on? Yeah, I was with you.
If people who pay money to go there have got to be like, what's going on? I paid good money to see this, and I can't even see what's going on. That's my race take.
Okay,
man.
all right. And Jeff, I mean, you should know my feelings on fireworks in general. On fireworks in general.
Here we go. I can't stand fireworks
Thank
myself.
you.
Oh, my
Thank
God,
you, Jeff.
guys.
Appreciate
Oh, my
that.
God.
Yeah.
Oh, and before I go, one thing. I did go to a titty bar with Jim Holly once.
Oh,
what?
Should have started with that.
1993.
Take us through this.
And it was.
Wait,
it
take us
was
through this. What
a,
year? What year?
1993.
93.
What town?
I'd fly the girls
Austin,
in from
Texas.
LA, boy.
Austin, Texas. I was working with a promoter who was trying to start a Masters of Motocross series, and we were getting retired riders to come out and race. Ken Howerton and Mark Barnett and Jim Holly. And after the race, Jim was like, we were sharing a hotel room. Jim's like, yeah, you want to go to a titty bar? I'm like, of course.
Does Jim want to go to a titty bar? Yeah.
He ruled that place.
Oh,
of course he
of
ruled
course
that place.
Jim Hawley has ruled every titty bar he's ever been to. All right, that's
It
facts.
was amazing.
We had a story.
Even at the track, the girls were following him around, just like he was the man.
He is always and will always be a legend.
He is a legend.
And I got a titty bar story about Hawley from someone who said he jumped on stage. The girls were like, "Who's the wild man in here?" And Jimmy jumped on stage, and they were like, they didn't want any part of Jimmy after a while. Like
He was too wild.
yeah. And then I just went to, I don't know if you heard, but I went to Reno for the Arena Cross, and Jim used to promote races there. And a guy comes up to me and he goes, "Hey man, I was a little younger, but the old timers that used to work here for Jimmy's race, they said that room over there, and it's like a closed room, it's like an upper deck room. There used to be really bad things going on in that room.
That was off limits.
It was off limits.
That room was off
It
limits.
was off limits
Yep.
to everybody but Jimmy and the VIPs.
Big boobs.
Yeah. So
It was a good time. I keep telling my friends about it, and they're like, I can't believe you went to a strip joint with Jim Holly.
he's a legend.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's like, getting to go to a baseball camp and play catch with Willie Mays or something.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I never thought I'd be standing in center field playing catch at Willie Mays right now.
I never thought I'd be at a titty bar with Jim Hawley.
I got to shoot hoops at Michael Jordan.
Yep.
And then the guy gets up at 5 a.m. next morning to catch a flight. He's out of there.
Oh, veteran.
Yeah.
Veteran.
Grabbed his suspension and took off. Jesus.
What a lot of people don't know, Jim does not drink.
Yeah.
Jim does not partake in any substance at all.
Mm-hmm.
So
No.
he's 3 hours later, airport, he's good.
Yep. It's amazing.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for the call, man. That's the caller of the night. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Bye.
That's great.
Made the show right there.
Absolutely. Speaking of making the show, OGO Power Sports, Pulp 15 is the code to save with that. Get a backpack, 9800. Are you OGO guy? You use OGO?
Got a bag right here. Got a bag down there.
Okay.
Got 9800s. Absolutely.
All right. Well, Pulp 15 is the code to save at OGO Power Sports. Let's welcome in one of the winners from Dallas this past weekend, the greatest retired rider ever, second best podcast in the sport, Ryan Villopoto. What's up, buddy?
What's going on, boys?
Yes. Triple crown. 3 winners for the weekend.
Yep. 3 winners.
Yep. 3 winners.
That's right. Yep, there's 3 winners on the weekend. That's right.
Yep.
Hayden Deegan.
Cooper Webb.
Brax Villopoto.
Yep.
Dude, that was a tense last lap, bro.
I was on the edge of my seat the whole time.
The kid was all over him. He hit him in one turn even.
Another kid crashed, too. Number 13 crashed. There was in the battle also.
Yep.
It was wild.
Yes, hit the back of him. He wasn't the fastest on the track, but he didn't make any big mistakes, and he rode solid. Like I didn't know what to expect. Like I was, obviously super stoked for him, but it was a lot of fun. Put it that way. Like that's what it was. It was a lot of fun.
Now, was he over the moon at winning? Like, how was Brax? Like, just
if I had to look back, yes, he was excited, and he was, but he wasn't overly excited. He was like, yeah, I mean, he almost had the impression like I expected to do this. Like, why are you so excited? But like, I don't know. Maybe it just runs in the blood like that. We're just kind of like, yeah,
champions.
We want to race.
Yeah.
Sick.
Now I saw you at the area qualifier the weekend before. And,
yes.
And we weren't happy with our performance there, but obviously in 1 week, couple weeks, we got busy.
No.
Or are we
think
Supercross only? Are we more Supercross specialists?
Maybe we're Supercross only. Yes, maybe we're Supercross only. No, I think. Sorry, this is my trash can, guys. I'm bringing my trash can in from the street.
Thanks for dedicating time
symbolic.
for this. Yeah, thanks for dedicating.
Yep. So just letting you know, it's actually Steve's microphones. They suck. Subpar.
Okay.
But that being said, we went to Mesquite. We did a lot of learning. It was a lot of we weren't that awesome. But I also think coming back, I saw a difference in the riding right away. Track was super gnarly. Gary does a good job, building a really good track and ruddy. But yes, it caught them off guard. I knew what I've heard, and I knew what we were getting into. But they got to learn to ride it one way or another, and sooner than later.
Yeah. Now you told me one kid was better than the other one. Is Brax the better one, or is Brax the worst one? Which kid is?
Well, I mean, if you go off sheer lap times, and Gage is typically faster than Brax.
Oh, okay.
But every dog has its day, and Brax has the bragging rights now. And
nice, yeah. Because what did Gage get? 11? 9?
He got 5th.
Oh,
didn't he lead? Wasn't Gage leading?
Nope. Gage did not lead. He rode well.
Mm-hmm.
There were some fast kids, but he was on 3rd and 4th. He rode well. Finished right where he probably should have finished.
Oh, okay.
With the start that he had.
Oh, okay.
But yes, very jealous of. Well, he was happy, but also jealous.
Right.
Yeah. The jealous will breed hatred, so you need to stop being jealous and get mad and want to race better. And we have a race in a week, so get your shit together.
Okay, where are we going next? What REM?
We're off to ACP in Arizona Thursday night.
Okay.
Yeah, man, you are on it now. You are on it. This is every weekend, different states. I love this.
Mm-hmm.
Full dedication.
Yes, it's very busy. I have obligations myself that are going to be getting in the way of my amateur racing career again. So we're gonna have to have big talks about that. But yeah.
You know what I find awesome too, Weege, and I mean, what a lucky guy RV is. His 2 kids get randomly selected for the KJSC.
That is incredible odds.
It's really.
That is incredible odds.
I mean, he should buy a lottery ticket. I mean, RV's already the richest guy in the sport, but he should buy a lottery ticket because the fact that his 2 kids got in.
Yeah, that's true in the same year. Yep.
Right? And Weege, your kid got in.
I was just as lucky. I was just as lucky.
Yeah.
Yep.
Here's the deal. I mean, look, I hate to say or put it this way or whatever, but did we maybe have a little bit of an inside line? I know everybody over at KTM. Obviously, I've done a few things in the sport, so I said, hey, I want the boys to race. This is their last year, and did we have a little bit of help?
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know, but hey, all I look at is it helps the sport. We're cross-pollinating and marketing.
I was surprised that they didn't throw Mike in your face in Dallas, like they, yeah. Like, did they really? They didn't really pump that up that it was Ryan Villopoto's kid.
Press day.
Oh, on press day. Okay.
I mean, I don't know. Title 24. We just had a big old fucking spread on it.
There you go.
That's your own show. I'm talking about.
I mean, Pulp didn't do anything like that. I know geez, like.
Well, you're on the night. You're not on for your own racing accomplishments.
Whiskey Throttle actually did a video. You saw Whiskey Throttle. They actually tagged Brax and did a collaboration with him.
Okay.
I mean, it wasn't just this wasn't my media. It wasn't my media outlet.
Okay.
Steve.
Does Brax have his own social? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, we both. Yes, they both have.
They have their own social.
Yes.
Okay. Do they run it themselves?
Well, I run it.
Oh, man. It's not genuine.
Come on. That would be a disaster.
It's not genuine. It's not real.
Kiefer would get mad. That's one of Kiefer's race tech rants.
Yes, that the parents are doing
it.
At 8 years old, what do you let, I forget his name. But Hayden, yeah. Would he give Hayden a phone and say, here you go, just post whatever you want?
Yeah, I don't know.
That would have been amazing.
That would have been great, too.
That would have been great. No, both Gage and Brax were at press day.
Yeah.
When Ryan was there at Glendale.
Okay.
And they were the only KTM electric out there.
Okay.
Like, it was like, here's a bunch of pros and here's 2 kids.
Well, we didn't, let me be clear, we didn't ride.
No, they didn't ride, but there was like, here's all the bikes, here's all the people to interview, and here's one that's way smaller than everybody else.
And by the way, let me make this fucking clear, that I did not ask for any of those press days. They asked if we wanted to do it, and I'm like, well, we're already going to be there. Why wouldn't we do it?
Yeah.
It's part of the experience. Yep. We're going to do it.
No,
I'm sorry that I have a little bit of an inside line because my previous, life. And the boys had a blast. That's all I can say.
Well, and also, too, I look forward to, I've already talked to Mike Ulrich, and the fines are coming for you in that KTM gear.
Oh, wow.
So you got issues with that coming, too. So we at Blue Crew are not happy. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It was definitely a little bit of like, not there was no conflict to be clear, but obviously in the back of my mind, I'm like, this doesn't look the best. But it's a opportunity that my kids get to do, and every kid that gets that opportunity that signs up, and from 7 to 8 years old, and I can't hold them from being able to do this regardless of what their dad has done and what the current obligations that I have.
And look good and fly too. Fly racing, everybody. Code PulpMX to save. Same gear as Brax Villopoto.
Loved it, Steve.
Brax Villopoto, everybody. Fly racing athlete. Loved it. Yep. Absolutely. Love that.
Just go ahead and rub it in. Mike, Ulrich is watching this right now. I think you're going to get a fine for being just nasty on the show.
Oh, nasty to another Blue Crew member. Okay. Okay.
Oh, teammates.
Yeah, teammates, right.
Wow.
This is out of context. You need to get a handle on yourself.
Are you going to, is it an ACP? Is it an area? Another area? Is that it?
It is another area.
Okay.
Yes, it
All right.
is another area.
Okay, well, maybe we'll see at the regionals, bro. I already made it. I got my tickets punched.
A little easier.
I know you did, Steve, but I mean, from what I saw, it wasn't pretty either from your standpoint.
No, we got some work to do. We got some work to do.
Yeah, like the ruts and the struggling, and I saw it, and it wasn't good.
Do you have any riding school scheduled that I could show up at all? Do you have anything?
We might be going up to Greg Albertson's this summer for a little bit of riding and training out there with Greg.
Okay.
At the game. That's a game, right?
Yeah, game.
In Oklahoma City. So,
yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Okay, all right.
You should come with us, Steve. I told you that your buddy has that van for sale. You should buy it. You need it.
Yeah.
A mobile podcast studio.
Oh.
And you could go riding in it. It was set up. Ouija was set up super bitchin'. He should take it.
That is great advice.
94K for a bitchin' sprint.
For you, that's nothing.
Oh, for me, it's nothing.
Yeah, Ryan. Like, think of the investment. He would make that money back immediately with the things he could do.
Think about all the ideas we could do together, Ouija.
Oh. Yeah, live from these regionals and the areas with Ryan.
Yeah,
live sweating at Loretta's from the pit. As air conditioning, I'm assuming?
I've got to ask, by the way, if I make it to Loretta's, I need to get Davey's number. I got to get a free hookup, free entry.
Oh, really?
Yeah, from everything from Eric Sports. So
okay, yeah, hit Davey up.
Yeah, okay.
Hit Davey up. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, once you, I think you are employed or were employed.
He currently is.
Yeah,
yes.
I currently am. Yeah, no, I'm an employee.
Oh, currently.
Yeah.
Currently, yeah. Davey, you should fire him just because.
Okay, yeah. Well, Kiefer also employed, but doesn't seem like it leads to free entry. So
no.
just letting you know.
Okay, all right.
Just letting you know.
Just checking.
Yes.
Ryan Villopoto here on the show. Brax Villopoto's dad, the big winner.
Yeah.
KJSC.
Brax's dad.
What a last lap.
That's what he's known as.
Yeah, what a last
known
lap.
Known as Brax's dad.
Phenomenal. I got to say, I was kind of talking to somebody in the press box and not really paying attention, and then all of a sudden Mr. Side is like, hey, Brax is winning. And I'm like, oh, shit. Okay, I got to get into this. So, thank
we
Mr.
enjoyed
Side.
it. We happened to be in a break. I think we were rolling a feature, so RC and I got to watch.
Yeah.
Sometimes we're doing stuff while it's going on, so it couldn't have worked out better.
Yeah.
That we were watching. Obviously, that's your Title 24 teammate there. So that
oh
was,
yes,
that was
yes,
cool.
I was getting some inside lines. He was telling me what the broadcast was saying. Oh, there's some ruts here, ruts there.
Oh yeah.
I got all the insides from RC up there in the booth.
But in all seriousness, for real though, and I've talked to people who have done this program before, and my Canadian buddy did it earlier this year. It's really cool. KTM, they treat the kids awesome. They give you all this stuff. You get to meet Chase and AP and the dudes. Like, it's a really neat program for kids, I'm sure.
No, it honestly, and it ran really smooth. Jen, all the mechanics, everybody there, they have it down to pretty much a science. Like we flew in Thursday, because kids were off Thursday. We flew in Thursday. We got there with 17 degrees, and I'm like, holy shit, where are we gonna pit? Like we're gonna be outside, fucking standing around in 17-degree weather. Obviously, it got warmer throughout the weekend, but they'd already planned for it. They put us down underneath the stadium. In a room that was, under construction, but it worked for us.
Yeah,
it's just precision enough and worked with us, but it wasn't there. But we had a nice place to go, and everything was sorted out. Bathroom right around the corner, so they did what they needed to do based on weather and things like that. We just got caught on a situation. If not Sunday, if we would have known, right, 50 degrees on Sunday, or actually it got up to 60. It was actually really nice. So but yeah, there was a program for the kids, walking the track, going to CAP. Like, you can't get that much closer as a kid and as obviously a parent. Like I'm subject to being involved on a very high level all the way through, and even now I have access to everything. Well, from somebody's standpoint that doesn't, like it's very involved and really cool experience for them.
Did any dads look over and be like, "Are you Ryan Villopoto?" Like, did any other dads?
Yeah, there's you meet obviously a bunch of cool different parents and kids and everything inside of it. We had a group. A mom and dad came down from Alaska all the way from Anchorage.
Okay.
And raced. I think we had another group from Australia that was racing that one, so it brings in a bunch of different, and then some local kids that we race against. Nathan, which was he got second against Brax in the end. So it brings in a bunch of different people, and it's a lot of fun. Long day, though.
Yeah. Anybody say like, "Hey, are you from the PulpMX show, Ryan Villopoto?" No.
They actually what they said is that, hey, thank you for building Steve's show up so quickly because of all those shows that you've done that has been so fucking awesome, especially show 400.
400, yeah, show 400 was all timer. By the way, Ryan Villopoto brought to you by the folks at OGIO, Pulp 15 Dakota Save at OGIO Power Sports. What's next for you, Yamaha wise? What's next on your agenda? Ride days or race or what are you doing? What's next?
Yeah, Blue Crew. We have the first Blue Crew event coming up at Glen Helen. That's coming up here pretty quickly.
What's the date of that?
We're going to be out there.
Remember?
What's that?
What's the date of that? Do you remember?
No, that's why I didn't say the date, Steve, because I forgot.
Okay, I'm gonna Google it.
That's a true professional right there. It's coming up quickly.
Yeah.
We couldn't even detect that you didn't know.
Dude,
As well done.
I live like almost day by day. Honestly,
I hear you.
It's a lot. Like all
March 28th and 30th, Glen Helen. March 28th.
There you go.
Well, I want to go to that. I want to see what race is on that weekend.
What do you mean you are a blue? Jennifer, if you're not listening to this, and Mike, that's unacceptable.
I have a real job, sir. It's called, following Supercross, following Cooper Webb, points leader, Yamaha.
You don't think I have one either? I'm a full-time mechanic and bus driver.
Oh, it's Seattle. So I got to go to Seattle. We got a live show. Maybe Sunday.
Tough.
Maybe Sunday.
Now you're really bumming me out.
All right.
You're not even going to be there?
Last time I went, you just rammed me in every corner and just tried to take me out.
Oh, it was awesome. It was a lot of fun. You chipped my bottom fork lug.
Yeah, my #1 video on PulpMX Instagram all year. Villopoto GoPro following me like an eagle with a little fish. So okay, so you got the Blue Crew Invitational coming up. Yep. And then what else?
Honestly, I just trying to make sure I fit in everything I kind of have to do, but based on what the kids are doing, we're trying to race every weekend, and we get to ride Tuesday and a little bit Wednesday, but then we got to race on the weekends. We're enjoying it. Like the kids like it, and fuck, it's the only thing I know, and I'm enjoying it and doing it.
He lives in Newport, right? Like he's a multimillionaire. He lives right in the liberal central of Orange County.
Okay. Actually, Republican County.
Okay.
Republican County.
Anyways, so his house is $1 house. All the neighbors around. Right. Yeah. He's got a track in his yard.
No way.
Yeah, he's got a little track. He's got a couple of tabletops. He's got a rhythm section, or not? A joker lane. You could switch off the joker lane if you need to.
Oh, because he learned from his own mistakes.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Better practice the joker lane.
Can you imagine you're some billionaire living next to this billionaire, and you're walking your dog or whatever, and you look and there's a dirt bike track.
Are they on 2-strokes?
I would have to ride the TTR 50, nice and quiet.
That's pretty quiet.
Gets the rhythm down.
Okay.
If you're not following the kid, get over. You'll see a video of the.
Yeah, I was not following their social. I was only following yours. I feel like I missed out.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
I'll go
but
check it out.
But can you imagine you're just in Orange County and
there.
you're just like, what is my redneck neighbor doing with his kids on this dirt bikes?
Yep. And if he said I made my money racing dirt bikes, I'd be like, you can't make money.
Yeah.
It's Beverly Hillbillies, man. That's what we are. All racers. We're all blue collar dirt bike racers. Might be lawnmower racing.
Hey, we got some phone calls for you, RV. You want to take some phone calls from some?
Yeah.
All right. We got a 125. Leon on 2. Leon, what's up, man? What's your question for RV?
RV, freaking legend.
Legend.
Yeah. So I've been watching a bunch of 125 two-stroke videos, a bunch of pro circuit builds and whatnot. Got super psyched and went and picked up a little YZ 125. And if you were to give, I guess, one little nugget of advice on riding that thing, what would you give?
Well,
I know it's a bit of a hard one.
YZ 125. You got number one. You got to wring its neck. It's, I guess, piece of advice: put a heavier flywheel on it, and it might help keep the RPM up. Like they're tough to ride, especially when they're built. You got to shift. I don't know, a couple hundred times around the track.
Yeah.
So can you put one on? Can you put a heavier flywheel on and leave the stock ignition cover, or do you got to go all the way out? Like,
no, I believe it'll fit with a stock one because that's what I did with mine. I believe.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think it's like 0.5, Steve. Maybe 0.5 heavier.
Okay.
So it's not much bigger.
Yeah. All right.
So
It'll help us
flywheel,
drag through
pin
the
it,
ruts
and
a
shit.
little bit better. Like it won't bog down as quickly. Like that's a little 125 secret. If I have
Right on. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank
We got Kicker Bob wants to talk about an Indianapolis race. Kicker Bob, what's up? What's your question for Ryan Villopoto?
Oh my gosh, Steve! You got Villopoto and you got Weege on the same show. This
amazing.
almost beats 400.
A lot of championships here. Yep.
Yeah,
Dude, I'm
Yep.
telling you.
Yep.
I just think Weege, your son needs to catch up like the Villopotos. You need to get JB online and have him help.
Their time will come. As a matter of fact, when my son was preparing for his KTM Junior race 2 years ago, much like Coty Schock, much like Justin Hill on the show earlier, who did they go to for advice?
Justin Brayton.
So we went to the club Supercross track with Justin Brayton and his son, probably about a year or two away from his age, to do this. And, paid huge dividends.
Do you think Brayton's kid will get in KJSC? Or?
I don't know. We're all so lucky, man.
Yeah,
We're
okay.
all so
All right,
lucky.
okay. All right,
Yeah.
just checking that out.
Yep. Yeah.
Hey,
So, Villopoto.
RV, did you know that Weege used to be a flagman at Englishtown?
No way.
Yep.
Totally, bro.
Yep.
Totally. Yeah, absolutely. Late 90s.
When he was a kid, he was a flagman at Englishtown.
I could not believe there was an ad in the newspaper for it, and they said they paid $50 a day. And I called immediately, and I'm like, "Are there any positions left for the year?" And they're like, "Yeah, bro, come on down." I'm like, "I cannot believe how lucky I am that I'm going to get paid to do this."
Yep,
it's great.
Weege, you had a guy call in to Steve and verify this.
That's what it took.
Yeah.
Steve didn't believe it.
Well, none of us believe it, but
Well, Ryan,
Yeah, I mean,
Steve's take is there aren't any photos to prove it, and I'm like, who takes photos of the flaggers?
Yeah, nobody. They get caught in the photo, Steve.
yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Yep.
Okay, Ryan, I
Yeah.
got a big question for you. Weege can verify this because I have been waiting for 15 years for the last one.
Whoa.
I met up with Weege at the Ironman Nationals last year with a signed autographed jersey from Stewart from the San Manuel days.
Yep.
And I've been waiting 15 years to have a picture with him because they sent it to me. You remember that, Weege?
Yep.
I am still waiting for a picture with you, Villopoto. You signed at the RCA Dome, when it was still the Hoosier Dome. It was the last race of the Hoosier Dome, and I was there. You were there in 2008, and you signed a mechanic's shirt for me. And I want a picture with you. You can verify it that it was you that signed it. But where could I finally catch you? Because you came to Indianapolis to the freaking Ironman race, and I didn't know it until it was too late.
Are you going to MXON this year? Are you going to Motocross the Nations this year?
Oh, are you coming?
I'll probably end up being at that one, yes.
Yeah, he'll be there.
There you
Yeah, to catch you and find you. Oh my gosh.
Go to the race. He'll be doing the Racer X Saturday night or Friday night.
Pit Bike Nations?
I don't know, but Pit Bike maybe.
Gotta have Pit Bike Nations.
I've heard there's pushback on that.
What?
RV? Are you
Villopoto,
Yeah,
you're going to race the Pit Bike.
Yeah.
I haven't actually talked to Rob about it recently, but I don't
Wow.
know if
Times have
it hasn't
changed.
been a topic. Put it this way, it hasn't been a topic between us.
But we'll have our live shows going, and RV will be
Yeah.
a guest on those.
But we should have.
Oh,
if
my
anybody's
gosh.
listening, come on, Davey. We got to just. It was a major hit at Redbud.
I don't understand what could possibly be the reason to not bring that back. I mean, they were massive.
They were.
The only thing is, Redbud
it's
has
one of the
the
biggest
extra
races
track.
of the weekends.
We can make a track kicker, Bob. It's Ironman. You can
Oh,
make a track
that
anywhere.
place has. Oh, dude, we could build the most badass in one of those cornfields out there and light it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Team
Oh, yeah,
Canada, we got
absolutely. Or
third.
through-
Team
kick
Canada
into
got
the
third
woods a
one
little.
year. Yeah.
Get into the woods a little bit and come flying out. Oh,
yeah, and then I got to see if Galdi can reform himself a little bit if he needs to be back on the team. So
I think
Steve,
woods
here.
would be really risky. We got to keep it in the open just for liability purposes, but keep it in the actual cornfield and then light it up, and then you could K-rail around it with the rails, and then
Or just get Dubach. He'll handle the crowd.
Weege,
man.
Villopoto. Here. So Steve's talking about racing. He's going to race himself at some point here. I'm hearing over and over. So why doesn't he, if he wants that van, or you guys want to get him that van, he just needs to have a VIP, like a VIP section. And, Phil shows up, Villopoto shows up, Weed shows up.
Like the Lawrences.
Boom.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, do it like the Lawrences.
RV,
Yeah.
if I make qualify for letters, will you buy me that $94,000 van?
no, because your bonuses that Yamaha's going to pay you and all your fans for making it.
No, bonuses.
What's going on? I'll pay for it.
Okay.
The VIP would pay for it.
Kicker Bob, what do you want me to just have a VIP at the races? Just like
Yeah, he's talking about do a VIP, PulpMX VIP.
I told you that. I told you that when Dan Truman was on. We'd do something like that for you.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is Matthes. You could have Tommy Tenders
Do
make
I-
your videos.
Then I got to talk to people and I got to hang out with them. I don't know, man. Yeah.
No, that's what Phil's there for. That's what Villopoto's for. You come out for a little bit.
Oh, they want
you show
money.
your
They're
good
gonna
stuff
they're gonna want money from me to do that.
So
they'll help you.
So Kicker Bob is saying that Villopoto for 4 or 5 hours hobnobs, and then Steve comes out for like the last 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, you give him a couple 6-packs or a couple cases of beer,
That's
Villopoto would be good with it.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Hey, Kicker Bob. All right, Motocross the Nations. Bring your shirt. RV will be there. We'll figure.
I'm almost positive I'll be
Yeah,
there.
you'll be
Yes,
there.
want to go, but yes, also
I'm 40 minutes
be there
from Crawfordsville. I've raced the Ironman. Yep, I'll be there.
All right, thanks, buddy. Appreciate the call.
All right.
Thank
Hey,
you.
guys, have a great night. Thank you.
Thanks, Kicker Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
R. Ryan Villopoto. Hey, RV. Chase Sexton. What the fuck?
I don't know, man.
What'd you?
I don't know, man.
I don't know either, man.
It's rough. If you want to hear my real answers, Pulp fans, go over to Top 24.
Oh, that's
well done.
That
Well
is
played,
well
sir.
done. Yes, well played. Absolutely. No, I like that. That's great.
No, but seriously, I don't know, man. It sucks because we keep talking about it every week.
Mm-hmm.
You know, stalled his bike again, and now I even said it on the show today. I'm like, dude, you gotta KTM. Maybe you have to take it in your own hands and figure out how to fix it for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
I don't
crazy
know.
that he had the win and just.
Well, the win on that side of it too, but just the mistakes. Regardless, look back. We're gonna get. I've said this on the show before, the show last week and this week too. Is go back when we get to say 3 rounds from the end, and look how many points he's lost at that point, just from mistakes purposes. And then put that into play where he would be in the end.
And you obviously had that shitty Anaheim 1 and stuff, and you didn't make the main in Jacksonville or whatever. But you so rarely beat yourself. You so rarely did.
Yep. And I think Dunge, same thing. He never beat himself very often.
Yeah.
You would say James was one of those guys that beat himself more times than in critical situations. Chad not so much.
Yeah.
But he's one of them that is, I don't know, he's got to figure it out because his speed is there, he's got some of the best speed.
But I don't know, man.
It's just, I don't know, man. Gosh. I feel bad for Ricky because Ricky is put in a position every week where he's got to weigh in on it.
Yeah.
And there's not much positive you can say. I mean, if he doesn't say something bad, it's obvious that he's covering. He's got to say it. No one would watch that and be like, that was great, right, Ricky? So he has no choice but to say something bad every week. And I know he doesn't want to do it. I know he likes Chase, and he doesn't want to be like that. But when you guys do your show, I'm sure on Monday it's the same thing. You guys don't want to do it, but you have to.
No, for sure. And I obviously get to watch the broadcast before.
Yeah.
And I take it, and he'll tee me up so that because I go off, a little bit of what he said, and if I agree with it and a lot of the stuff, it sucks to be able because he's the talent that's there and the speed that's there. If he were to just be able to, I don't know, call it focus more or, if you want to say, obviously not make that mistake, it just seems to happen too much.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's I think hey, he could come out this weekend in Daytona and win it by 10 seconds. Like he really could.
And that's, I think, this week is going to be a key weekend. I said that today on the show is the same thing. Is this weekend's going to be a big weekend? Because Coop's a fucking dog.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he's got the blue crew. I mean, you can't be stopped.
Yeah, it was interesting. There were 2 number 2s this weekend that, as you said, Ryan, maybe not the fastest bike on the track.
Yeah,
but managed it brilliantly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Managed it.
Yeah. That's great.
That consistency, boys.
Yep.
Every dog has its day.
Well, listen, buddy. Thanks for the time tonight. Appreciate it. Always fun to catch up. Title 2-4. Catch it. After you listen to Pulp and after you listen to Re-Race the Bulls and after Moto 60.
Review pod. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, how many hours is? I mean, fuck, Steve, your show's already like 4.5 hours long, and then they got you. Would you say 3 or 4 other shows?
Yeah,
like,
Blair Matthes project.
People have the time to listen to all these shows, let alone yours for 4 hours. Ours is an hour 20 minutes, and they get the meat in the fucking sandwich without all the bullshit.
Well, I mean, I like to think that our review pod is the meat in the sandwich.
Great radio, bros.
Right? Weech? The meat in the sandwich?
We give
Tallon
the
24 is a great show.
A little extra.
Yep.
We have a little Italian dressing on the side.
Listen, I like to think of it as sort of a smorgasbord. And if you like Daniel Blair, you listen to the Blair Matthes show. You like fantasy, you listen to that show. You like the preview of the following week, you can listen to Moto 60.
I don't know. I just think maybe, put it this way. I was just trying to be nice. Maybe you're whoring yourself out a little too much. You're putting yourself out there too much.
Well, I like to think I got a little bit of differences for everybody. Like when you go to a buffet, I'm the crab legs and the burgers and the salad and the pizza.
You typically don't get like A5 Wagyu at
that is true.
buffet.
The quantity and quality. Yeah.
Oh, we had some.
Yeah,
hey,
Steve,
speaking of that,
I mean, we have quality. You have quantity. I mean, there's a restaurant for everybody.
I know, and that's why I have multiple
Waffle House,
shows. I
Cracker
got
Barrel.
shows for everybody. What do you like? I got it. I got it. I got Zach Osborne on Moto 60. I got Blair on Blair Matthes project. I got Thomas and Weigandt on one show. I got Phil on this thing. What do you need?
Oh shit!
What do you want? Oh, look, he just gave up. He just gave up, Weege.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. You're whoring yourself out. That's all I can say.
That's it. He talks so much. He just bulldozes.
And the live show at Anaheim 1 with RV and Phil was great.
That was great.
And
yeah, you're welcome. And also, Steve stepped in for Title 24. Thank you very much.
I did. Yep. That's right. That's right. We just made fun of Dunge a lot, but it worked out nicely.
No, Dunge is good, man.
No, he's awesome, but you could tell that we were like having fun, and then Dunge was like,
Yeah, I don't know. That's just the way Dunge is.
Listen, we got live shows at Indianapolis, Seattle, and Vegas SMX. Tickets on sale now on PulpMX.com.
Come on out, Ryan.
Yep, come on out, Ryan.
Yeah.
Indy, Seattle.
Look, I was supposed to work a deal with him, $1,000 to show up for the show.
That's right.
But he filled in for me, so we called it even next time. I want to get paid next time, period.
Okay, yeah, I can definitely slip you a couple $100. No problem.
Comes out of my cut, though. I don't know about this.
$1,000, Steve.
$1,000.
Jeez.
And cash.
Jeez.
Oh.
Yep. He's not telling the IRS.
Yeah. Like that's like Phil. Phil's very angry.
Out the door. Out the door.
Out
pricing.
the door and
out the door.
And
pricing.
1099s and
hey, Ryan, let me ask you an
okay.
actual question about being the dad of these kids. And by the way, let me first ask. I just followed them on Instagram. Why are the numbers 100 and 111? Why? Where did these numbers come from?
I was trying to think of some cool numbers to come up with. And talking to Rob Bitus, good buddy of mine, we always spitball ideas.
Okay.
He always said the world champ typically comes over as 111. I thought that number looked cool. Always when Langston came over and ran it.
Yep.
That's probably the first person I saw run it was Grant.
Yep.
So that I thought that number was really cool. And then it also then I'm like, okay, what can I pick for the second number? And it happened I put 111 with Gage, which is kind of like the more thinks he's the racer, more racer. And then Braxton kind of like rides, and he's like, yeah, this is sick, but like I also like to do, play video games or shoot hoops or this or that. Like it's not moto where Gage thinks it's life. Moto's life.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, well, 111, and then I wanted to kind of keep it like close, so I did 100. I'm like, yeah, that's Hanny. Yeah, tight.
Oh, Hanny.
Yeah, free rider. Yeah.
Yeah, it does have the style. What I was actually going to ask was on the numbers. Are you a technique guy, like an actual riding technique coach with them, or are you not doing that yet? Were you ever? Do you do it now? How's that work?
No, I think you just, I don't know, like I don't do it like, I guess from like a religious standpoint, but it's just kind of been like every time we ride a bike, it's like, hey, your feet are screwed up,
Yeah,
I wouldn't probably say that. I'd say, hey, your feet are fucked up. Stop doing that. You're going to rip it off the peg and hurt your foot,
But you're not doing drills per se.
I actually had a drill, like braking drill I wanted to go do with them on Wednesday out at Blackmore Ranch this week, like now to the point where they're going fast enough and now where some of these things really, you got to kind of work on the finer technique stuff now. Before it was just all the basics, stand up, get your elbows up. I'm still doing that with Brax. Get your elbows up, get your head over the bars in the turn. He wants to ride it like he's in a fucking lazy boy.
Yeah.
So it's not a fucking Harley.
20 laps, bro.
Probably the exact words.
Yeah, probably the exact words. Yeah,
probably the exact words.
I would think so.
Yep.
All right, everybody. The great Ryan Villopoto, father of Brax, KJSC winner. It's fantastic. It's great.
Well, thanks, Steve.
Winners always win, man. That's it.
No, winners find a
way. Winners club. Winners club.
Yeah.
Winners find a way.
Winners find a way.
That's right.
Yep. Title 2-4 also, if you've exhausted every pulp pod, check that out. If you've exhausted LVK too, Lewis and Tallon, go to that one too. Yeah, so. All right, buddy. Thanks for the time. Appreciate it. And are you going to a race? What's the next race you're going to? Do you know that? Supercross?
For me, I have no idea.
No idea. Okay. All right.
No, ACP this weekend. That's all I have.
ACP.
That's all I
1 week at a time. 1 week at a time.
Yeah, 1 week at a time. That's kind of what I live off of.
All right. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate the time. Thank you.
All right. Later.
All right. See ya. That's Ryan Villopoto, everybody. Continuing to be Ryan Villopoto.
Continue to be Ryan Villopoto.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yep. The Ryan Villopoto, who you and I would see in the Cowie rig, 2011, 2012, etc., is out there in the world now.
Yeah, he is. He's alive.
Yeah.
I remember some media guys being like, dude, he's such a dick. And I'm like, I don't know, man. He was just punching me in the balls.
Yeah, if
10
you
minutes
could only
ago.
see it.
Right.
If you could only see it. But
him and Big B are in a wrestling match right now in the back of the truck.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
2 hours before the most tense, high-pressure stake
Yeah.
situation you could ever ask for in your life.
Remember when I used to go in there and be like, raining yellow?
Oh, it's beautiful. Beautiful. Just pumping Stu right to his face.
Right. Like, think about how many, like,
It's
Chase
incredible.
or Eli, like now, like, just think about them in that situation. You'd have this idiot walking in the truck being like, bro.
Yeah, I would like to have seen you at a race, go into the Yamaha rig, find Eli and John Tomac. Jet, bro. Jet.
How are you going to beat
How
that?
are you going to beat Jet? He's so fast.
I know.
What are you going to do, Eli?
Literally what I would do.
That is what you would do.
To Ryan about James Stewart. And then he would rub his hands together.
He's like, it's 20 laps. It's 20 laps. Yeah, it's great.
It's good times. That's partly why I love our sport, right? Like, because
that level of access.
That level of access and that level of sort of behind-the-scenes personalities of these people. And you just, yeah.
Yeah, no one is going up to LeBron James and then whoever he's playing against.
Yeah.
How are you going to defend him tonight?
Yeah.
You see these moves? How are you going to stop him?
I know, and I feel like, honestly, and maybe I'm older now, and the sport's grown a little bit. It just feels different now. Media and riders now feel different than it did back then. I do. I think access is still great. We still get a lot of information. It does seem a little more serious than even in the Ryan Villopoto days.
No, I think that's just you.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think you were not serious back then.
Okay.
But I think for the most part, everyone has moved in that direction. But for you, you were already there.
Okay.
You were already there. You were the only one doing that.
Well, yeah, that's true.
This is when I first learned that you were changing the game. There was a track walk at Anaheim. I think this might have been Chad Suzuki year, maybe 09.
Mhm.
Track walk ends. Everybody's done. And for some reason, Chad was still out there. So all of us media guys are like, oh, we might get 4 more minutes to talk to Chad Reed and like learn something.
Mhm.
And everybody's just sucking up to Chad Reed. And you are just bashing him relentlessly, making fun of him, disagreeing with everything he's saying. And I was like, this is – but for you, it was like – but I did that 10 years ago at the Yamaha track all day with this guy.
Right.
He's not – there isn't a barrier here.
No,
We're just two dudes.
Yeah.
That was a circle versus a square. It was so completely and totally different than any other media person had ever treated a guy like Chad Reed.
Yeah,
ever.
maybe, yeah.
So you were already there.
Yeah, because I was just around these guys 24/7,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
Now I think it's pretty common with everyone, but for you, it's probably maybe it's changed 2% the other direction.
Yeah,
No,
maybe.
no.
It's good times though back then with RV for sure.
Yeah.
So much fun stuff. All right, everybody. We got lots more to come up here on the show. 702-586-7857. Weisco Piston, by the way, the 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Weisco. Pulp25 is the code to save. Honda HRC using Weisco Pistons.
In Joe Shimoda and Chance Thomas's bikes right now.
Do you think they have do you think it's Dean Wilson? Do you think it's Dean Wilson?
Makes
right?
sense. Yep.
Lars is really
coming off a championship.
Yep.
No.
Lars was really like playing it up in my post-race interview, but
yeah. Yep.
I don't know.
You interviewed Lars?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
And you had Phil on the show?
Yeah.
Wow. Shocking.
Look, I went to go talk to Joe or honestly anybody, and Lars was standing there. I said, sorry, man, you're it.
I open up my phone as I land to see what the Pulpcasts are, and I'm like, you've got Lars? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. He only has one rider, and you still interviewed him.
Got it, man. Pulp25 is code to save with Weisco. Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits as well. Thank you to those guys. I want to zoom through some stuff here. MTX Braking, PulpMX code to save at mtxbraking.com. Great mountain bike pads, road bike pads as well. You got a set of these, don't you? Didn't I get you a set?
I mean, if you did, it's not like I know how to install them, so
Good
what
point.
difference does it make? Yeah.
If you have an e-mountain bike, get the red compound. They work pretty well. Available in over 800 power sports dealers nationwide. PulpMX code to save at mtxbraking.com. Great bicycle brake pads. And Ethica as well. Pulp20 code to save at Ethica. And use that code. Great underwear, sweatshirts, hoodies, all of that. Thank you to Ethica as well for coming on board. We got the Race Tech Rant coming up. We got some phone calls as well. Wesley has a rant here, Race Tech Rant. What's up, Wesley?
Hey, fellas. How y'all doing tonight?
Good, man.
I'm just curious. So, like, when the medical staff comes up to a rider, how do they figure out if they're going to, like, cart him off or backboard him or whatever? It's like Austin Fortner falls and breaks his back and walks off the track, but then Jordan Smith breaks some ribs and gets put on the backboard and on the buggy and gets carted off to the hospital. Like, how do they go about?
I think it's all talking to the person, right? I think it's talking to the rider, how you feel, what hurts, what kind of pain do you have, what kind of sensation are you having, all that kind of stuff, right?
I mean, but at some point, like, you just hit the ground going like 40 miles an hour. Maybe you don't get to make decisions at that point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, Wesley. No, I get you for sure. I always err. I'm not a doctor. I'm barely a podcaster. And these guys are doctors, and they're on the floor, and they're looking in the rider's eyes, and they're talking to him, and I just go with what they think, right? They're not perfect. I'm sure they make some mistakes, but I'm not going to sit there and critique him because I don't know, man. I'm not on the floor, and I'm not talking to these riders. So I get what you're saying, and I'm not claiming these guys are perfect, but I go with their best judgment.
I can accept that.
I mean, Weege, right?
I mean, they're talking to him. Without us hearing that conversation, I don't know how we could really judge it either way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm with you, Wesley. And I mean, look, right now they're going through something with Brian Moreau. He's suing the medics and Feld and everybody from his crash in Tampa.
Yeah.
Tampa a couple of years ago. So, you know, they're not perfect, and there's things going on behind the scenes. Like, they're trying to do the best they can, though, and I just kind of err on that side. Like the Zach Bell thing a few years ago, like, how do you say you're not knocked out, man? But I wasn't there. I wasn't talking to him.
Maybe he answered every question they had within 10 seconds. Seems hard to believe, but
yep. But
yeah,
you know,
I will say one thing that I have talked to a lot of riders about. Sometimes what we're seeing is misdiagnosed from our eyes up in the press box, TV, watching whatever. This isn't all of it, but every once in a while a rider will knock the wind out of himself. And they all know I'm just going to lay here and chill for about 45 seconds until I get my wind back. When we see that
from get my life together.
When we see that from hundreds of feet away, it looks like the dude is unconscious.
Yeah.
I'm not saying dudes are always not unconscious.
Yeah.
Sometimes they actually are.
Chris Blows told me that one time. I said he knocked himself out. He's like, dude, I just had the wind knocked out of me. I was just laying there.
Yeah, and mine is more geared straight toward like the spinal injuries.
Sure.
Like stuff like that where they take like hard hits and possibly like, because I mean broken back is like that's
bad.
That's kind of serious.
Yeah.
And you look at those dudes walking off the track, it's like, man, what did they? Anyway, but I get it.
Yep. Thanks, Wesley. Thanks for the call, man.
Have a good one.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Chris is on one. What's up, Chris?
Hey, great show so far.
Thank you.
Was really cool having Ryan Villopoto on. Such a legend. Such great memories. I wish I could have caught him there to tell him all the things. Thanks for all the inspiration and things. But
yeah, that would have just given him a huge ego. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Yes, but he's such a great talent. And the Title 24 is doing such a wonderful job. I just wanted to I just wanted to bring up two things really quickly.
Yep.
And first, Weege, unbelievable job with your show, and you've been a great inspiration. And the writers, they love you.
You mean the Weed show or the broadcast, TV broadcast?
Well, on the TV show and his YouTube and his little YouTube series, both. He's doing wonderful. He's speaking from the heart. It's coming authentic. I would just say to you, I don't know if I've seen you out at the goat farm in Cairo lately, or
no, I've never
time.
been there. I've never been to Cairo. I don't know how that's happened, but I've never gone. Yeah,
that's another reason why when Villopoto was on earlier, I was sitting there saying to myself, I wonder if he's ever been to the goat farm or been out there, because we'd love to have him along with Weege. Yep. So in the future, if you ask Brad Hoffman and several of the people, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't mind to have you out there sometime, maybe before outdoors. But moving forward, I would just
way
like
overdue.
To,
way overdue.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was beautiful out here when we had the snow. We were able to take a bunch of photos and pictures.
That's right.
But moving to the reason why I called.
Yeah.
The reason why I called was because I was watching. It was the you have a Moto 60 show.
I do. Yes, it's a great show.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I believe you had a show with JT right before the season started.
Mm-hmm.
And I was listening to the show at the very beginning of the season, and you all were talking about a good man, a great up-and-coming superstar named Cole Davies, and y'all were talking just about – and we love JT too. JT's a great person, and those fly racing people, we've had them out at the Goat Farm here and there from time to time. They're great people with Webb, and Webb's looking so good out there, and looking those fly racing people, we love having them out there and bringing new styles and stuff. I remember when they were bringing his new outfits and things out there a while back before the season started. But in one of your shows, the 60 show, you were talking about Cole Davies, and y'all were talking about JT and several people, and they've changed their topic on him lately, but they were stating that this might have been a little too early for him to be pushed out there. I would just like to say, I don't think Mrs. Carmichael, God bless her, and Swanee. Mrs. Carmichael and Swanee work with Cole, has worked with Hayden, worked with Dak since they were 15 years old. And I would just like to say, like I told you before the season started, when I called in at the end of one of your shows, and I told the commentator, I was like, hey, tell him, Davies wouldn't go out there. And Davies is the one who decided he'd like to go out there himself and maybe ride with his big brother Hayden. I told the commentator when I was on the phone, I said, Mrs. Carmichael and Swanee wouldn't have allowed Cole Davies to go out there if they knew he wasn't ready. That goes for also Mr. Max Anstey. Cole looks at Max Anstey as a real big brother. He's very mature, just like all the riders do. And that was cool. That was really cool. You got to talk to Webb in your previous show about him getting on to the riders, which they all look up to the older riders. Being a big brother or big sister can make all the difference in someone's life. So I was just calling today to remind you all. Several people there maybe told me, hey, maybe you should call them back at the PulpMX show and remind them about it early in the season when y'all spoke about Cole being about and them throwing him out there and about some of them being cutthroat. I would just like to say this. I guarantee Mosman. I guarantee Thrasher. I guarantee and another caller called in talking about Craig earlier about Danger and Craig.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would just say this. There's a reason why Christian Craig wasn't at the race this weekend.
Well, yeah, because he's not working with Deegs anymore.
Well, that's because Friday morning at 8:00, he was getting his gear to go out with Max and train this weekend. That's what he's been doing. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's here nor there. I'll tell you this. Do you think Craig has worked with Cole Davies before the season started with them whoops?
I would assume so. Yeah.
Wait. Well, is there anything else I need to let you know? Yeah, if you could. I don't
know if Chris has
spoken to Ryan. Ryan's a great person. We had Ricky come out. before the end of last season. I got to see him.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Chris. Thanks, man. Don't hurt yourself. Yeah. Don't throw your shoulder out, patting yourself on the back. Cole Davies has been great.
No.
He's been great.
I'm not gonna override myself like Mr. Smith
It sounds
did.
like you are, but that's okay. That's fine. Cole Davies has been great.
Thanks for making the time, though.
He's been a big surprise for sure. There's
Thank
no
on
way
that.
that anybody would have saw him being this good, winning main events, like basically winning those Triple Crowns the way he did. It's been
Well, you got it. It all starts with a belief. But I'll say this: I wouldn't put down any 17-year-old or 16-year-old that's taking the leap to go up, and I wouldn't put when you push them down or say, hey, if you're pushing out them too early, you might put a little pressure on them to make a mistake. But it's here nor there. Thanks for making the time. I have it go now.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good call, Chris. It's great.
Carmichael's been to the goat farm.
He
I
has
think,
been.
right? He has. Okay.
He has been. Cardo Systems. Check out PulpMX code to save at cardosystems.com. Ever used Cardo?
No,
Dude,
man. I actually blew it. I was talking about them last year to get some, and then I just never did.
No,
I
they're
think
great.
it's awesome. Yeah.
Pack Talk Edge and Edge phones are waterproof and dirt-proof, allowing you to communicate with a range up to a mile away. I had these in Gold Creek Lodge with RV and Villopoto. RV and Weimer in my ear. Wasn't good.
Trash talking you while you're riding.
I could hear them so clearly.
Oh.
Trash talking me.
Oh.
It was not good. But cardosystems.com, code PulpMX to save. Go to those guys, use that code and save. If you're a mechanic, if you're a dad, you're trying to help with your rider, a bunch of buddies want to ride around with Cardos, Pack Talk Edge and Edge phones, check them out at cardosystems.com. All right, I do want to talk to you a little about broadcasting as well, but let's get into the Racetech rant, shall we? Racetech.com. Yeah. PulpMX code to save with Racetech. Motorworks, suspension work, their patented gold valves for a long, long time have done a great thing for many racers out there.
Backer of the Weed Show.
Backer of the Weed Show.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. So please check out racetech.com for more information on that. And, like I said, get your suspension work. Make your bike work better, man. It's almost March. If you're in a state where it's like cold and shitty and you can't ride, get your suspension service before you bolt it on next month to go riding when the snow melts, and you'll notice so much a difference. It'd be like riding on pillows. I tell you.
Yep.
So my Racetech rant, mine is just your unbelievable take at concerts.
Yeah, what do you do?
You enjoy the live music. There's nothing like live music. No matter how much you play something on your phone in your car, nothing hits you like live music.
I mean, their goal is to make it sound the same. They're trying to make it sound like the song you already know, which is the non-live version.
Just the bass hits harder.
They're
the
doing a
vocals
good job.
are
It should be the same. I mean, if they did it differently, you'd be like, hey, man, this doesn't sound like the...
I get a lot of shit in my life for being a 5. You know, I'm never too high. I'm never too low.
Okay.
I'm not an emotional type of guy.
I see.
Hey, we won the lottery. Yay. Hey, I died. Your mom died in a car crash.
Okay.
I'm just a 5. Okay. And there's many good reasons.
Shout out Debbie.
Shout out Debbie.
Yeah.
Many good reasons to be a 5, and it's helped me a lot in my life, and I'm a 5.
Okay.
When I go to concerts,
okay,
at Sphere or wherever,
take Sphere out of it. Even not Sphere.
Non-Sphere.
Okay.
Sammy Hagar playing Van Halen songs at the Red Rocks. I mean, I'm up to an 8.
Really?
Live music just hits.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Am I supposed to sing or am I supposed to dance?
Both. Either one. Whatever you want to do.
I had a friend named Jamie. There's a gentleman named Jamie.
Okay.
Texted me and said, "You rock out. That's what you do."
Oh.
Mr. Side said, "You
is
rock
he from
out."
East Texas or West Texas?
I don't know enough about the state.
Okay.
To know.
Yeah.
He used to dig ditches.
Yeah. Oh, I know him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Racetech.com, and that's my Racetech rant. Is you on concerts? My other one is more wife oriented. Pookie and you.
Yeah, we're having a little heat.
Huge
right now.
fight before the show.
Yes.
She is. By the way, like I said, she'll read your wife's Facebook posts.
Yeah.
And just be like, this poor girl, this poor woman.
Yeah.
It'll happen once every couple of months.
Yeah.
Something will happen.
Yep.
So Pookie is not happy with your frugal ways. She's never been happy with your frugal ways.
No.
Even though she really adores you as a person, your cheapness gets to her. And so today, you were talking about this Disney. Can you tell?
Yeah, spring break is coming up.
Yeah.
We only have a few days. Baseball season is starting, so we got to get back for some practices. We have a couple days. So we're going to Florida to visit some friends. My daughter keeps saying, could we go to Disney World while we're there? So we agreed to compromise. I have booked one night in one of the Disney hotels, which are very fun, very unique, very fun. Pool with a water slide.
Okay.
What more could you really ask for?
Yeah.
And that will be the extent of our Disney trip. We'll not be going to the parks.
Just the hotel.
Yes, because I looked. It said, would you like to upgrade your family of 4 to 2 days in the parks with your one night in the hotel? Only $1,800 extra. And I'm like, that's what we're up to now. That's what we're up to.
$1,800 for 4 people.
2 days. Yeah. That's absolutely ridiculous. So I'm out. We will stay at a hotel. We'll have a nice
and Pookie's
water
comeback,
slide and pool.
Pookie's
we
comeback
not
is
going.
You have the money. That's her comeback. You have the money to make your family.
Yes, and I said, just because I have it doesn't mean I'm going to spend it. I'm not going to buy drugs either. I have the money, actually, to purchase drugs.
Yeah.
I don't know where
like Coke or weed or.
Yeah, I don't know where you go about purchasing them.
Right.
But I could get the cash to do it.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like it's the right thing to do with my money.
Yeah.
And $1,800 for 2 days in the park, that is out of control. And I love Disney. I used to work at Disney.
Yep.
I was an intern there.
Yep.
I used to go there all the time as a
Didn't
kid.
you hook up with a chick from the Epcot Center?
Many?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So my college days.
Yeah.
Great memories.
Yep.
Take whatever memory you have of Disney World, and many people have great ones. I was hanging out with these European chicks while working there.
Yeah.
My memories are even better than yours.
Were they mascots or no? Did you hang out with the people who dressed in the costumes?
I did, but no relations.
Oh, okay.
with them.
Yeah.
Very short.
Yeah.
Extremely short. The folks that.
Oh.
Yeah, like
Well-
how do you think you fit in that?
What about Donald Duck and everything? He's normal size.
No, you got to be 4'10" or under.
What?
4'10".
I didn't realize this.
Yeah,
Okay.
4'10".
So listen, I'm
No,
Team
we are not
Pookie.
purchasing.
I'm Team Pookie.
Yeah. On this?
No,
Oh.
just in general in life.
Yeah.
Because it's my wife.
Yeah.
I'm starting to see
$1,800
yeah,
for
yeah,
2 days.
Yeah, man, for an amusement park. Like I don't know. Like
yeah, man. And it's gone up so much. We used to go a lot, but in the last, after COVID, maybe that's when it went up. It's gone to the point where it was expensive, but you get what you pay for. To no, it's not worth that anymore.
I mean, Tallon, you got kids. $1,800.
Oh yeah, I've got kids, and we're gonna get to that, Steve.
$1,800.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably worth it for their memories.
Oh my God, I don't know.
We've gone
man.
before. They have the memories.
Okay.
Yeah, they have the memories.
Yeah, and those are free.
Just remember what we already paid for 3 years
So
ago.
are the hotels good?
Yeah, they're really good.
They are good.
They are
There's
good,
stuff
yeah.
to do in them and everything, or just
Got
a
a pool
water.
with a water slide, man. It's
But is that it?
It's about it. It's about
Okay,
it.
all right.
Yes. Yeah. But you get that vibe. You
Yeah.
get that vibe. You
Yeah,
get the
yeah.
vibe.
You get the vibe.
You get the vibe.
Yeah, vibes
Get the
are high.
Disney vibe.
Yeah, yeah.
Vibes are high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And for some reason, the hotels are like a little bit more than they should be for
Yeah.
like the quality of hotel,
Yeah.
but not outrageous.
Yeah.
It's like maybe if this wasn't on Disney property, maybe this hotel would be $80 cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
But the park tickets are like 9 times more than they should be.
I'm kind of Team Weech.
Yeah.
$1,800 is that's a lot of money
Yeah,
for
the
a
park tickets plus the
amusement
hotel.
park.
So we're over $2,000
Yeah.
just for 2 days
Yeah.
and 1 night in a hotel.
So have you told the kids they're just doing the hotel
Yes, they're aware.
and they're fine?
I don't know. My daughter doesn't seem to think this is good.
Oh, okay.
She
So
does
there
not.
is
She
there
does
is
not.
some.
But luckily, she's been raised right. She pretty much knows
Yeah.
that there's going to be a lot of compromises.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want your kids to be entitled, Steve. You
You-
want them to
yeah.
have to strive
You
for
want 'em to
something,
stay hungry.
reach. Yep, stay humble, stay hungry.
Yeah, yeah.
This is, you know what? Maybe the problem with society is now. Too many people spending the $1,800 on their kids.
Yeah.
That might be what it is.
That could be.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it could be.
Yeah.
The whole problem. Yep.
Um,
Entitlement. 'Cause
What
we
you
were
do, Weege, is you wrap it into like a birthday present or a Christmas or both. So you get more out of it than just the one trip.
Yeah, you shave that money out of that.
Yeah, you're
and
like,
make it
hey, we're
that.
doing this, but
Yeah.
hey, you're gonna get
Yeah.
like clothes for Christmas.
Where I really lucked out is last year. We were there because of Daytona, which was their spring break last year. We're really hosed this year that it's no longer their spring break next week. So I can't tie the Daytona trip into a family trip anymore. Last year, my wife and daughter, I let them both go to Epcot one day. My son and I went to Daytona and hung
Mhm.
out.
Yeah.
So I bought half
Yeah.
of the family passes
Yeah,
for one day.
Kind of on your side, man.
Really?
I think that's really expensive. I do.
I
mean, I go to Sphere concerts. I
Yeah.
pay $800 for a concert ticket to the Sphere to see U2. But that's not $1,800. That's $800.
Yeah, but if you had a family of 4, it would be, I'm talking 4 people.
Yeah.
So
I'm
that's
just,
a big difference.
Oh, I just got an angry text. So great. Good job.
And when you go to the Sphere 4 times to see you two,
It's going to cost you a lot more money now.
I just got a
you
text
Just,
and
good job.
I
Good job.
Don't
you
have the-
sided with your friend, not your wife.
Don't have the kids if you don't want to spend money on them.
I do, just not $1,800.
Right.
I mean, it's if it was $900, which I still feel is a lot of money, I would do it.
Mm-hmm.
$1,800 is a lot.
technically you are only spending $900 on the kids. The other $900 is for you and your wife to go.
You're onto something here. Could I send them into the park alone? Could we drop them off?
I don't know. Can you? I have no idea.
I don't know if there's a rule.
What's the daughter? How old's your daughter?
14. She's
Yeah, she's
babysitting
fine.
age.
Yeah, she's fine.
I think you're onto it. We'll just drop them off for the day.
Okay.
My wife and I will go have a nice meal somewhere,
Yeah.
which will be way less than the $900. Yeah.
Pookie said she's still mad about Lily's 6th grade yearbook.
Oh, the piece of paper?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, she's going to be just as mad about the freshman high school yearbook. It's going to be very similar. A piece of paper to have your friends sign. Yeah.
Okay. Your other race tech rant.
All right.
Is your mom?
Yeah. So it's my mom.
Yeah.
Now, I should be mad at the scammers. My mom just got scammed.
Okay.
But this scam is so ridiculous that it is not really on the scammers. My mom is so gullible for falling for this. I'm way more mad at her. There's a slight bit on these dudes, and I'll get to them at the end. This is what happened to my mom 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
She calls and she's like, man, did I have a day. Stupid Amazon, man. Stupid Amazon. And I'm like, what happened? She's like, I get an email in the morning that says, you've purchased an iPhone on Amazon for $1,299. So stupid. My mama hates Amazon because she feels like the brick and mortar stores are shutting down and shopping's not as enjoyable. So she already hates Amazon. The email says you purchased this. And then at the bottom, it says there's been a lot of fraud on Amazon lately. If you think this is fraudulent, call this number.
Okay.
So first, my mom's smart enough to check her Amazon account.
Okay.
Does not see an order for this iPhone.
Yeah.
Calls the number anyway. And the guy is like, oh, so sorry. We're Amazon. We aim to please. We will fix it. All you got to do is screen share your computer at me and log into your bank account, and we'll just put money in your bank right now.
Stop it.
So you think that's dumb. It's going to get so much worse, Steven.
That didn't happen.
It's going to get so much worse.
But she checked her Amazon, and there was no phone purchase.
I yelled at her for that later. We'll get to her explanation of how that somehow didn't cross her mind. So they do the screen share thing, and he's like, I will just deposit $1,299 into your bank account. And then he says, oops, I messed up. I accidentally just gave you $5,000. I got to get that money back. And she's like, oh, what can we do? I'm sorry. How can I give you the money back? He's like,
this is unbelievable. This is unbelievable.
We owe you $1,300.
Yeah.
But we gave you $5,000. So the difference is $3,700.
Yep.
So here's what I'm going to need you to do. Drive to your bank. Take $3,700 cash out of your bank. Then buy $3,700 worth of gift cards and give me all the codes in the back, and we'll call it even.
This is unbelievable.
So my mom did this!
Oh, my God.
She got dressed. She got
God.
in the car. She went to the bank. The guy said, hey, by the way, if they ask you why are you taking $3,700 cash out, don't say it's for this. And she said, sure, no problem.
Oh, my God.
You're fucked.
She takes cash. Then she goes to get gift cards. And the stores are like, we will never sell $3,700 worth of gift cards in one purchase.
Yeah.
And the reason why, ma'am, is because usually that's fraud. Are you sure you're not being scammed? Oh, no. And they go, are you buying these cards as a gift to someone in your family?
Yeah.
Or is someone looking for gift cards to be payment? And she says, no. But each store still said, we'll only give you $500 worth. So she had to go to like 7 stores.
No.
She drove around town.
Oh, my God.
The whole time.
Wow.
She's on the phone with the guy. He never hung up.
Never hung up.
I said, how long was this whole thing? She's like, about 4 hours. She stayed on the phone with the guy, him coaching her through it for 4 hours.
Stop
and
it.
never thought this was a scam. She just calls me at the end of the night saying, oh, did I have a day? Explains the story. I'm like, Mom, that wasn't Amazon. You were scammed. And I'm like, check your bank account. They never gave you $5,000.
Oh, so when she called you,
she thought
it was still,
we fixed it.
But you should see what I had to do.
Yeah, the whole day was ruined over getting back to even. She still didn't know she was scammed.
Oh, wow.
I'm like, if you check your bank account, you're going to see they never gave you $5,000. And she says, well, I don't want to do that because the guy said, please don't log into your bank account.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, it's your bank account. You're allowed to log in. Log in. Son of a gun, the $5,000 was never deposited. She just lost $3,700.
I can't.
My wife was saying, you know the emoji on your phone, the hypnotized swirly eyes? She's like, that's your mom driving around town. Gotta get to another store to get gift cards. On her I go to her house. I run over to her house. She's got piles of gift cards on the table with all the things rubbed off on the back. Piles, receipts.
The best part to me, the best part so far is the grocery store saying, did someone tell you to buy these cards?
Yes, and she's on the phone with the guy, and he's like telling her, don't say yes. No, it is not for that. There's signs, apparently, in front of gift card racks at these stores that say, do not do this. And she does it and didn't even suspect it at all. Unbelievable.
How old's your mom?
Let's see, 74 right now. Now, it's actually extra scary because of that. My mom has always been super ditzy, but I never thought, it's really hard to detect. She's so darn ditzy all the time and clueless all the time that it's like if she was starting to get senile, it would be so hard to detect. But now I'm like, is this just being like old person out of touch with technology? Or is she losing her mind?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's a legitimate question.
Yeah.
It's a
like,
legitimate,
is it now we can't trust her with anything?
Yeah.
Or is it just computer email stuff, and Amazon and how it all works?
I mean, look, my mom is that age too. She ain't never doing that.
Get in your car?
Drive her to the store. I'm never going to hang up with you?
I'm like, Mom, Amazon is the most sophisticated internet company in the world. You think their solution is get in your car, drive to a bank, and then drive to stores? They're anti-store. And I'm like, why would they want you to drive to Best Buy, their competitor, and drop cash at Best Buy? And she's like, but they sell all that stuff. They sell the same stuff. Amazon sells everything. They work with everybody. And I'm like, they don't want you going to Walmart, their number one competitor, and buying gift cards at Walmart. Amazon would never ask you to do that.
This is unbelievable.
Yes.
It's unbelievable.
So the 98% of my rant is on my mom. But I will save 2% for the scammers, who I ask you this, scammer guy on the phone. When you're at Thanksgiving dinner with your family, and the family's checking in, how you doing, when they ask, how's work, what do you say your job is? When you're that guy.
I don't know.
It's killing it this year. I call old ladies, I swindle them, I hack them, I trick them, killing it. So lucrative, man. Great field. If you ever want a job, we've always got openings. What do you say? When you're a scammer, what do you say? How do you explain that? What do you do for a living? I scam old ladies.
I don't know, man. They probably don't have families.
Unbelievable.
There's like 6 or 7 parts where she should have stopped.
Oh, my God. The amount of red flags. The amount of red flags.
It's just unbelievable.
It is.
Okay. You called the number. Okay.
Yep. The guy was nice. Yeah. So I said to her, I'm like, when you logged into Amazon and you saw that order was never placed in your account.
Yeah.
What did you think? And she said, well, they don't actually show up or charge you until it shows up at your house, right? And I'm like,
no.
I'm like, with Amazon, you order it on the website. The first thing that would say you ordered it is the website. There's no other way to order it. You can't not have it on the website.
Yes.
It can't be 3 days later when it shows up. It starts there. Yeah, that was number one there. Then I said, why would they want to send you to a competitor store? And she's like, but Amazon sells all the stuff. They work with everybody. So that one checked out. Yeah, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. I was so furious. I said, when you went to the bank, why didn't you think of, you're going to love this. I said, why didn't you think of saying, hey, was there a deposit of $5,000 into my account today?
Mm-hmm.
And my mom's like, no, I couldn't check it. I don't do online banking on my phone. And I'm like, I don't mean check the online banking at your phone when you're at the bank. I mean, you were at the bank. I was screaming so loud. This is 11:30 at night. My mom has a condo. Her neighbors definitely heard me screaming at her. I'm dropping F-bombs. Every bad piece. It's just horrible the way I'm treating my mom. I am screaming at my mom.
Oh, it's bad. It's bad. That's bad. That's so bad.
Now, I was confused with the screen sharing thing. They actually aren't diving into your account, and I found out why. We actually called the police. I didn't realize real police do cyber crimes now because it's so common.
Yeah.
They said there's different tiers of crime. If you can get someone to willingly hand you the money, it's a much smaller offense if they ever get caught.
Yeah.
If you break into someone's internet account, it's a much higher. So they don't actually do that.
Yeah.
I think what they showed her was a dummy screen.
Okay.
They ask you what bank you are.
Yep.
If it's a bank that they work with.
Yeah.
They'll just show a fake
Yep.
screen.
Yep. And be like, oh, I'm in. Yeah.
They'll be like, oh, there's the 5. She's like, I saw it. I saw the 5,000 on my screen. I'm like, did you see anything else in the screen that recognized any other deposits or withdrawals that looked anything like? But she's like, I don't know. I was in such a panic. I didn't even think of that. The panic. When she got that email, she was willing to do anything to get that $12.99 back. And I mean anything.
It's unbelievable.
I cannot.
That's.
The guy must have been like, you will not believe it.
Guys, get back here.
It actually worked.
It actually worked.
She went through it the whole 4-hour thing. Unreal, man. Unreal.
That's
gift cards.
That's a race tech rant. Yeah.
Yeah.
She deserves that. Honestly, I know she's 74 and she's your mom, but
there's so many red flags.
My
mom's not so out of it that she like doesn't know my name or something like
right.
that. Like she can live on her own.
Yeah.
It's not like that.
Yeah.
Dude. That's my race tech rant. 2% to the hacker, 2% to the scammer, 98% her.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. I only wish she's driving around town all day. I just wish I had happened to run into her. Like I'm bringing the kids somewhere and I see my mom and I'm like,
what are you doing,
Mom?
Mom?
I mean, I would have screamed.
Yeah. The guy's on the phone the whole time. Never hangs up with her.
Well, see, I think their move is they know if you ask someone or tell someone in your family what you're doing, any reasonable person would be like, stop.
Right.
So they try to tie you up all day so you can't get someone to give you advice. So I believe that's why they do that. You know what's amazing?
How does this work? Like with anyone in the world outside of your mom?
Yeah, is this the first time ever?
I would think so.
Yeah. Yeah, and also, believe it or not, so they get away with it, right?
Yeah.
He actually does call back the next day to check on her. And she's like, he said he would call back, and he did. And I'm like, because he's like, if you're that gullible,
what else can we do?
Let's see what else we can do. And when the detective finally came over from the cyber crimes unit, he said the biggest scam I've seen so far, and he's like, this is just me in our town.
Yeah.
One old lady gave $500,000 to someone who was like a Navy guy trapped on his boat.
Unbelievable.
And he's like, ma'am, the U.S. government will take care of the guy in the Navy stuck on the Navy boat. He doesn't need random old lady to wire him hundreds of thousands of dollars.
$500K.
Not all at once.
Yeah.
We just kept building and building. And I'm like, Mom, that's why he called you back. He's like, if she fell for this, let's go to stage 2.
Wow.
Yeah. He said he was going to make it right.
Okay.
He called back the next day.
Yeah.
She said, you scammed me. I don't have the $5,000 in my account. He's like, no, we did not. We will make it right. And I'm like, that was stage 2 was about to start.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Wow.
Unreal, man.
That's.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Thank you, Phil.
Imagine Phil heard that story.
$3,700.
You need to tell Phil that story. He will.
Yeah. I told RC last weekend, and he just stared at me. Like, I don't think he could not compute. Like, there's no way this is real. Like, there's no way. He had the same hypnotized eyes she probably did. Like, there's no way this story's real.
She could have sent you guys to Disneyland twice.
Yeah.
Cut his mic.
Yeah, it's so bad.
Cut his mic.
It's so bad.
I have a rant for the first time in like the 5 years that I've been doing this show with you, Steve.
All right. Yeah. All right, Tallon.
Just paint a picture for you, Weege. We have like 8 to 12 kids in our neighborhood that all play outside. We do it old school. Like our 6-year-old, if she wants to go play with her friends, we're like, yeah, go knock on her door. You got to talk to their parents. You got to do the whole thing. Like you have to. It's kind of a learning lesson for him, right?
That's true.
First of all, he's setting himself up to be like some sort of dad of the year here, clearly.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So over the weekend, Yari goes and gets like the kids chalk. Yari's my significant other. Yar Binks. So we go get chalk, and there's probably like 8 kids in front of our house just chalking up the asphalt, having a great time.
Chalking it up.
Don't think anything of it. Sunday morning comes around.
Yeah.
I get a text from Steve. I can't believe you're letting your kids graffiti all over your street. I would be pissed. They can, I don't know what he said, but yeah, they can get out of here. I hope you made them clean it.
Yeah.
So I sent my 18-month-old out with a hose, and she sprayed down the whole street just for Steve.
18-month-old.
Yep.
So you weren't going to clean it?
Oh, no, I only cleaned that for you.
Oh, you told me you got him to clean it up?
And you want to know the best part? They cleaned it, it dried, and then they just redid the whole street.
Because
heck yeah,
at my old street, where we used to live, the little gremlins would go out there and just chalk up the street. Like, just do everything.
Yeah.
And, like, that's also my street. And I don't want to see that. And it's no problem chalking it up.
What are they drawing that's so offensive?
Nothing. I don't want that in my street. And
chalk.
I'm perfectly fine with them doing it. Just when you're done, clean it up.
No, because maybe the chalk's still there the next day and it's still fun.
Don't draw on my street.
It makes zero difference.
I think
at
Steve's.
all.
I think the real.
I think it looks like shit, and I don't think it gives a good a sign to your children to just graffiti the. We got enough fucking graffiti in this world. Graffiti's everywhere. Okay, if someone had told some of those graffiti guys, clean up your chalk, maybe we wouldn't have the graffiti
That's
problem.
what started it. That's what started it.
You know where I think Steve's feelings really come from?
It started
on
somewhere.
This? I think Steve grew up in Canada, obviously. There was too much snow, so he never got the experience to play with chalk. And it's just a sad child inside of Steve that never got to play with chalk.
Just clean up after yourself. Do
Getting
whatever you
mad
want.
at an 18-month-old for
my whole thing in life. Don't do whatever you want. You want to be a trans person? You want to have sex with the same sex? You want to believe in some god? All of that's fine. I don't care. Don't bug me. Don't inconvenience me. That's my philosophy in life.
How does it
I don't really know how it's
inconvenience
inconveniencing.
I got to look at it. I got to look at it. It's a bad habit.
Chalk.
It's a bad habit.
Chalk.
To graffiti.
Yeah.
Things we have graffiti everywhere. Look at any urban core.
I don't know if we've proven that sidewalk chalk is kids' leads.
Well, we haven't proven it's not.
You probably could.
Okay? I'm fine with the chalk. I'm fine with the writing. Just clean it up and go on your merry way.
My neighbor's like a 50-year-old divorced man.
So once he showed me they cleaned it up, I sent back in the text, cool, man. Awesome.
I didn't even know you could clean it up. I didn't even know.
You just spray it with a hose.
You're also
it comes right
teaching
off.
them. You're also teaching them responsibility and cleaning up after yourself.
I wouldn't even know it was possible. Now, knowing it can be done, at least it opens the door to doing that. I still don't see the problem. In fact, I would say most people would see it and be like, hey, and this is the point he was trying to get at, those are some great parents letting their kids go outside and have a good old freewheeling time like we did in the good old days. I would think
defacing public property.
He wants
Just
them all
have a
outside
gleam in their eye.
behind a screen. He doesn't want to have to see
Good
him or
old
hear
time.
him.
No, not at all. Again, not at all. No problem with the chalking. Just clean it up.
a gleam in their eye of, hey, there were some kids here earlier. They probably had a great time. I'm glad they didn't clean it up so I could have seen it.
That's what my neighbor said when he got back from his vacation this weekend. He texted us and was like, "Oh, the chalk is so cute." Like,
there you go.
Yeah, he's
There
an
you
idiot.
go.
Go ahead and play baseball. Clean up your bases. Clean up your garbage if you have sunflower seeds or whatever. You set off fireworks. Clean up your fireworks. Don't inconvenience me. Do whatever you want.
The inconvenience word is just not fitting. That's
just don't bug me. And that bugs me.
It's bringing down your property values.
Sure.
The graffiti
whatever.
in the neighborhood.
What? Graffiti on the chalk on the ground leads to spray paint. The bridge leads to heroin. Okay? It's all connected.
It's the gateway.
It's a gateway.
It's the gateway.
It starts with chalk.
Yep.
Graffiti.
Lock them up and just have a bunch of helicopter parenting rules.
So
none of this free range.
I'm perfectly fine with doing it, but also like, hey, cool kids. Hey, little Sally. Hey, little Billy. Hey, little Roger. It's dinner time, so I'm going to need you to clean up what you guys just did and then come on in for dinner.
You know better. No kids have those names.
Hey, Brixton and Braxton,
Braxton
and
Gage.
Ryder.
Braxton Gage.
Yeah.
Braxton Gage. That's
Braxton
more like
and
it.
Gage, clean up your shit and then come in for some burgers.
I didn't even know you could clean it up myself. So your 18-month-old is now ahead of me on that, thanks to Uncle Steve here. So little credit, they did learn something, a skill.
Yeah, and again, it's just teaching responsibility and discipline.
Never knew that it was inconveniencing or annoying.
Responsibility.
I just figured people saw it, and like you said, like they're like, oh, look at these kids having fun playing outside.
Yep.
Like they're at least
Great
they're not
parents.
inside behind a screen.
That's
you know?
right. Great parents there.
Nope,
Yep.
not Steve.
I don't. You keep saying that behind the screen. I've said it 20 times. I don't have a problem with them going outside and doing that. I don't have the issue. Just clean up afterwards.
Wasn't aware that anyone would think.
I don't care about screens or anything else. Just clean up, and then take responsibility for your actions.
Yeah.
And we're all good.
Last time I'll do this goddamn show.
That's what Chicken said. All right, McStovepipes on one. Race Tech Rant. I can't believe your mom. I can't believe that.
Hypnotized, dude. Hypnotized. Unbelievable.
McStovepipe, what's up?
All right, so I think of all the stories that have been told on this show, I think Vietnam Vic is at the top.
Mm-hmm.
But what Weege just did, dude, I was in tears.
Thank you.
I mean,
Thank you.
tears, laughing. I know it probably killed you, Weege, to have to go through that. I can't even imagine the trauma you had to go through, having your mom call you and tell you all that. The other thing, Steve, with the chalk, dude, stop. You got to stop.
So don't clean up after yourself? Is that the rule you teach your kids?
It's what do you want them to do with the chalk?
Nature takes care of it.
Clean up after yourself.
It doesn't even last
Stovepipe?
2 days if you wanted it to.
No, it's fine.
Just clean up after yourself. That's all.
It's fine. All right, that was it. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
I agree. Yeah, Vietnam Vic, tough to stop. That's like, that's like going against MC, RC, Stu. Yeah, I mean, I don't expect to beat that.
Yeah. Michelin. Have you heard of Michelin? Have you heard of Randy Richardson? Did you know he got a knee replaced?
Had some injuries. I feel like he did a pretty good job being transparent about the injuries, letting people know.
Yeah, he really did. And we wish him well.
We do.
In his road to recovery. Michelin will be offering a consumer rebate promotion, Weege. Rebates in the U.S. and Canada on select tire lines, running February 26th, so 2 days from now, through April 26th. 15 top-tier Michelin motorcycle tire lines will be eligible for a $25 or $50 rebate on a 1 or 2 tire purchase. From Michelin Starcross 6 tire purchases, qualify for a $15 or $30 rebate. So 15 lines of tires. Starcross 6 is for dirt bike guys, $15 or $30 rebate. They apply to either your local dealer or preferred online retailer. To learn more about this, go to MichelinMan.com. Visit your local dealer or online retailer. Michelin rebate. We love rebates on this show.
Absolutely.
Fox Factory Vehicles, your home for Black Widow, Rocky Ridge, Black Ops, and more. Partnering with top OEMs like Chevy, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, and more. FoxFactoryVehicles.com. No more waiting for parts. Backed by original manufacturer's warranty, Weege.
Wow, really?
Yeah, Fox Factory Vehicles.
Wow.
It's a big part for them. Also, again, Weege, are you dreaming of owning a motocross compound? Your mom was probably going to be able to pitch in.
I know. We lost a big chunk of the
down
down payment.
We lost a big down payment from the scammers.
Yes,
So if you get a hold of the did the scammer have a name?
Yeah, it must have. Let's
but
find that out.
you never got it? Okay.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, listen, if he's listening.
Yes.
Jerry Limeberger.
Oh, because he's got the money now.
Yeah, he's got the money.
Yeah.
Jerry Limberger and his team at Scenic Sotheby's International Realty bring you an unbelievable opportunity. BAM Land is for sale. It's where Barsha trains and rides. It's really cool. Turnkey Trading Paradise offers 2 supercross tracks, a motocross track, a gym, RV hookups, not Ryan Villopoto, but RV.
No hookups with RV.
Right.
Yeah.
Living quarters and all the equipment you need to hit the ground running. Text or call Jerry, 850-842-1058 today.
You know, honestly, you know who might be the perfect buyer, though? Might be RV.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time to do
that.
that.
In probably not too far
I
away.
might be out. My son made a 3-pointer in his basketball game on Saturday. So we're all in now.
Yeah, that's it.
All in NBA.
So
here we come.
Is he kind of automoto a little bit? Like he's just back burner?
Pretty much completely, yeah.
Like just didn't enjoy it so much or whatever. Was your crash at PulpMX with him the last time?
That is the last time he rode. That's not why this is the last time he rode.
Yeah.
He just loves the other sports. And, I don't know. It's really, really a shame. We peaked at that KTM Junior race. We peaked.
Yeah. Well, you know what? He could get back into it.
Yeah, at some point. Yep. It'll happen.
All right. Also,
shout out to Blue Crew, though. YZ65, great bike when it's ridden.
MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, job of the week. Aero Helmets, sales and customer service support in Marietta, California. Aero is making a push with 7 Gear. I believe they partnered with 7.
I believe Aero wasn't actually available in the U.S. until now.
I think it was, but
or
really
previously.
Hard. Yes,
Now
hard to get.
they have true distribution.
They're expanding.
Yes.
Aero Helmets looking for a full-time hourly position, and it is visitor on-call management, office visitors, assist visitors, handle incoming calls. Aero Helmets full-time job, sales and customer service support in Marietta, California. And MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, job of the week. And thanks everybody for coming on board. And if you want to list your job up there, check it out, please. Thank you. All right, we got motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment. You got to go soon as well, right? We got a flight tonight. You're flying home.
Yeah.
Broadcast life. How's broadcast life? How we enjoying it?
It's the best job in the world. There's no doubt about it. Every part rules. Even when I show up at 8 in the morning or whatever for track walk, I'm just like, this is going to be so fun. I love the social part of the races, and this job has a lot of time to do that. Oddly, I have more time to go in the pits and talk to people than when I was just typing for Racer X because I don't have to type anymore.
Yep.
So the amount of hanging out I do, I even love that part. I would do that just for that fun part.
Right.
Let alone the actual broadcast.
Yep.
Which is so fun. And we've been very fortunate that the racing has been unbelievably entertaining this year. We haven't had a dud yet.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, best job out there. And we talked about this on one of your shows a couple months ago. The fans, honestly, I pretty much get more compliments than more compliments than I get detractions. So that's a nice bonus, too.
Yeah.
So what's not to love?
Poor Lee. A lot of fans don't like him. He's great. He's been in motocross forever. He's a good dude. I don't get it. I don't know if it's his accent, the fact that he's a foreigner. I don't understand. These are turbulent times in America. I don't know what it is. Because
I think
Lee sets Ricky up. Lee asks Ricky the right questions. Lee knows about the riders and the sport. He listens to shows.
I don't recall. I don't think you could find any one time that he said something about a rider that was like, dude, he was wrong.
No.
He got the wrong guy or the wrong team and a lot of obscure stuff. LCQ guys, or remember this guy was teammates with this guy 3 years ago. A lot of that stuff he gets. I just think fans, and this is unfair, it helps me. I just think they're like, if you're not only in moto, you're not moto. That's what I think it is.
I mean,
if you do something else, then you're not us.
But literally, Lee was calling motocross races in the 90s. He used to race.
Like Chad Reed. Yeah. Race dirt bikes, road dirt bikes, owns dirt bikes now.
Yeah.
I
don't get that part.
Chad Reed races in 1997 or something. He was calling.
I don't understand it. I think
that's what it is.
I don't get the lead. Not everybody, but
if you're not our guy all the time,
you're
never our guy. And that's really not how any sport works. I mean, the NBA, MLB, NFL announcers, they do all three sports all the time.
Yeah.
It's totally normal.
Yeah.
You're not just a football guy ever. Then they're calling college basketball 2 days later.
Yeah.
It's so how it totally works all the time.
Yeah. I don't understand it.
Yeah.
All right, we got a Weege story on too. Sprayed with pump on the line.
Oh, sprayed with pump.
Sprayed with pump. What's up, buddy?
Sprayed with pump. All right, Steve.
We don't
You're
really
not
do
gonna
that
believe
anymore. Do we? Do we do that?
No.
Anymore? We don't talk
But
about spraying
it's classic.
with pump.
Yeah. So a decade ago, I bought a mountain bike off of Weege, and it was pretty much a donation because the bike wasn't worth anything.
Oh.
And then here we are 10 years later. Weege makes his booth debut. He's standing next to Ricky. Ricky's in a $220 shirt. Weege is in a $22 shirt, and we couldn't have that. I hit Weege up. I'm like, Weege, I got $250 for you. Go to my guy in Mooresville. Get yourself 2 nice tailored men's shirts. You know what Weege says? No.
Yeah. No. He's
Declined.
He's not going to do that.
Declined $250.
Yeah. He's not going to do that. He doesn't need it. Shirts are fine, right?
Shirts are fine.
Yeah. Shirts are fine.
Does it really make a difference?
Hey, yes.
It really does? The shirt?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
The
look at your shirt next to Ricky's shirt. Totally different.
Really? The shirt, not the coat.
Not the coat, the shirt.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't even know it could make a difference.
Your shirts look pretty limp next to Ricky's nice starched tall collars.
Interesting. I didn't know.
I'm the wrong guy to talk to about this.
I did not.
Yeah, we just go back to the rig, get some factory parts, and you get tuned up.
Okay.
But hey, in all seriousness, bought that bike off of Weege 10 plus years ago.
Yeah.
I see him at the airport. He always talks to me. I see him at the races. He always talks to me.
Yeah.
He comments on my Instagram post, and I just want to call and say that Jason Weigandt is one hell of a human being.
He's a top-notch guy.
Not bad for a guy who paid me for a mountain bike that basically didn't work to say that about me.
Yeah.
That's really impressive. I got a question, actually, that either of you could answer. Yeah, that mountain bike, eventually the rear shock just, wouldn't hold up.
Yeah.
Do you eventually have to put nitrogen or air in shocks?
Yes.
So that's the problem?
And seals go bad, yeah.
Oh.
Air leaks, seals go bad.
So it's not ever going to just forever just be exactly the way it was?
No.
I was like, I don't know, man. The back of the bike is just so sacked out. Sag is way off.
Yeah.
It can just lose air.
Yeah, just loses air.
That would explain it.
Mm-hmm.
That would explain it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks, buddy.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. By the way, Weege, markets decline, unemployment, pandemic. Today's headlines can be scary.
Yes.
We know this.
Ask JT.
Ask JT.
Ask JT.
It's never seen a man panic about things he has no control over.
Oh, the buckle ups.
Yeah.
So many buckle ups. So it's going to be a rough ride in the market today.
Just wait.
Buckle up.
Buckle up.
We get
war.
so many buckle up.
War is coming.
Yep. So many buckle up warnings in the stock market.
Even just in world stuff, he's just like, oh, shit.
Yeah.
Iran or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Edward Jones, financial advisor Brian Stone can help. He'll help you understand the impact of short-term events and how to prepare for the long term. Brian Stone used to race.
Oh,
the Stone Brothers.
Stone
Remember
Brothers.
them?
Yep, I remember that.
Stone Man, also not related, but there's a Stone Man as well.
I would not love Stone Man. Not going to him for financial advice.
No. This would be a different Stone.
Yes.
816-761-4066 to contact Brian Stone if you can. Appreciate that. And motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon segment. Over 25 years of making your next ride your best ride. They have a special promotion going on now. The grand prize is a Stark, and they got fly riding gear as well. And please check them out. Any free shipping over $79, and first returns free on apparel in case something doesn't fit, so you can buy with confidence. Motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon segment. No, that's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
All right, at PulpMX Show are the tweets, and motorsport.com. Go there. Best online ordering place ever. Better than Amazon even, because they won't
scam you.
They won't scam you.
They won't scam you. Yep.
We're going to clip that story for YouTube.
Please do.
We have to.
Please do.
We have to clip that story.
Please do. Yeah.
All right, at PulpMX Show is the best account to send these to, and Tallon goes through them. That's the best ones.
Speaking of like legendary weed stories, there's one from DMXS, that girl you dated.
Oh, high school.
That was like all time, and I can't even find that episode anymore.
Nah, I don't remember.
Is this the one you told me about?
Yeah, I'm sure I have.
I think you told me the story.
Yeah, it was a great thing I always like public speaking. I know, shocker, there weren't really a lot of outlets for it when you're in high school. They don't do public speaking or broadcasting.
Mm-hmm.
But you could join the theater department, and there's not a lot of guys, so it was pretty easy to get like significant roles. And then that becomes like your peer group, and those are the girls you end up dating, and a lot of them are crazy because they're actresses.
Mm-hmm.
And that did lead to some epic high school girlfriend stories.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, you've told me a few of them.
Yeah.
I think if you go back to some of the early shows we did, you told the Epcot
Probably.
Center story, the Disney Center, all that stuff. Yeah.
Good times.
All right.
All right. Voice of the drunken people for Weege. When two riders are battling and one crashes, why does the camera stay on the one who stayed up? Every other motorsport stays on the one who crashes.
I don't even know if that's exactly what happens, but I kind of feel like we're staying with the guy who's advancing, I guess. The guy who ended up better. I mean, what is there more to see? A guy picking up his motorcycle? Is that spectacular?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what's so spectacular
Yeah,
about watching a guy pick his bike up. As opposed to when a car hits a wall in NASCAR, it's sliding and flipping and doing all this stuff for the next 30 seconds. Once the motorcycle tips over, I don't know. Is there that much more to see?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm with you. I just feel like, and I've said this before, but it's been my race tech rant. I am tired of broadcast TV complaints because you just can't capture everything. You're going to miss something.
Yeah.
And one guy this guy says, why focus on the guy that's getting up and not on the guy that's down? Another guy will say, why are you focused on the guy that's down?
100%.
So, it's just like
100%. I got this dude who was so mad at us last year that we got, I think, 2 Jordan Smith crashes in Seattle, and he was mad. He's like, once he crashed the first time, why have the camera on him anymore? He's not relevant. And I'm like, well, the fact that we got the camera on him, we got another crash in the whoops. And he's like, oh, so what you're saying is the goal is to get crashes? And I'm like, well, we didn't know he was going to crash the second time. It wasn't like we already know.
I'm over the broadcast complaints. I hate Ricky. I love Ricky. I hate Lee. I love Lee. Why didn't you do this?
Ralph and Jeff suck. Bring Ralph and Jeff back.
Yeah, Ralph
That's
and
the
Jeff
best
suck.
one.
Yeah.
That's the best one.
Literally.
I hate them. Bring them back.
Bring them back. They were. It's.
Yeah.
I get it from so many angles. I'm over it. I don't care.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
You guys are trying to do the best job you can. It's pretty damn good. Is it perfect? No. But everyone's trying to do the best they can. And like, I don't know. I don't know, man. By the way, I don't know, man. Huge hit.
Yeah.
With Phil, with RV.
It's beautiful.
Great hit.
It's really couldn't have picked a better time to launch that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Lax defense coach. If Weigandt ran DOS, Department of SX Efficiency, what is something you think teams or the industry should tone down and refocus money towards?
Yeah, the biggest waste of money in the industry is rental cars and transportation to the track. We get all these people coming from, at most, 2 airports, maybe at Anaheim. Most times, same airport. Everybody's essentially coming in Thursday or Friday, leaving Saturday night or Sunday. We got to figure out a better way. A lot of wasted money in rental cars, I feel.
Mm-hmm.
How many people are coming to the track? Do you come to the track by yourself in a car?
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Okay.
Probably every one of you guys in the media press box probably all drove a car to the track.
Yeah.
We need to do better with this.
Okay.
Yep. It's probably 5 guys on Star. Every rider showing up in a different car.
Yep.
We need to be better.
Okay. I was on some race teams that tried to do better with this.
Yes.
And it ended up being a shit show.
I'm all about
Hey,
those
riders
products.
get one car and mechanics get one car, and it was just a disaster.
Hey, man. Money doesn't grow on trees.
Okay.
That's what we need to do.
All right.
Yep.
Jimmy G for Steve. I feel like the show has lost connection with some of the privateer struggles since 7 Deuce Deuce and A-Ray have retired. Would you consider having a different privateer rider call in once per week?
Well, I did a privateer show for years, FXR
Yep.
Privateer Island show, where I would talk to privateers every week.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't bring it back this year. I'm doing a little new thing where I do one-on-one interviews. Jeremy Martin coming up this week, by the way, on that. So I do feel like I do the LCQ race. I feel like I do a lot for privateers, and I have done a lot for privateers. And like, let's face it, A-Ray and 7 Deuce Deuce are characters that were really funny to have on here.
Yeah.
So I guess if I found another guy that I'd want to put on here that's like super entertaining, I would do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, your privateer thing, in a couple of years, there'll be a whole new group and new stories to tell.
Yeah.
But you've probably interviewed every single relevant one 12 times now.
I tried to, yes,
Yeah.
exactly. And
Yeah.
some of them aren't great interviews either. Some of them are great
No.
dudes and just not great interviews. And,
Right.
And like, so yeah, I don't know. Sorry, Jimmy G.
Showtime 501 wants to know, could Coty Schock be the next Weston Pike?
Coty
Schock.
No. Coty Schock immediately was better than Weston Pike ever was in the beginning.
Really?
Yes.
Could not go through whoops.
Early Coty Schock.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of Michael Lindsay's team.
Okay.
Getting top 10 outdoors.
Yeah, I guess if that's early. If that's I mean, he raced before that,
yeah,
right? But
yeah, but I think that was only, like, literally his second year, first or
Yeah.
second year. It was pretty early in his career.
Oh, okay.
Pike was bad and got really better.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one.
Yeah.
The level of improvement in both is.
Yeah.
And I did think, when I thought about how much Schock has improved,
Yeah.
Weston came to mind.
Yeah.
The
I
only
feel
guy
like-
I ever said that unlapped himself. He went from getting lapped by fourth to finishing fourth.
Yeah.
The only guy ever that's done that.
Pretty remarkable, for sure.
Yeah.
By the way, shout out St. Jude's Children's Hospital is going on right now from the folks at Feld. And check it out. Love Moto Stop Cancer. Text to donate campaign. Text SUPER to 785-833 to donate. And also Ken Roxon, Love Moto Stop Cancer Supercross Bike Giveaway. They're doing this again. Roxon did it last year as well. Text Suzuki to 99128. So Feld guys are helping out with Supercross and St. Jude and all
Win
that.
a Ken Roxon bike.
Yes.
And all the money goes to St. Jude.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
And hopefully it's not a scam.
I bet those kids love chalk.
Let them have chalk. Let them eat chalk.
Well, I
Cake,
hope
chalk.
you guys like all the graffiti in the world.
A Heckman 292 Weege, you've had the chance to work with a lot of people in the booth. Who was the easiest to work with? You can't say Brayton. And whose style took you the longest to figure out?
Did some arena cross with John Dowd. John Dowd, not a man of many words.
Legend.
Awesome dude. Legend for sure. Love Dowdy. He's great. Not a lot of depth to his analysis. So,
I don't think there's a lot of depth to his own career.
I mean, I used to ask him, like, dude, you're always in such good shape. What did
Yeah.
you do? And he's like, I don't know. If I got tired, I just did more the next week. That was the extent. He was so nervous when we started. I mean, Dowd is not a glitz and glamour kind of guy. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah.
He's just a workhorse guy.
Yep.
So I feel like that was the most got to build him up, get him to relax. Easiest? You know what's funny? GL was so easy to work with, but he says he was so nervous. I really can't believe that. It never seemed that way to me, but he claims he was super nervous. And Emig maybe counts, but he was already doing it.
He's already Jeff Emig, yeah.
Yeah, and he had been doing it. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he was doing it. Yeah, well before I was there. So that's kind of cheating. Yeah, super easy with those guys.
All right, next one from Parify 136. In my eyes, J Coop is figuring the whoops out away from being the fastest guy in the class. Are we talking enough about him?
He's been really good the last few weeks, and he's getting better in whoops. And Justin Brayton, I don't know, man. And Justin Brayton were the big winners tonight.
Yeah, every guest hooking
right.
up Justin Brayton.
Right.
Yep. Did RV say that Brayton helped him in his career? He probably did.
He probably did.
I think he did. Yeah.
I think I would say I don't think he's the whoops away from being the fastest in the class, but yes, he's been riding really well.
Fast in the class is saying a lot, but whoops away from some podiums.
Sure.
And then if you're in the podium, who knows? Yeah.
Austin Wheeler, Steve, as a newer listener, what is the context to the intro? I just don't like the guy, and who says it?
That's Josh Hansen.
Yeah.
I don't know where the interview was, probably DMXS back then. That was Josh Hansen. He didn't used to like me, and I thought it would be funny to put it in the beginning of the intro.
Now Villopoto's kid running the 100 in honor of Hanny.
In honor of Hanny.
Yep.
I didn't like Hanny with that 100 either, by the way. I stand by that.
Yep.
I don't like that number given out to non-champions.
Don't say we don't want
Brax.
No, not
Gage.
Brad. We don't the truther of the goat farm with Cole Davies.
Chris.
Yeah. Oh,
You
yeah.
don't want Chris calling back. Do not say
I
this
don't,
about
I don't
the
want
100.
him calling back. No.
Dumbass race fan, Weege, were your 10 hours or so at home yesterday worth it?
Oh, absolutely. We got so much done. The dishwasher was broken. Yeah, I landed at 7 a.m., then had to go to the airport at 7 p.m. Dishwasher was broken. I managed to actually fix that. Who knew dishwashers have filters in them? I've lived in this house for 8 years. It's an 8-year-old dishwasher. First time the filter ever got cleaned. Who knew?
Yeah.
It had a filter. Then we had to work on my son's math fair project, which we tricked him into practicing his sports. If you practice all these jump shots every day, can you get better? We tracked his progress. Hit a three-pointer in the game.
Yep.
We had to do some math, how to do fractions, how to do percentages. And finally, we went to the local Davidson College, home of Steph Curry, went to the running track, and we had every member of my family run, including my 95-year-old great-grandmother. She ran it.
Wow.
And now we'll do some calculations comparing speed. Got all that done. Worked on the math project.
Wow.
Review pod.
Yeah.
Back to the airport.
That's impressive.
You ever had a day where
JT
you had...
and I were making fun of you for doing this.
Nah, man, we got a lot done.
Yeah.
You ever have a day where you have two boarding passes on your phone?
Yes.
And they put them side by side because it thinks they must be connected to the same trip, but they're not?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we were doing.
Yep.
I was checking in for the Sunday night flight while at the Supercross on Saturday night.
Yep.
Yeah. Totally worth it.
And you're leaving from here right away?
I'm on Uber right now.
Okay. All right.
Fish 171, Weege, worst gig you've ever taken on?
Oh, man, I wish I had more time to prepare for this because definitely been some bad ones. Hang on. Something is crossing my mind.
I'll give you time to think. My worst gig I think I ever took on was we did a live show at Anaheim 1 at the restaurant across the street from the stadium. And that
was terrible.
The people who own the restaurant assured me that they had good speakers and they had a place for us to send, and they had great microphones and everything else, and it ended up being a disaster. You couldn't hear us. We were up on top somewhere. No one was paying attention. It was the worst live show ever, and it was Anaheim 1. And I was very upset with the crew afterwards. Although they were very nice, the manager and everything else, I was not happy. So
there's got to be some obscure race that I did that I shouldn't have done. I'm trying to remember.
Like JT going to Greece for like $250.
Yeah, and not getting paid or something. Maybe
Supercross Awards banquet.
I wasn't paid for that.
But also got criticized for it. So
got a lot of criticism. Got a lot of booze.
Right. Not Pookie.
Pookie, yeah, fan for life.
Yep.
That was 20 years ago, by the way. That
was it really?
2005.
Wow.
Yeah. That probably was the worst overall experience.
Right.
I was shook for quite a while.
Not getting paid, trying your best, getting yelled at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting yelled at, getting booed by the industry. Yeah. Going to Glen Helen opener a couple weeks later, figuring everybody probably hates me now. Only Pookie. So all I gained was Pookie.
Well, I laughed too, but yeah. By the way, if you're still listening to this late, we didn't do the Works Connection Pro Launch Start Device giveaway, so let's do it. Contest at PulpMX.com. Contest at PulpMX.com. We'll pick a random emailer for a Works Connection Pro Launch Start Device. PulpMX20 is the code to save at WorksConnection.com, by the way. So, it's the official starting device of myself, Chris Kiefer.
Okay.
Lawrence's, and more.
All the stars.
Yeah, all the stars. All
right, last one, because I know we're just trying to get out of here. The Field Tech. How much cheating goes on in amateur racing, big bores, fuel, and high compression pistons? These parents must do anything to gain an edge.
So I learned this. The Works Edition Honda and KTMs and Cowies are eligible for the stock class.
They're not that different, though.
They got headwork, exhausts.
Yeah, the exhaust might be something.
Suspension stuff.
Yeah.
Like they're eligible for stock class because they're just sold as a showroom
floor. I can see that. They are still showroom floor.
I had no idea. This was news to me.
Yes.
I learned this in Miami at my area qualifier.
Your airport is now called Harry Reid, not McCarran?
Yeah.
So that's why I couldn't. What happened to McCarran?
Harry Reid is a senator who just died.
I know Harry Reid is, but what happened to McCarran? McCarran's out?
Yeah, McCarron's out. Harry Reid.
Who was McCarron?
I don't know.
No wonder.
I don't know, man.
I don't know, man. I couldn't make Uber work. I'm like, McCarron.
Harry Reid.
Wow, who knew?
Okay.
No, that's horrible.
I could see the point. I mean, I don't
How
think
much? How much cheating? How much cheating was the question?
I mean, there's probably a lot. I don't have any.
Right.
I don't tear bikes down.
Yeah.
But I don't see why there.
But are there
wouldn't
scandals
be.
at Loretta's every year? That's. I guess. Let me leave it at that.
No, not as
Oh.
much as you think. But as you know, somebody has to protest to make them do it. I mean, so what would make someone do it in the first place? I mean, yes, I do remember a couple stories through the years.
There was a grip tape, right? People got protested for grip tape.
My favorite was a kid won the PW class. Took off. Bike was not there at the finish line.
Mm-hmm.
They tracked the dad down. He had locked himself in the trailer, which meant this was a multi-person operation of like, I'm going to go in the trailer after the third moto.
Yeah.
You lock it. Because you can't lock it.
Yeah.
You can't do
Yeah,
padlocks
yeah,
when you're inside.
Yeah.
Yep. They eventually got it open, either got somebody else in the family open it or cut it, and there's the dad in there changing something in the clutch. I was like, wow. I'm not going to say the name of the rider. It's not anyone that turned into be a superstar.
I was going to say, okay.
But I do remember him racing Loretta's years and years later, like through the A class.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm not going to sell this dude out, but that was pretty bad, dude.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
All right. Coty Schock, Justin Hill, RV, Phil. Best interview tonight.
Hill.
Yeah?
Hill was really good,
He
man.
was good, yeah.
Hill was
Glad he
really
came on
good.
the show. What do you think, Tallon?
Yeah, I have to go with Hill as well.
All right. Nick?
3 for 3, Hill.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, I'm going to go with Phil. Yeah.
No, you should have Phil on again.
I think I might have Phil on
Yeah,
again.
you should have Phil on again.
Phil's in the studio in 2 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah. It's great. All right, so thanks to the sponsors. Again, live shows, Indy, Seattle, Vegas, SMX. Tickets on sale now at PulpMX.com. LCQ Challenge, Friday, Denver. Same thing. Win a YZ450 or a bunch of other cool prizes. So please check that out.
Live show. Coming up.
Indy, yep. Friday night at Indy and Seattle and Vegas. And yeah, thanks to our guests. Thanks to you people for listening and watching. Great story. Sorry about the mom.
He nailed it. Disney money.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah, absolutely. I see you people on hold. Sorry we didn't get to you. And thanks to our sponsors. Use the codes and save. Whether it's Ethica, whether it's Luxon, MTX, Factory Chassis Parts, all of those, Fox Factory Vehicles. So yeah, all the sponsors. Thank you to those guys for helping us, keeping us going. And Tallon, thank you.
Yep, thank you, Steve.
Nick, great job.
Thank you, sir.
Nick Powers. His name's Nick Powers.
That is, I thought it was fake. Is that a radio name?
It's a real name.
It's not a radio name.
It's a great
not
name.
His celebrity name.
Thanks to Swisscore. Thanks to Kellen Brower. Thanks to Pookie as well. And thanks to our guest, Weege. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Hope you had a good time.
Fun. He's always fun.
Weege is off to the airport.
Yep.
And thanks, everybody, for watching and listening. I'm Steve Matthes for Jason Weigandt. See you next week.
Yeah. I am a shitty media guy. No doubt about it.
There's something I want to get off my chest. And it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine. And I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.
Sword inside your flame, how it burns to play your games.